Section 41 of English Literature by William J. Long. Is in the Public Domain. Chapter 10. The Age of Romanticism, 1800 to 1850. The second creative period of English literature. The first half of the 19th century records the triumph of Romanticism in literature and of democracy in government; and the two movements are so closely associated in so many nations and in so many periods of history that one must wonder if there be not some relation of cause and effect between them. Just as we understand the tremendous energizing influence of Puritanism in the matter of English liberty by remembering that the common people had begun to read, and that their book was the Bible, so we may understand this age of popular government by remembering that the chief subject of romantic literature was the essential nobleness of common men and the value of the individual. As we read now that brief portion of history which lies between the Declaration of Independence, 1776, and the English Reform Bill of 1832, we are in the presence of such mighty political upheavals that the Age of Revolution is the only name by which we can adequately characterize it. Its great historic movements become intelligible only when we read what was written in this period. For the French Revolution and the American Commonwealth, as well as the establishment of a true democracy in England by the Reform Bill, were the inevitable results of ideas which literature had spread rapidly through the civilized world. Liberty is fundamentally an ideal, and that ideal, beautiful, inspiring, compelling as a loved banner in the wind, was kept steadily before men's minds by a multitude of books and pamphlets, as far apart as Burns' poems and Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, all read eagerly by the common people, all proclaiming the dignity of common life, and all uttering the same passionate cry against every form of class or caste oppression. First, the dream, the ideal in some human soul; then the written word, which proclaims it and impresses other minds with its truth and beauty; then the united and determined effort of men to make the dream a reality. That seems to be a fair estimate of the part that literature plays, even in our political progress. Historical summary. The period we are considering begins in the latter half of the reign of George III and ends with the accession of Victoria in 1837. When on a foggy morning in November 1783 King George entered the House of Lords and in a trembling voice recognized the independence of the United States of America, he unconsciously proclaimed the triumph of that free government by free men which has been the ideal of English literature for more than 1,000 years. Though it was not till 1832, when the Reform Bill became the law of the land, that England herself learned the lesson taught her by America, and became the democracy of which her writers had always dreamed. The French Revolution. The half century between these two events is one of great turmoil, yet of steady advance in every department of English life. The storm center of the political unrest was the French Revolution, that frightful uprising which proclaimed the natural rights of man and the abolition of class distinctions. Its effect on the whole civilized world is beyond computation. Patriotic clubs and societies multiplied in England, all asserting the doctrine of liberty, equality, fraternity, the watchwords of the Revolution. Young England, led by Pitt the younger, hailed the new French Republic and offered it friendship. Old England, which pardons no revolutions but her own, looked with horror on the turmoil in France, and, misled by Burke and the nobles of the realm, forced the two nations into war. Even Pitt saw a blessing in this at first, because the sudden zeal for fighting a foreign nation, which by some horrible perversion is generally called patriotism, might turn men's thoughts from their own to their neighbors' affairs, and so prevent a threatened revolution at home. Economic conditions. The causes of this threatened revolution were not political, but economic. By her invention in steel and machinery, and by her monopoly of the carrying trade, England had become the workshop of the world. Her wealth had increased beyond her wildest dreams, but the unequal distribution of that wealth was a spectacle to make angels weep. The invention of machinery at first threw thousands of skilled hand workers out of employment. In order to protect a few agriculturists, heavy duties were imposed on corn and wheat, and bread rose to famine prices just when laboring men had the least money to pay for it. There followed a curious spectacle. While England increased in wealth and spent vast sums to support her army and subsidize her allies in Europe, and while nobles, landowners, manufacturers, and merchants lived in increasing luxury, a multitude of skilled laborers were clamoring for work. Fathers sent their wives and little children into the mines and factories, where 16 hours' labor would hardly pay for the daily bread. And in every large city were riotous mobs, made up chiefly of hungry men and women. It was this unbearable economic condition, and not any political theory, as Burke supposed, which occasioned the danger of another English Revolution. It is only when we remember these conditions that we can understand two books, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, which can hardly be considered as literature, but which exercised an enormous influence in England. Smith was a Scottish thinker who wrote to uphold the doctrine that labor is the only source of a nation's wealth, and that any attempt to force labor into unnatural channels, or to prevent it by protective duties from freely obtaining the raw materials for its industry, is unjust and destructive. Paine was a curious combination of Jekyll and Hyde, shallow and untrustworthy personally, but with a passionate devotion to popular liberty. His Rights of Man, published in London in 1791, was like one of Burns's lyric outcries against institutions which oppressed humanity. Coming so soon after the destruction of the Bastille, it added fuel to the flames kindled in England by the French Revolution. The author was driven out of the country on the curious ground that he endangered the English Constitution, but not until his book had gained a wide sale and influence. Reforms. All these dangers, real and imaginary, passed away when England turned from the affairs of France to remedy her own economic conditions. The long Continental War came to an end with Napoleon's overthrow at Waterloo in 1815, and England, having gained enormously in prestige abroad, now turned to the work of reform at home. The destruction of the African slave trade, the mitigation of horribly unjust laws, which included poor debtors and petty criminals in the same class, the prevention of child labor, the freedom of the press, the extension of manhood suffrage, the abolition of restrictions against Catholics in Parliament, the establishment of hundreds of popular schools under the leadership of Andrew Bell and Joseph Lancaster, these are but a few of the reforms which mark the progress of civilization in a single half-century. When England in 1833 proclaimed the emancipation of all slaves in all her colonies, she unconsciously proclaimed her final emancipation from barbarism. Romantic enthusiasm. Literary characteristics of the age. It is intensely interesting to note how literature at first reflected the political turmoil of the age, and then, when the turmoil was over and England began her mighty work of reform, how literature suddenly developed a new creative spirit, which shows itself in the poetry of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, and in the prose of Scott, Jane Austen, Lamb, and De Quincey, a wonderful group of writers whose patriotic enthusiasm suggests the Elizabethan days, and whose genius has caused their age to be known as the second creative period of our literature. Thus, in the early days, when old institutions seemed crumbling with the Bastille, Coleridge and Southey formed their youthful scheme of Pantisocracy on the banks of the Susquehanna, an ideal commonwealth in which the principles of More's Utopia should be put in practice. Even Wordsworth, fired with political enthusiasm, could write, "Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven." The essence of Romanticism was, it must be remembered, that literature must reflect all that is spontaneous and unaffected in nature and in man, and be free to follow its own fancy in its own way. We have already noted this characteristic in the work of the Elizabethan dramatists, who followed their own genius in opposition to all the laws of the critics. In Coleridge we see this independence expressed in Kubla Khan and The Ancient Mariner, two dream pictures, one of the populous Orient, the other of the lonely sea. In Wordsworth, this literary independence led him inward to the heart of common things. Following his own instinct, as Shakespeare does, he too finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. And so, more than any other writer of the age, he invests the common life of nature and the souls of common men and women with glorious significance. These two poets, Coleridge and Wordsworth, best represent the romantic genius of the age in which they lived, though Scott had a greater literary reputation, and Byron and Shelley had larger audiences. An age of poetry. The second characteristic of this age is that it is emphatically an age of poetry. The previous century, with its practical outlook on life, was largely one of prose; but now, as in the Elizabethan age, the young enthusiasts turned as naturally to poetry as a happy man to singing. The glory of the age is in the poetry of Scott, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Moore, and Southey. Of its prose works, those of Scott alone have attained a very wide reading, though the essays of Charles Lamb and the novels of Jane Austen have slowly won for their authors a secure place in the history of our literature. Coleridge and Southey, who with Wordsworth form the trio of so-called lake poets, wrote far more prose than poetry, and Southey's prose is much better than his verse. It was characteristic of the spirit of this age, so different from our own, that Southey could say that in order to earn money he wrote in verse what would otherwise have been better written in prose. Women as novelists. It was during this period that woman assumed for the first time an important place in our literature. Probably the chief reason for this interesting phenomenon lies in the fact that woman was for the first time given some slight chance of education, of entering into the intellectual life of the race, and, as is always the case when woman is given anything like a fair opportunity, she responded magnificently. A secondary reason may be found in the nature of the age itself, which was intensely emotional. The French Revolution stirred all Europe to its depths, and during the following half century every great movement in literature, as in politics and religion, was characterized by strong emotion, which is all the more noticeable by contrast with the cold, formal, satiric spirit of the early 18th century. As woman is naturally more emotional than man, it may well be that the spirit of this emotional age attracted her and gave her the opportunity to express herself in literature. As all strong emotions tend to extremes, the age produced a new type of novel which seems rather hysterical now, but which in its own day delighted multitudes of readers whose nerves were somewhat excited, and who reveled in bogey stories of supernatural terror. Mrs. Anne Radcliffe (1764 1823) was one of the most successful writers of this school of exaggerated romance. Her novels, with their azure-eyed heroines, haunted castles, trap-doors, bandits, abductions, rescues in the nick of time, and a general medley of overwrought joys and horrors. Note: Mrs. Radcliffe's best work is The Mysteries of Udolpho. This is the story of a tender heroine shut up in a gloomy castle. Over her broods the terrible shadow of an ancestor's crime. There are the usual goose-flesh accompaniments of haunted rooms, secret doors, sliding panels, mysterious figures behind old pictures, and a subterranean passage leading to a vault dark and creepy as a tomb. Here the heroine finds a chest with blood-stained papers. By the light of a flickering candle she reads, with chills and shivering, the record of long-buried crimes. At the psychological moment, the little candle suddenly goes out. Then out of the darkness a cold, clammy hand. Ugh! Foolish as such stories seem to us now, they show first a wild reaction from the skepticism of the preceding age, and second, a development of the medieval romance of adventure. Only the adventure is here inward rather than outward. It faces a ghost instead of a dragon, and for this work a nun with her beads is better than a knight in armor. So heroines abound instead of heroes. The age was too educated for medieval monsters and magic, but not educated enough to reject ghosts and other bogies. End of note. Were immensely popular, not only with the crowd of novel readers, but also with the men of unquestioned literary genius like Scott and Byron. In marked contrast to these extravagant stories is the enduring work of Jane Austen, with her charming descriptions of everyday life, and of Maria Edgeworth, whose wonderful pictures of Irish life suggested to Walter Scott the idea of writing his Scottish romances. Two other women who attained a more or less lasting fame were Hannah More, poet, dramatist, and novelist, and Jane Porter, whose Scottish Chiefs and Thaddeus of Warsaw are still in demand in our libraries. Besides these were Fanny Burney (Madame d'Arblay), and several other writers whose works in the early part of the 19th century raised woman to the high place in literature which she has ever since maintained. The modern magazines. In this age literary criticism became firmly established by the appearance of such magazines as the Edinburgh Review (1802), the Quarterly Review (1808), Blackwood's Magazine (1817), the Westminster Review (1824), the Spectator (1828), the Athenaeum (1828), the Fraser's Magazine (1830). These magazines, edited by such men as Francis Jeffrey, John Wilson, who is known to us as Christopher North, and John Gibson Lockhart, who gave us the Life of Scott, exercised an immense influence on all subsequent literature. At first their criticisms were largely destructive, as when Jeffrey hammered Scott, Wordsworth, and Byron most unmercifully, and Lockhart could find no good in either Keats or Tennyson. But with added wisdom, criticism assumed its true function of construction, And when these magazines began to seek and to publish the works of unknown writers, like Hazlitt, Lamb, and Leigh Hunt, they discovered the chief mission of the modern magazine, which is to give every writer of ability the opportunity to make his work known to the world. End of Section 41. Section 42 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Part 1. The Poets of Romanticism. William Wordsworth, 1770 1850. It was in 1797 that the new romantic movement in our literature assumed definite form. Wordsworth and Coleridge retired to the Quantock Hills, Somerset, and there formed the deliberate purpose to make literature adapted to interest mankind permanently, which, they declared, classic poetry could never do. Helping the two poets was Wordsworth's sister Dorothy, with a woman's love for flowers and all beautiful things, and a woman's divine sympathy for human life, even in its lowliest forms. Though a silent partner, she furnished perhaps the largest share of the inspiration which resulted in the famous Lyrical Ballads of 1798. In their partnership, Coleridge was to take up the supernatural, or at least romantic, while Wordsworth was to give charm of novelty to things of every day, by awakening the mind's attention from the lethargy of custom and directing it to the loveliness and the wonders of the world before us. The whole spirit of their work is reflected in two poems of this remarkable little volume. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which is Coleridge's masterpiece, and Lines Written a Few Miles Above Tintern Abbey, which expresses Wordsworth's poetical creed, and which is one of the noblest and most significant of our poems. That the Lyrical Ballads attracted no attention. Note, the Lyrical Ballads were better appreciated in America than in England. The first edition was printed here in 1802. End of note. And was practically ignored by a public that would soon go into raptures over Byron's Childe Harold and Don Juan, is of small consequence. Many men will hurry a mile to see skyrockets who never notice Orion and the Pleiades from their own doorstep. Had Wordsworth and Coleridge written only this one little book, they would still be among the representative writers of an age that proclaimed the final triumph of Romanticism. Life of Wordsworth. To understand the life of him who, in Tennyson's words, uttered nothing base, it is well to read first the Prelude, which records the impressions made upon Wordsworth's mind from his earliest recollection until his full manhood in 1805, when the poem was completed. Note: the Prelude was not published till after Wordsworth's death, nearly a half century later. End of note. Outwardly, his long and uneventful life divides itself naturally into four periods. One, his childhood and youth in the Cumberland Hills, from 1770 to 1787. Two, a period of uncertainty, of storm and stress, including his university life at Cambridge, his travels abroad, and his revolutionary experience, from 1787 to 1797. 3. A short but significant period of finding himself and his work, from 1797 to 1799. 4. A long period of retirement in the northern lake region, where he was born, and where for a full half century he lived so close to nature that her influence is reflected in all his poetry. When one has outlined these four periods, he has told almost all that can be told of a life which is marked, not by events, but largely by spiritual experiences. Wordsworth was born in 1770 at Cockermouth, Cumberland, where the Derwent, fairest of all rivers, loved to blend his murmurs with my nurse's song, and from his alder shades and rocky falls, and from his fords and shallows, sent a voice that flowed along my dreams. It is almost a shock to one who knows Wordsworth only by his calm and noble poetry to read that he was of a moody and violent temper, and that his mother despaired of him alone among her 5 children. She died when he was but 8 years old, but not till she had exerted an influence which lasted all his life, so that he could remember her as the heart of all our learnings and our loves. The father died some 6 years later, and the orphan was taken in charge by relatives who sent him to school at Hawkshead in the beautiful lake region. Here, apparently, the unroofed school of nature attracted him more than the discipline of the classics, and he learned more eagerly from the flowers and hills and stars than from his books. But one must read Wordsworth's own record in The Prelude to appreciate this. 3 things in this poem must impress even the casual reader. First, Wordsworth loves to be alone and is never lonely with nature. Second, like every other child who spends much time alone in the woods and fields, he feels the presence of some living spirit, real though unseen, and companionable though silent. Third, his impressions are exactly like our own and delightfully familiar. When he tells of the long summer days spent in swimming, basking in the sun, and questing over the hills, or of the winter night when, on his skates, he chased the reflection of a star in the black ice, or of his exploring the lake in a boat and getting suddenly frightened when the world grew big and strange, in all this he is simply recalling a multitude of our own vague, happy memories of childhood. He goes out into the woods at night to tend his woodcock snares. He runs across another boy's snares, follows them, finds a woodcock caught, takes it, hurries away through the night, and then I heard among the solitary hills low breathings coming after me, and sounds of undistinguishable motion. That is like a mental photograph. Any boy who has come home through the woods at night will recognize it instantly. Again, he tells as of going bird's nesting on the cliffs. Oh, when I have hung above the raven's nest by knots of grass and half-inch fissures in the slippery rock, but ill sustained, and almost, so it seemed, suspended by the blast that blew amain, shouldering the naked crag. Oh, at that time, while on the perilous ridge I hung alone, with what strange utterance did the loud, dry wind blow through my ear! The sky seemed not a sky of earth, and with what motion moved the clouds! No man can read such records without finding his own boyhood again, and his own abounding joy of life in the poet's early impressions. The second period of Wordsworth's life begins with his university course at Cambridge in 1787. In the 3rd book of The Prelude we find a dispassionate account of student life, with its trivial occupations, its pleasures, and general aimlessness. Wordsworth proved to be a very ordinary scholar, following his own genius rather than the curriculum, and looking forward more eagerly to his vacation among the hills than to his examinations. Perhaps the most interesting thing in his life at Cambridge was his fellowship with the young political enthusiasts, whose spirit is expressed in his remarkable poem on the French Revolution, a poem which is better than a volume of history to show the hopes and ambitions that stirred all Europe in the first days of that mighty upheaval. Wordsworth made 2 trips to France in 1790 and 1791, seeing things chiefly through the rosy spectacles of the young Oxford Republicans. On his second visit he joined the Girondists, or the moderate Republicans, and only the decision of his relatives, who cut off his allowance and hurried him back to England, prevented his going headlong to the guillotine with the leaders of his party. Two things rapidly cooled Wordsworth's revolutionary enthusiasm, and ended the only dramatic interest of his placid life. One was the excesses of the Revolution itself, and especially the execution of Louis XVI. The other was the rise of Napoleon, and the slavish adulation accorded by France to this most vulgar and dangerous of tyrants. His coolness soon grew to disgust and opposition, as shown by his subsequent poems; and this brought upon him the censure of Shelley, Byron, and other extremists, though it gained the friendship of Scott, who from the first had no sympathy with the Revolution or with the young English enthusiasts. Of the decisive period of Wordsworth's life, when he was living with his sister Dorothy and with Coleridge at Alfoxden, we have already spoken. The importance of this decision to give himself to poetry is evident when we remember that at 30 years of age he was without money or any definite aim or occupation in life. He considered the law, but confessed he had no sympathy for its contradictory precepts and practices. He considered the ministry, but though strongly inclined to the church, he felt himself not good enough for the sacred office. Once he had wanted to be a soldier and serve his country, but had wavered at the prospect of dying of disease in a foreign land and throwing away his life without glory or profit to anybody. An apparent accident, which looks more to us like a special providence, determined his course. He had taken care of a young friend, Raisley Calvert, who died of consumption and left Wordsworth heir to a few £100 and to the request that he should give his life to poetry. It was this unexpected gift which enabled Wordsworth to retire from the world and follow his genius. All his life he was poor, and lived in an atmosphere of plain living and high thinking. His poetry brought him almost nothing in the way of money rewards, and it was only by a series of happy accidents that he was enabled to continue his work. One of these accidents was that he became a Tory, and soon accepted the office of a distributor of stamps, and was later appointed poet laureate by the government, which occasioned Browning's famous but ill-considered poem of The Lost Leader. Just for a handful of silver he left us, just for a riband to stick in his coat. The last half-century of Wordsworth's life, in which he retired to his beloved Lake District and lived successively at Grasmere and Rydal Mount, remind one strongly of Browning's long struggle for literary recognition. It was marked by the same steadfast purpose, the same trusted ideal, the same continuous work, and the same tardy recognition by the public. His poetry was mercilessly ridiculed by nearly all the magazine critics, who seized upon the worst of his work as a standard of judgment. And book after book of poems appeared without meeting any success save the approval of a few loyal friends. Without doubt or impatience he continued his work, trusting to the future to recognize and approve it. His attitude here reminds one strongly of the poor old soldier whom he met in the hills. Note the Prelude, Book 4. Who refused to beg or to mention his long service or the neglect of his country, saying with noble simplicity, "My trust is in the God of heaven, and in the eye of him who passes me." Such work and patience are certain of their reward, and long before Wordsworth's death he felt the warm sunshine of general approval. The wave of popular enthusiasm for Scott and Byron passed by as their limitations were recognized, and Wordsworth was hailed by critics as the first living poet and one of the greatest that England had ever produced. On the death of Southey, 1843, he was made poet laureate, against his own inclination. The late excessive praise left him quite as unmoved as the first excessive neglect. The steady decline in the quality of his work is due, not, as might be expected, to self-satisfaction at success, but rather to his intense conservatism, to his living too much alone, and failing to test his work by the standards and judgment of other literary men. He died tranquilly in 1850 at the age of 80 years, and was buried in the churchyard at Grasmere. Such is the brief outward record of the world's greatest interpreter of nature's message; and only one who is acquainted with both nature and the poet can realize how inadequate is any biography, for the best thing about Wordsworth must always remain unsaid. It is a comfort to know that his life, noble, sincere, heroically happy, never contradicted his message. Poetry was his life, his soul was in all his work, and only by reading what he has written can we understand the man. The poetry of Wordsworth. There is often a sense of disappointment when one reads Wordsworth for the first time, and this leads us to speak first of two difficulties which may easily prevent a just appreciation of the poet's worth. The first difficulty is in the reader, who is often puzzled by Wordsworth's absolute simplicity. We are so used to stage effects in poetry that beauty unadorned is apt to escape our notice, like Wordsworth's Lucy, a violet by a mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. Wordsworth set himself to the task of freeing poetry from all its conceits, of speaking the language of simple truth, and of portraying man and nature as they are. And in this good work we are apt to miss the beauty, the passion, the intensity that hide themselves under his simplest lines. The second difficulty is in the poet, not in the reader. It must be confessed that Wordsworth is not always melodious, that he is seldom graceful, and only occasionally inspired. When he is inspired, few poets can be compared with him. At other times the bulk of his verse is so wooden and prosy that we wonder how a poet could have written it. Moreover, he is absolutely without humor, and so he often fails to see the small step that separates the sublime from the ridiculous. In no other way can we explain The Idiot Boy, or pardon the serious absurdity of Peter Bell and his grieving jackass. Poems of nature. On account of these difficulties, it is well to avoid at first the longer works and begin with a good book of selections. Note: Dowden's Selections from Wordsworth is the best of many such collections. See selections for reading and bibliography at the end of this chapter. End of note. When we read these exquisite shorter poems, with their noble lines that live forever in our memory, we realize that Wordsworth is the greatest poet of nature that our literature has produced. If we go further and study the poems that impress us, we shall find four remarkable characteristics. 1. Wordsworth is sensitive as a barometer to every subtle change in the world about him. In The Prelude he compares himself to an Eolian harp, which answers with harmony to every touch of the wind, and the figure is strikingly accurate, as well as interesting, for there is hardly a sight or a sound, from a violet to a mountain, and from a bird note to the thunder of the cataract, that is not reflected in some beautiful way in Wordsworth's poetry. 2. Of all the poets who have written of nature, there is none that compares with him in the truthfulness of his representation. Burns, like Gray, is apt to read his own emotions into natural objects, so that there is more of the poet than of nature, even in his Mouse and Mountain Daisy. But Wordsworth gives you the bird and the flower, the wind and the tree and the river, just as they are, and is content to let them speak their own message. 3. No other poet ever found such abundant beauty in the common world. He had not only sight, but insight; that is, he not only sees clearly and describes accurately, but penetrates to the heart of things, and always finds some exquisite meaning that is not written on the surface. It is idle to specify or to quote lines on flowers or stars, on snow or vapor. Nothing is ugly or commonplace in his world. On the contrary, there is hardly one natural phenomenon which he has not glorified by pointing out some beauty that was hidden from our eyes. 4. It is the life of nature which is everywhere recognized, not mere growth and cell changes, but sentient personal life; and the recognition of this personality in nature characterizes all the world's great poetry. In his childhood Wordsworth regarded natural objects, the streams, the hills, the flowers, even the winds, as his companions; and with his mature belief that all nature is the reflection of the living God, it was inevitable that his poetry should thrill with the sense of a spirit that rolls through all things. Cowper, Burns, Keats, Tennyson, all these poets give you the outward aspects of nature in varying degrees; but Wordsworth gives you her very life, and the impression of some personal living spirit that meets and accompanies the man who goes alone through the woods and fields. We shall hardly find, even in the philosophy of Leibnitz or in the nature myths of our Indians, any such impression of living nature as this poet awakens in us. And that suggests another delightful characteristic of Wordsworth's poetry, namely, that he seems to awaken rather than create an impression. He stirs our memory deeply, so that in reading him we live once more in the vague, beautiful wonderland of our own childhood. Poems of human life. Such is the philosophy of Wordsworth's nature poetry. If we search now for his philosophy of human life, we shall find four more doctrines, which rest upon his basal conception that man is not apart from nature, but is the very life of her life. 1. In childhood man is sensitive as a wind harp to all natural influences. He is an epitome of the gladness and beauty of the world. Wordsworth explains this gladness and this sensitiveness to nature by the doctrine that the child comes straight from the Creator of nature. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. In this exquisite ode, which he calls Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood, 1807, Wordsworth sums up his philosophy of childhood; and he may possibly be indebted here to the poet Vaughan, who, more than a century before, had proclaimed in The Retreat the same doctrine. This kinship with nature and with God, which glorifies childhood, ought to extend through a man's whole life and ennoble it. This is the teaching of Tintern Abbey, in which the best part of our life is shown to be the result of natural influences. According to Wordsworth, society and the crowded, unnatural life of cities tend to weaken and pervert humanity, and a return to natural and simple living is the only remedy for human wretchedness. 2. The natural instincts and pleasures of childhood are the true standards of a man's happiness in this life. All artificial pleasures soon grow tiresome. The natural pleasures, which a man so easily neglects in his work, are the chief means by which we may expect permanent and increasing joy. In Tintern Abbey, The Rainbow, Ode to Duty, and Intimations of Immortality, we see this plain teaching. But we can hardly read one of Wordsworth's pages without finding it slipped in unobtrusively, like the fragrance of a wild flower. 3. The truth of humanity, that is, the common life which labors and loves and shares the general heritage of smiles and tears, is the only subject of permanent literary interest. Burns and the early poets of the Revival began the good work of showing the romantic interest of common life, and Wordsworth continued it in Michael, the Solitary Reaper, To a Highland Girl, Stepping Westward, The Excursion, and a score of lesser poems. Joy and sorrow, not of princes or heroes, but in widest commonalty spread, are his themes. And the hidden purpose of many of his poems is to show that the keynote of all life is happiness, not an occasional thing, the result of chance or circumstance, but a heroic thing to be won, as one would win any other success, by work and patience. 4. To this natural philosophy of man, Wordsworth adds a mystic element, the result of his own belief that in every natural object there is a reflection of the living God. Nature is everywhere transfused and illumined by spirit. Man also is a reflection of the divine spirit, and we shall never understand the emotions roused by a flower or a sunset until we learn that nature appeals through the eye of man to his inner spirit. In a word, nature must be spiritually discerned. In Tintern Abbey, the spiritual appeal of nature is expressed in almost every line, but the mystic conception of man is seen more clearly in Intimations of Immortality, which Emerson calls the high water mark of poetry in the 19th century. In this last splendid ode, Wordsworth adds to his spiritual interpretation of nature and man the alluring doctrine of pre-existence, which has appealed so powerfully to Hindu and Greek in turn, and which makes of human life a continuous, immortal thing without end or beginning. The Recluse. Wordsworth's longer poems, since they contain much that is prosy and uninteresting, may well be left till after we have read the odes, sonnets, and short descriptive poems that have made him famous. As showing a certain heroic cast of Wordsworth's mind, it is interesting to learn that the greater part of his work, including the Prelude and the Excursion, was intended for a place in a single great poem to be called The Recluse, which should treat of nature, man, and society. The Prelude, treating of the growth of a poet's mind, was to introduce the work. The Home at Grasmere, which is the first book of The Recluse, was not published till 1888, long after the poet's death. The Excursion, 1814, is the second book of The Recluse, and the third was never completed, though Wordsworth intended to include most of his shorter poems in this third part, and so make an immense personal epic of a poet's life and work. It is perhaps just as well that the work remained unfinished. The best of his work appeared in the Lyrical Ballads, 1798, and in the sonnets, odes, and lyrics of the next 10 years, though the Dudden Sonnets, 1820, To a Skylark, 1825, and Yarrow Revisited, 1831, show that he retained till past 60 much of his youthful enthusiasm. In his later years, however, he perhaps wrote too much. His poetry, like his prose, becomes dull and unimaginative, and we miss the flashes of insight, the tender memories of childhood, and the recurrence of noble lines, each one a poem, that constitutes the surprise and the delight of reading Wordsworth. The outward shows of sky and earth, of hill and valley, he has viewed, and impulses of deeper birth have come to him in solitude. In common things that round us lie, some random truths he can impart. the harvest of a quiet eye that broods and sleeps on his own heart. End of Section 42. Section 43 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772 1834. A grief without a pang, void, dark, and drear, a stifled, drowsy, unimpassioned grief, which finds no natural outlet, no relief, in word or sigh or tear. In the wonderful Ode to Dejection, from which the above fragment is taken, we have a single strong impression of Coleridge's whole life, a sad, broken, tragic life, in marked contrast with the peaceful existence of his friend Wordsworth. For himself, during the greater part of his life, the poet had only grief and remorse as his portion. But for everybody else, for the audiences that were charmed by the brilliancy of his literary lectures, for the friends who gathered about him to be inspired by his ideals and conversations, and for all his readers who found unending delight in the little volume which holds his poetry, he had, and still has, a cheering message, full of beauty and hope and inspiration. Such is Coleridge, a man of grief, who makes the world glad. Life. In 1772 there lived in Ottery, St. Mary, Devonshire, a queer little man, the Reverend John Coleridge, vicar of the parish church and master of the local grammar school. In the former capacity he preached profound sermons, quoting to open-mouthed rustics long passages from the Hebrew, which he told them was the very tongue of the Holy Ghost. In the latter capacity he wrote for his boys a new Latin grammar, to mitigate some of the difficulties of traversing that terrible jungle by means of ingenious bypaths and shortcuts. For instance, when his boys found the ablative a somewhat difficult case to understand, he told them to think of it as the quale, quare, quiditive case, which of course makes its meaning perfectly clear. In both these capacities the elder Coleridge was a sincere man, gentle and kindly, whose memory was like a religion to his sons and daughters. In that same year was born Samuel Taylor Coleridge, the youngest of 13 children. He was an extraordinarily precocious child, who could read at 3 years of age, and who before he was 5 had read the Bible and the Arabian Nights, and could remember an astonishing amount from both books. From 3 to 6 he attended a dame school, and from 6 till 9, when his father died and left the family destitute, he was in his father's school, learning the classics, reading an enormous quantity of English books, avoiding novels, and delighting in cumbrous theological and metaphysical treatises. At 10 he was sent to the charity school of Christ's Hospital, London, where he met Charles Lamb, who records his impression of the place and of Coleridge in one of his famous essays. Note: see Christ's Hospital 35 years ago, in Essays of Eliot. End of note. Coleridge seems to have remained in this school for 7 or 8 years without visiting his home, a poor, neglected boy whose comforts and entertainments were all within himself. Just as, when a little child, he used to wander over the fields with a stick in his hand, slashing the tops from weeds and thistles, and thinking himself to be the mighty champion of Christendom against the infidels, so now he would lie on the roof of the school, forgetting the play of his fellows and the roar of the London streets, watching the white clouds drifting over and following them in spirit into all sorts of romantic adventures. At 19 this hopeless dreamer, who had read more books than an old professor, entered Cambridge as a charity student. He remained for nearly 3 years, then ran away because of a trifling debt, and enlisted in the dragoons, where he served several months before he was discovered and brought back to the university. He left in 1794 without taking his degree, and presently we find him with the youthful Southey, a kindred spirit, who had been fired to wild enthusiasm by the French Revolution, founding his famous Pantisocracy for the regeneration of human society. The Fall of Robespierre, a poem composed by the two enthusiasts, is full of the new revolutionary spirit. The Pantisocracy, on the banks of the Susquehanna, was to be an ideal community in which the citizens combined farming and literature. The work was to be limited to 2 hours each day. Moreover, each member of the community was to marry a good woman and take her with him. The two poets obeyed the latter injunction first, marrying 2 sisters, and then found that they had no money to pay even their traveling expenses to the new Utopia. During all the rest of his career a tragic weakness of will takes possession of Coleridge, making it impossible for him, with all his genius and learning, to hold himself steady to any one work or purpose. He studied in Germany, worked as a private secretary, till the drudgery wore upon his free spirit. Then he went to Rome and remained for 2 years lost in study. Later he started The Friend, a paper devoted to truth and liberty, lectured on poetry and the fine arts to enraptured audiences in London, until his frequent failures to meet his engagements scattered his hearers. Was offered an excellent position and a half interest, amounting to some £2,000, in the Morning Post and the Courier, but declined it, saying that I would not give up the country and the lazy reading of old folios for 2,000 times £2,000. In short, that beyond £350 a year I considered money a real evil. His family, meanwhile, was almost entirely neglected. He lived apart, following his own way, and the wife and children were left in charge of his friend Southey. Needing money, he was on the point of becoming a Unitarian minister, when a small pension from 2 friends enabled him to live for a few years without regular employment. A terrible shadow in Coleridge's life was the apparent cause of most of his dejection. In early life he suffered from neuralgia, and to ease the pain began to use opiates. The result on such a temperament was almost inevitable. He became a slave to the drug habit. His naturally weak will lost all its directing and sustaining force, until, after 15 years of pain and struggle and despair, he gave up and put himself in charge of a physician, one Mr. Gilman of Highgate. Carlyle, who visited him at this time, calls him a king of men, but records that he gave you the idea of a life that had been full of sufferings, a life heavy laden, half vanquished, still swimming painfully in seas of manifold physical and other bewilderment. The shadow is dark indeed, but there are gleams of sunshine that occasionally break through the clouds. One of these is his association with Wordsworth and his sister Dorothy in the Quantock Hills, out of which came the famous Lyrical Ballads of 1798. Another was his loyal devotion to poetry for its own sake. With the exception of his tragedy Remorse, which through Byron's influence was accepted at Drury Lane Theatre, and for which he was paid £400, he received almost nothing for his poetry. Indeed, he seems not to have desired it, for he says, "Poetry has been to me its own exceeding great reward. It has soothed my afflictions. It has multiplied and refined my enjoyments. It has endeared solitude, and it has given me the habit of wishing to discover the good and the beautiful in all that meets and surrounds me." One can better understand his exquisite verse after such a declaration. A third ray of sunlight came from the admiration of his contemporaries; for though he wrote comparatively little, he was by his talents and learning a leader among literary men, and his conversations were as eagerly listened to as were those of Dr. Johnson. Wordsworth says of him that, though other men of the age had done some wonderful things, Coleridge was the only wonderful man he had ever known. Of his lectures on literature, a contemporary says, "His words seem to flow as from a person repeating with grace and energy some delightful poem." And of his conversation it is recorded, "Throughout a long drawn summer's day would this man talk to you in low, equable, but clear and musical tones, concerning things human and divine, marshaling all history, harmonizing all experiment, probing the depths of your consciousness, and revealing visions of glory and terror to the imagination." The last bright ray of sunlight comes from Coleridge's own soul, from the gentle, kindly nature which made men love and respect him in spite of his weakness, and which caused Lamb to speak of him humorously as "an archangel a little damaged." The universal law of suffering seems to be that it refines and softens humanity, and Coleridge was no exception to the law. In his poetry we find a note of human sympathy more tender and profound than can be found in Wordsworth or, indeed, in any other of the great English poets. Even in his later poems, when he has lost his first inspiration and something of the splendid imaginative power that makes his work equal to the best of Blake's, we find a soul tender, triumphant, quiet, in the stillness of a great peace. He died in 1834 and was buried in Highgate Church. The last stanza of the Boatman's Song, In Remorse, serves better to express the world's judgment than any epitaph. Hark! The cadence dies away on the quiet moonlit sea. The boatmen rest their oars and say, Misere Domini. Works of Coleridge. The works of Coleridge naturally divide themselves into three classes, the poetic, the critical, and the philosophical, corresponding to the early, the middle, and the later periods of his career. Of his poetry, Stopford Brooke well says, "All that he did excellently might be bound up in 20 pages, but it should be bound in pure gold." His early poems show the influence of Gray and Blake, especially of the latter. When Coleridge begins his Day Dream with the line, "My eyes make pictures when they're shut," we recall instantly Blake's haunting Songs of Innocence. But there is this difference between the two poets. In Blake we have only a dreamer. In Coleridge we have the rare combination of the dreamer and the profound scholar. The quality of this early poetry, with its strong suggestion of Blake, may be seen in such poems as A Day Dream, The Devil's Thoughts, The Suicide's Argument, and The Wanderings of Cain. His later poems, wherein we see his imagination bridled by thought and study, but still running very freely, may best be appreciated in Kubla Khan, Christabel, and The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. It is difficult to criticize such poems. One can only read them and wonder at their melody and at the vague suggestions which they conjure up in the mind. Kubla Khan is a fragment, painting a gorgeous Oriental dream picture, such as one might see in an October sunset. The whole poem came to Coleridge one morning when he had fallen asleep over Purchas, and upon awakening he began to write hastily. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. He was interrupted after 54 lines were written, and he never finished the poem. Christabel is also a fragment, which seems to have been planned as the story of a pure young girl who fell under the spell of a sorcerer in the shape of the woman Geraldine. It is full of a strange melody, and contains many passages of exquisite poetry; but it trembles with a strange, unknown horror, and so suggests the supernatural terrors of the popular hysterical novels to which we have referred. On this account it is not wholesome reading, though one flies in the face of Swinburne and of other critics by venturing to suggest such a thing. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner is Coleridge's chief contribution to the lyrical ballads of 1798, and is one of the world's masterpieces. Though it introduces the reader to a supernatural realm, with a phantom ship, a crew of dead men, the overhanging curse of the albatross, the polar spirit, and the magic breeze, it nevertheless manages to create a sense of absolute reality concerning these manifest absurdities. All the mechanisms of the poem, its meter, rhyme, and melody, are perfect, and some of its descriptions of the lonely sea have never been equaled. Perhaps we should say suggestions rather than descriptions, for Coleridge never describes things, but makes a suggestion, always brief and always exactly right, and our own imagination instantly supplies the details. It is useless to quote fragments. One must read the entire poem if he reads nothing else of the romantic school of poetry. Among Coleridge's shorter poems there is a wide variety, and each reader must be left largely to follow his own taste. The beginner will do well to read a few of the early poems to which we have referred, and then to try the Ode to France, Youth and Age, Dejection, Love Poems, Fears in Solitude, Religious Musings, Work Without Hope, and the glorious Hymn Before Sunrise in the Vale of Chamouni. One exquisite little poem from the Latin, the Virgin's Cradle Hymn, and his version of Schiller's Wallenstein show Coleridge's remarkable power as a translator. The latter is one of the best poetical translations in our literature. Prose works. Of Coleridge's prose works, the Biographia Literaria, or Sketches of My Literary Life and Opinions, 1817, his collected Lectures on Shakespeare, 1849, and Aids to Reflection, 1825, are the most interesting from a literary viewpoint. The first is an explanation and criticism of Wordsworth's theory of poetry, and contains more sound sense and illuminating ideas on the general subject of poetry than any other book in our language. The lectures, as refreshing as a west wind in midsummer, are remarkable for their attempt to sweep away the arbitrary rules which for 2 centuries had stood in the way of literary criticism of Shakespeare, in order to study the works themselves. No finer analysis and appreciation of the master's genius has ever been written. In his philosophical work, Coleridge introduced the idealistic philosophy of Germany into England. He set himself in line with Berkeley and squarely against Bentham, Malthus, Mill, and all the materialistic tendencies which were and still are the bane of English philosophy. The Aids to Reflection is Coleridge's most profound work, but is more interesting to the student of religion and philosophy than to the readers of literature. Robert Southey, 1774 1843. Closely associated with Wordsworth and Coleridge is Robert Southey, and the three, on account of their residence in the northern Lake District, were referred to contemptuously as the Lakers by the Scottish magazine reviewers. Southey holds his place in this group more by personal association than by his literary gifts. He was born at Bristol in 1774, studied at Westminster School and at Oxford, where he found himself in perpetual conflict with the authorities on account of his independent views. He finally left the university and joined Coleridge in his scheme of a pantisocracy. For more than 50 years he labored steadily at literature, refusing to consider any other occupation. He considered himself seriously as one of the greatest writers of the day, and a reading of his ballads, which connected him at once with the Romantic school, leads us to think that, had he written less, he might possibly have justified his own opinion of himself. Unfortunately, he could not wait for inspiration, being obliged to support not only his own family, but also, in large measure, that of his friend Coleridge. Works of Southey. Southey gradually surrounded himself with one of the most extensive libraries in England, and set himself to the task of writing something every working day. The results of his industry were 109 volumes, besides some 150 articles for the magazines, most of which are now utterly forgotten. His most ambitious poems are Thalaba, a tale of Arabian enchantment; The Curse of Kehama, a medley of Hindu mythology; Madoc, a legend of a Welsh prince who discovered the Western world; and Roderick, a tale of the last of the Goths. All these and many more, although containing some excellent passages, are on the whole exaggerated and unreal, both in manner and in matter. Southey wrote far better prose than poetry, and his admirable Life of Nelson is still often read. Besides these are his Lives of British Admirals, his Lives of Cowper and Wesley, and his Histories of Brazil and of the Peninsular War. Southey was made poet laureate in 1813, and was the first to raise that office from the low estate into which it had fallen since the death of Dryden. The opening lines of Thalaba, beginning, "How beautiful is night, a dewy freshness fills the silent air," are still sometimes quoted, and a few of his best known short poems, like "The Scholar," "Auld Cloots," "The Well of St. Keyne," "The Inchcape Rock," and "Lodore," will repay the curious reader. The beauty of Southey's character, his patience and helpfulness, make him a worthy associate of the two greater poets with whom he is generally named. End of Section 43. Section 44 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. Walter Scott, 1771 1832. We have already called attention to two significant movements of the eighteenth century, which we must for a moment recall if we are to appreciate Scott, not simply as a delightful teller of tales, but as a tremendous force in modern literature. The first is the triumph of romantic poetry in Wordsworth and Coleridge. The second is the success of our first English novelists, and the popularization of literature by taking it from the control of a few patrons and critics and putting it into the hands of the people as one of the forces which mold our modern life. Scott is an epitome of both these movements. The poetry of Wordsworth and Coleridge was read by a select few, but Scott's Marmion and Lady of the Lake aroused a whole nation to enthusiasm, and for the first time romantic poetry became really popular. So also the novel had been content to paint men and women of the present until the wonderful series of Waverley novels appeared, when suddenly, by the magic of this Wizard of the North, all history seemed changed. The past, which had hitherto appeared as a dreary region of dead heroes, became alive again, and filled with a multitude of men and women who had the surprising charm of reality. It is of small consequence that Scott's poetry and prose are both faulty, that his poems are read chiefly for the story rather than for their poetic excellence, and that much of the evident crudity and barbarism of the Middle Ages is ignored or forgotten in Scott's writings. By their vigor, their freshness, their rapid action, and their breezy, out of door atmosphere, Scott's novels attracted thousands of readers who else had known nothing of the delights of literature. He is therefore the greatest known factor in establishing and in popularizing that romantic element in prose and poetry which has been for 100 years the chief characteristic of our literature. Life. Scott was born in Edinburgh on August 15, 1771. On both his mother's and father's side he was descended from old border families, distinguished more for their feuds and fighting than for their intellectual attainments. His father was a barrister, a just man, who often lost clients by advising them to be, first of all, honest in their lawsuits. His mother was a woman of character and education, strongly imaginative, a teller of tales, which stirred young Walter's enthusiasm by revealing the past as a world of living heroes. As a child, Scott was lame and delicate, and was therefore sent away from the city to be with his grandmother in the open country at Sandy Knowe, in Roxburghshire, near the Tweed. This grandmother was a perfect treasure house of legends concerning the old border feuds. From her wonderful tales Scott developed that intense love of Scottish history and tradition which characterizes all his work. By the time he was 8 years old, when he returned to Edinburgh, Scott's tastes were fixed for life. At the high school he was a fair scholar, but without enthusiasm, being more interested in border stories than in the textbooks. He remained at school only 6 or 7 years, and then entered his father's office to study law, at the same time attending lectures at the university. He kept this up for some 6 years without developing any interest in his profession, not even when he passed his examinations and was admitted to the bar in 1792. After 19 years of desultory work, in which he showed far more zeal in gathering Highland legends than in gaining clients, he had won 2 small legal offices, which gave him enough income to support him comfortably. His home, meanwhile, was at Ashestiel on the Tweed, where all his best poetry was written. Scott's literary work began with the translation from German of Bürger's Romantic Ballad of Lenore (1796) and of Goethe's Götz von Berlichingen (1799). But there was romance enough in his own loved Highlands, and in 1802 1803 appeared 3 volumes of his Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, which he had been collecting for many years. In 1805, when Scott was 34 years old, appeared his first original work, The Lady of the Last Minstrel. Its success was immediate, and when Marmion (1808) and The Lady of the Lake (1810) aroused Scotland and England to intense enthusiasm and brought unexpected fame to the author, without in the least spoiling his honest and lovable nature, Scott gladly resolved to abandon the law in which he had won scant success and give himself wholly to literature. Unfortunately, however, in order to increase his earnings, he entered secretly into partnership with the firms of Constable and the brothers Ballantyne as printer-publishers, a sad mistake indeed, and the cause of that tragedy which closed the life of Scotland's greatest writer. The year 1811 is remarkable for 2 things in Scott's life. In this year he seems to have realized that, notwithstanding the success of his poems, he had not yet found himself, that he was not a poetic genius like Burns, that in his first 3 poems he had practically exhausted his material, though he still continued to write verse, and that if he was to keep his popularity he must find some other work. The fact that only a year later Byron suddenly became the popular favorite shows how correctly Scott had judged himself and the reading public, which was even more fickle than usual in this emotional age. In that same year, 1811, Scott bought the estate at Abbotsford on the Tweed, with which place his name is forever associated. Here he began to spend large sums and to dispense the generous hospitality of a Scotch laird, of which he had been dreaming for years. In 1820 he was made a baronet, and his new title of Sir Walter came nearer to turning his honest head than had all his literary success. His business partnership was kept secret, and during all the years when the Waverley novels were the most popular books in the world, their authorship remained unknown. For Scott deemed it beneath the dignity of his title to earn money by business or literature, and sought to give the impression that the enormous sums spent at Abbotsford in improving the estate and in entertaining lavishly were part of the dignity of the position and came from ancestral sources. It was the success of Byron's Childe Harold and the comparative failure of Scott's later poems, Rokeby, The Bridal of Triermain, and The Lord of the Isles, which led our author into the new field, where he was to be without rival. Rummaging through a cabinet one day in search of some fishing tackle, Scott found the manuscript of a story which he had begun and laid aside 9 years before. He read this old story eagerly, as if it had been another's work, finished it within 3 weeks, and published it without signing his name. The success of this first novel, Waverley (1814), was immediate and unexpected. Its great sales and the general chorus of praise for its unknown author were without precedent. And when Guy Mannering, The Antiquary, Black Dwarf, Old Mortality, Rob Roy, and The Heart of Midlothian appeared within the next 4 years, England's delight and wonder knew no bounds. Not only at home, but also on the Continent, large numbers of these fresh and fascinating stories were sold as fast as they could be printed. During the 17 years which followed the appearance of Waverley, Scott wrote on an average nearly 2 novels per year, creating an unusual number of characters and illustrating many periods of Scotch, English, and French history, from the time of the Crusades to the fall of the Stuarts. In addition to these historical novels, he wrote Tales of a Grandfather, Demonology and Witchcraft, biographies of Dryden and of Swift, The Life of Napoleon in 9 volumes, and a large number of articles for the reviews and magazines. It was an extraordinary amount of literary work, but it was not quite so rapid and spontaneous as it seemed. He had been very diligent in looking up old records, and we must remember that in nearly all his poems and novels Scott was drawing upon a fund of legend, tradition, history, and poetry which he had been gathering for 40 years, and which his memory enabled him to produce at will with almost the accuracy of an encyclopedia. For the first 6 years Scott held himself to Scottish history, giving us in 9 remarkable novels the whole of Scotland, its heroism, its superb faith and enthusiasm, and especially its clannish loyalty to its hereditary chiefs, giving us also all parties and characters, from Covenanters to Royalists, and from kings to beggars. After reading these 9 volumes, we know Scotland and Scotchmen as we can know them in no other way. In 1819 he turned abruptly from Scotland, and in Ivanhoe, the most popular of his works, showed what a mine of neglected wealth lay just beneath the surface of English history. It is hard to realize now, as we read its rapid melodramatic action, its vivid portrayal of Saxon and Norman character, and all its picturesque details, that it was written rapidly at a time when the author was suffering from disease and could hardly repress an occasional groan from finding its way into the rapid dictation. It stands today as the best example of the author's own theory that the will of a man is enough to hold him steadily against all obstacles to the task of doing what he has a mind to do. Kenilworth, Nigel, Peveril, and Woodstock, all written in the next few years, show his grasp of the romantic side of English annals. Count Robert and The Talisman show his enthusiasm for the heroic side of the Crusaders' nature. And Quentin Durward and Anne of Geierstein suggest another mine of romance which he discovered in French history. For 20 years Scott labored steadily at literature, with the double object of giving what was in him and of earning large sums to support the lavish display which he deemed essential to a laird of Scotland. In 1826, while he was blithely at work on Woodstock, the crash came. Not even the vast earnings of all these popular novels could longer keep the wretched business of Ballantine on its feet, and the firm failed after years of mismanagement. Though a silent partner, Scott assumed full responsibility, and at 55 years of age, sick, suffering, and with all his best work behind him, he found himself facing a debt of over $500,000. The firm could easily have compromised with its creditors, but Scott refused to hear of bankruptcy laws under which he could have taken refuge. He assumed the entire debt as a personal one, and set resolutely to work to pay every penny. Times were indeed changed in England, when, instead of a literary genius starving until some wealthy patron gave him a pension, this man, aided by his pen alone, could confidently begin to earn that enormous amount of money; and this is one of the unnoticed results of the popularization of literature. Without a doubt, Scott would have accomplished the task had he been granted only a few years of health. He still lived at Abbotsford, which he had offered to his creditors, but which they generously refused to accept, and in 2 years, by miscellaneous work, had paid some $200,000 of his debt, nearly half of this sum coming from his Life of Napoleon. A new edition of the Waverley novels appeared, which was very successful financially, and Scott had every reason to hope that he would soon face the world owing no man a penny when he suddenly broke under the strain. In 1830 occurred a stroke of paralysis from which he never fully recovered, though after a little time he was again at work, dictating with splendid patience and resolution. He writes in his diary at this time, "The blow is a stunning one, I suppose, for I scarcely feel it. It is singular, but it comes with as little surprise as if I had a remedy ready. Yet God knows I am at sea, in the dark, and the vessel leaky." It is good to remember that governments are not always ungrateful, and to record that, when it became known that a voyage to Italy might improve Scott's health, the British government promptly placed a naval vessel at the disposal of a man who had led no armies to the slaughter, but had only given pleasure to multitudes of peaceable men and women by his stories. He visited Malta, Naples, and Rome, but in his heart he longed for Scotland, and turned homeward after a few months of exile. The river Tweed, the Scotch hills, the trees of Abbotsford, the joyous clamor of his dogs, brought forth the first exclamation of delight which had passed Scott's lips since he sailed away. He died in September of the same year, 1832, and was buried with his ancestors in the old Dryburgh Abbey. Works of Scott. Scott's work is of a kind which the critic gladly passes over, leaving each reader to his own joyous and uninstructed opinion. From a literary viewpoint, the works are faulty enough, if one is looking for faults; but it is well to remember that they were intended to give delight, and that they rarely fail of their object. When one has read the stirring Marmion, or the more enduring Lady of the Lake, felt the heroism of the Crusaders in the Talisman, the picturesqueness of chivalry in Ivanhoe, the nobleness of soul of a Scotch peasant girl in the Heart of Midlothian, and the quality of Scotch faith in Old Mortality, then his own opinion of Scott's genius will be of more value than all the criticisms that have ever been written. Scott's poetry. At the outset we must confess frankly that Scott's poetry is not artistic in the highest sense, and that it lacks the deeply imaginative and suggestive qualities which make a poem the noblest and most enduring work of humanity. We read it now, not for its poetic excellence, but for its absorbing story interest. Even so, it serves an admirable purpose. Marmion and The Lady of the Lake, which are often the first long poems read by the beginner in literature, almost invariably lead to a deeper interest in the subject, and many readers owe to these poems an introduction to the delights of poetry. They are an excellent beginning, therefore, for young readers, since they are almost certain to hold the attention and to lead indirectly to an interest in other and better poems. Aside from this, Scott's poetry is marked by vigor and youthful abandon. Its interest lies in its vivid pictures, its heroic characters, and especially in its rapid action and succession of adventures which hold and delight us still, as they held and delighted the first wondering readers. And one finds here and there terse descriptions or snatches of song and ballad, like the Boat Song and Lochinvar, which are among the best known in our literature. Scott's novels. In his novels, Scott plainly wrote too rapidly and too much. While a genius of the first magnitude, the definition of genius as the infinite capacity for taking pains hardly belongs to him. For details of life and history, for finely drawn characters, and for tracing the logical consequences of human action, he has usually no inclination. He sketches a character roughly, plunges him into the midst of stirring incidents, and the action of the story carries us on breathlessly to the end. So his stories are largely adventure stories at the best, and it is this element of adventure and glorious action, rather than the study of character, which makes Scott a perennial favorite of the young. The same element of excitement is what causes mature readers to turn from Scott to better novelists, who have more power to delineate human character and to create or discover a romantic interest in the incidents of everyday life, rather than in stirring adventure. Note: see Scott's criticism of his own work in comparison with Jane Austen's. End of note. Scott's work for literature. Notwithstanding these limitations, it is well, especially in these days when we hear that Scott is outgrown, to emphasize four noteworthy things that he accomplished. 1. He created the historical novel. Note: Scott's novels were not the first to have an historical basis. For 30 years preceding the appearance of Waverley, historical romances were popular, but it was due to Scott's genius that the historical novel became a permanent type of literature. See Cross, The Development of the English Novel. End of note. And all novelists of the last century who draw upon history for their characters and events are followers of Scott and acknowledge his mastery. 2. His novels are on a vast scale, covering a very wide range of action, and are concerned with public rather than with private interests. So, with the exception of The Bride of Lammermoor, the love story in his novels is generally pale and feeble, but the strife and passions of big parties are magnificently portrayed. A glance over even the titles of his novels show how the heroic side of history for over 600 years finds expression in his pages, and all the parties of these 6 centuries, Crusaders, Covenanters, Cavaliers, Roundheads, Papists, Jews, Gypsies, rebels, start into life again and fight or give a reason for the faith that is in them. No other novelist in England, and only Balzac in France, approaches Scott in the scope of his narratives. 3. Scott was the first novelist in any language to make the scene an essential element in the action. He knew Scotland and loved it, and there is hardly an event in any of his Scottish novels in which we do not breathe the very atmosphere of the place, and feel the presence of its moors and mountains. The place, moreover, is usually so well chosen and described that the action seems almost to be the result of natural environment. Perhaps the most striking illustration of this harmony between scene and incident is found in Old Mortality, where Morton approaches the cave of the old Covenanter, and where the spiritual terror inspired by the fanatic's struggle with imaginary fiends is paralleled by the physical terror of a gulf and a roaring flood spanned by a slippery tree trunk. A second illustration of the same harmony of scene and incident is found in the meeting of the arms and ideals of the East and West, when the two champions fight in the burning desert, and then eat bread together in the cool shade of the oasis, as described in the opening chapter of The Talisman. A third illustration is found in that fascinating love scene where Ivanhoe lies wounded, raging at his helplessness, while the gentle Rebecca alternately hides and reveals her love, as she describes the terrific assault on the castle which goes on beneath her window. His thoughts are all on the fight, hers on the man she loves, and both are natural and both are exactly what we expect under the circumstances. These are but striking examples of the fact that in all his work Scott tries to preserve perfect harmony between the scene and the action. 4. Scott's chief claim to greatness lies in the fact that he was the first novelist to recreate the past, that he changed our whole conception of history by making it to be not a record of dry facts, but a stage on which living men and women played their parts. Carlyle's criticism is here most pertinent. These historical novels have taught this truth, unknown to writers of history, that the bygone ages of the world were actually filled by living men, not by protocols, state papers, controversies, and abstractions of men. Not only the pages of history, but all the hills and vales of his beloved Scotland are filled with living characters, lords and ladies, soldiers, pirates, gypsies, preachers, schoolmasters, clansmen, bailiffs, dependents. All Scotland is here before our eyes, in the reality of life itself. It is astonishing, with his large numbers of characters, that Scott never repeats himself. Naturally, he is most at home in Scotland and with humble people. Scott's own romantic interest in feudalism caused him to make his lords altogether too lordly. His aristocratic maidens are usually bloodless, conventional, exasperating creatures, who talk like books and pose like figures in an old tapestry. But when he describes characters like Jeannie Deans in The Heart of Midlothian, and the old clansman, Evan Dhu, in Waverley, we know the very soul of Scotch womanhood and manhood. Perhaps one more thing should be said, or rather repeated, of Scott's enduring work. He is always sane, wholesome, manly, inspiring. We know the essential nobility of human life better, and we are better men and women ourselves because of what he has written. End of section 44. Section 45 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. George Gordon, Lord Byron, 1788–1824. There are two distinct sides to Byron and his poetry, one good, the other bad, and those who write about him generally describe one side or the other in superlatives. Thus, one critic speaks of his splendid and imperishable excellence of sincerity and strength; another of his gaudy charlatanry, blare of brass, and big bow-wowishness. As both critics are fundamentally right, we shall not here attempt to reconcile their differences, which arise from viewing one side of the man's nature and poetry to the exclusion of the other. Before his exile from England in 1816, the general impression made by Byron is that of a man who leads an irregular life, poses as a romantic hero, makes himself out much worse than he really is, and takes delight in shocking not only the conventions but the ideals of English society. His poetry of this first period is generally, though not always, shallow and insincere in thought, and declamatory or bombastic in expression. After his exile and his meeting with Shelley in Italy, we note a gradual improvement, due partly to Shelley's influence and partly to his own mature thought and experience. We have the impression now of a disillusioned man who recognizes his true character, and who, though cynical and pessimistic, is at least honest in his unhappy outlook on society. His poetry of this period is generally less shallow and rhetorical, and though he still parades his feelings in public, he often surprises us by being manly and sincere. Thus, in the third canto of Childe Harold, written just after his exile, he says: In my youth's summer I did sing of one, the wandering outlaw of his own dark mind. And as we read on to the end of the splendid fourth canto, with its poetic feeling for nature and its stirring rhythm that grips and holds the reader like martial music, we lay down the book with profound regret that this gifted man should have devoted so much of his talent to describing trivial or unwholesome intrigues and posing as the hero of his own verses. The real tragedy of Byron's life is that he died just as he was beginning to find himself. Life. Byron was born in London in 1788, the year preceding the French Revolution. We shall understand him better and judge him more charitably if we remember the tainted stock from which he sprang. His father was a dissipated spendthrift of unspeakable morals. His mother was a Scotch heiress, passionate and unbalanced. The father deserted his wife after squandering her fortune, and the boy was brought up by the mother, who alternately petted and abused him. In his 11th year the death of the grand uncle left him heir to Newstead Abbey and to the baronial title of one of the oldest houses in England. He was singularly handsome, and a lameness resulting from a deformed foot lent a suggestion of pathos to his makeup. All this, with his social position, his pseudo-heroic poetry, and his dissipated life, over which he contrived to throw a veil of romantic secrecy, made him a magnet of attraction to many thoughtless young men and foolish women, who made the downhill path both easy and rapid to one whose inclinations led him in that direction. Naturally, he was generous, and easily led by affection. He is therefore largely a victim of his own weakness and of unfortunate surroundings. At school at Harrow and in the university at Cambridge, Byron led an unbalanced life, and was more given to certain sports from which he was not debarred by lameness than to books and study. His school life, like his infancy, is sadly marked by vanity, violence, and rebellion against every form of authority. Yet it was not without its hours of nobility and generosity. Scott describes him as a man of real goodness of heart, and the kindness and best feelings miserably thrown away by his foolish contempt of public opinion. While at Cambridge, Byron published his first volume of poems, Hours of Idleness, in 1807. A severe criticism of the volume in the Edinburgh Review wounded Byron's vanity and threw him into a violent passion, the result of which was the now famous satire called English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, in which not only his enemies, but also Scott, Wordsworth, and nearly all the literary men of his day were satirized in heroic couplets after the manner of Pope's Dunciad. It is only just to say that he afterwards made friends with Scott and with others whom he had abused without provocation. It is interesting to note, in view of his own romantic poetry, that he denounced all masters of romance and accepted the artificial standards of Pope and Dryden. His two favorite books were the Old Testament and a volume of Pope's poetry. Of the latter he says, "His is the greatest name in poetry; all the rest are barbarians." In 1809, Byron, when only 21 years of age, started on a tour of Europe and the Orient. The poetic results of this trip were the first two cantos of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, with their famous descriptions of romantic scenery. The work made him instantly popular, and his fame overshadowed Scott's completely. As he says himself, "I awoke one morning to find myself famous," and presently he styles himself "the grand Napoleon of the realms of rhyme." The worst element in Byron at this time was his insincerity, his continual posing as the hero of his poetry. His best works were translated, and his fame spread almost as rapidly on the Continent as in England. Even Goethe was deceived, and declared that a man so wonderful in character had never before appeared in literature, and would never appear again. Now that the tinsel has worn off, and we can judge the man and his work dispassionately, we see how easily even the critics of the age were governed by romantic impulses. The adulation of Byron lasted only a few years in England. In 1815 he married Miss Milbanke, an English heiress, who abruptly left him a year later. With womanly reserve she kept silence, but the public was not slow to imagine plenty of reasons for the separation. This, together with the fact that men had begun to penetrate the veil of romantic secrecy with which Byron surrounded himself and found a rather brassy idol beneath, turned the tide of public opinion against him. He left England under a cloud of distrust and disappointment in 1816 and never returned. 8 years were spent abroad, largely in Italy, where he was associated with Shelley, until the latter's tragic death in 1822. His house was ever the meeting place for revolutionists and malcontents, calling themselves patriots, whom he trusted too greatly, and with whom he shared his money most generously. Curiously enough, while he trusted men too easily, he had no faith in human society or government, and wrote in 1817, "I have simplified my politics to an utter detestation of all existing governments." During his exile he finished Childe Harold, The Prisoner of Chillon, his dramas Cain and Manfred, and numerous other works, in some of which, as in Don Juan, he delighted in revenging himself upon his countrymen by holding up to ridicule all that they held most sacred. In 1824 Byron went to Greece to give himself and a large part of his fortune to help that country in its struggle for liberty against the Turks. How far he was led by his desire for posing as a hero, and how far by a certain vigorous Viking spirit that was certainly in him, will never be known. The Greeks welcomed him and made him a leader, and for a few months he found himself in the midst of a wretched squabble of lies, selfishness, insincerity, cowardice, and intrigue, instead of the heroic struggle for liberty which he had anticipated. He died of fever in Missolonghi in 1824. One of his last poems, written there on his 36th birthday, a few months before he died, expresses his own view of his disappointing life. My days are in the yellow leaf, the flowers and fruits of love are gone. The worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone. Works of Byron. In reading Byron, it is well to remember that he was a disappointed and embittered man, not only in his personal life, but also in his expectation of a general transformation of human society. As he pours out his own feelings, chiefly in his poetry, he is the most expressive writer of his age in voicing the discontent of a multitude of Europeans who were disappointed at the failure of the French Revolution to produce an entirely new form of government and society. Hours of idleness. One who wishes to understand the whole scope of Byron's genius and poetry will do well to begin with his first work, Hours of Idleness, written when he was a young man at the university. There is very little poetry in the volume, only a striking facility in rhyme, brightened by the devil-may-care spirit of the Cavalier poets. But as a revelation of the man himself it is remarkable. In a vain and sophomoric preface he declares that poetry is to him an idle experiment, and that this is his first and last attempt to amuse himself in that line. Curiously enough, as he starts for Greece on his last fatal journey, he again ridicules literature and says that the poet is a mere babbler. It is this despising of the art which alone makes him famous that occasions our deepest disappointment. Even in his magnificent passages, in a glowing description of nature, or of a Hindoo woman's exquisite love, his work is frequently marred by a wretched pun, or by some cheap buffoonery, which ruins our first splendid impression of his poetry. Longer poems. Byron's later volumes, Manfred and Cain, the one a curious and perhaps unconscious parody of Faust, the other of Paradise Lost, are his two best known dramatic works. Aside from the question of their poetic value, they are interesting as voicing Byron's excessive individualism and his rebellion against society. The best known and the most readable of Byron's works, Mazeppa, The Prisoner of Chillon, and Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The first two cantos of Childe Harold (1812) are perhaps more frequently read than any other work of the same author, partly because of their melodious verse, partly because of their descriptions of places along the lines of European travel. But the last two cantos, 1816, 1818, written after his exile from England, have more sincerity and are in every way better expressions of Byron's mature genius. Scattered through all his works one finds magnificent descriptions of natural scenery and exquisite lyrics of love and despair, but they are mixed with such a deal of bombast and rhetoric, together with much that is unwholesome, that the beginner will do well to confine himself to a small volume of well-chosen selections. Note: see selections for reading and bibliography at the end of this chapter. End of note. Byron is often compared with Scott, as having given to us Europe and the Orient, just as Scott gave us Scotland and its people. But while there is a certain resemblance in the swing and dash of the verses, the resemblance is all on the surface, and the underlying difference between the two poets is as great as that between Thackeray and Bulwer Lytton. Scott knew his country well, its hills and valleys, which are interesting as the abode of living and lovable men and women. Byron pretended to know the secret, unwholesome side of Europe, which generally hides itself in the dark; but instead of giving us a variety of living men, he never gets away from his own unbalanced and egotistical self. All his characters, in Cain, Manfred, the Corsair, the Giaour, Childe Harold, Don Juan, are tiresome repetitions of himself, a vain, disappointed, cynical man who finds no good in life or love or anything. Naturally, with such a disposition, he is entirely incapable of portraying a true woman. To nature alone, especially in her magnificent moods, Byron remains faithful, and his portrayal of the night and the storm and the ocean in Childe Harold are unsurpassed in our language. End of Section 45. Section 46 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Percy Bysshe Shelley, 1792-1822. Make me thy lyre, even as the forest is. What if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep autumnal tone, sweet though in sadness. Be thou spirit fierce, my spirit; be thou me, impetuous one. In this fragment from the Ode to the West Wind we have a suggestion of Shelley's own spirit as reflected in all his poetry. The very spirit of nature which appeals to us in the wind and the cloud, the sunset and the moonrise, seems to have possessed him at times and made him a chosen instrument of melody. At such times he is a true poet, and his work is unrivaled. At other times, unfortunately, Shelley joins with Byron in voicing a vain rebellion against society. His poetry, like his life, divides itself into two distinct moods. In one, he is the violent reformer, seeking to overthrow our present institutions and to hurry the millennium out of its slow walk into a gallop. Out of this mood come most of his longer poems, like Queen Mab, Revolt of Islam, Hellas, and The Witch of Atlas, which are somewhat violent diatribes against government, priests, marriage, religion, even God as men supposed him to be. In a different mood, which finds expression Alastor, Adonais, and his wonderful lyrics, Shelley is like a wanderer following a vague, beautiful vision, forever sad and forever unsatisfied. In the latter mood he appeals profoundly to all men who have known what it is to follow after an unattainable ideal. Shelley's life. There are three classes of men who see visions, and all three are represented in our literature. The first is the mere dreamer, like Blake, who stumbles through a world of reality without noticing it, and is happy in his visions. The second is the seer, the prophet, like Langland or Wycliffe, who sees a vision and quietly goes to work, in ways that men understand, to make the present world a little more like the ideal one which he sees in his vision. The third, who appears in many forms, as visionary, enthusiast, radical, anarchist, revolutionary, call him what you will, sees a vision and straightway begins to tear down all human institutions which have been built up by the slow toil of centuries, simply because they seem to stand in the way of his dream. To the latter class belongs Shelley, a man perpetually at war with the present world, a martyr and exile, simply because of his inability to sympathize with men and society as they are, and because of his own mistaken judgment as to the value and purpose of a vision. Shelley was born in Field Place, near Horsham, Sussex, in 1792. On both his father's and his mother's side he was descended from noble old families, famous in the political and literary history of England. From childhood he lived, like Blake, in a world of fancy, so real that certain imaginary dragons and headless creatures of the neighboring wood kept him and his sisters in a state of fearful expectancy. He learned rapidly, absorbed the classics as if by intuition, and, dissatisfied with ordinary processes of learning, seems to have sought, like Faustus, the acquaintance of spirits, as shown in his Hymn to Intellectual Beauty. While yet a boy, I sought for ghosts, and sped through many a listening chamber, cave, and ruin, and starlight wood, with fearful steps, pursuing hopes of high talk with the departed dead. Shelley's first public school, kept by a hard-headed Scotch master, with its floggings and its general brutality, seemed to him like a combination of hell and prison. And his active rebellion against existing institutions was well under way when, at 12 years of age, he entered the famous preparatory school at Eton. He was a delicate, nervous, marvelously sensitive boy, of great physical beauty, and, like Cowper, he suffered torments at the hands of his rough schoolfellows. Unlike Cowper, he was positive, resentful, and brave to the point of rashness. Soul and body rose up against tyranny, and he promptly organized a rebellion against the brutal fagging system. Mad Shelley, the boys called him, and they chivied him like dogs around a little coon that fights and cries defiance to the end. One finds what he seeks in this world, and it is not strange that Shelley, after his Eton experiences, found causes for rebellion in all existing forms of human society, and that he left school to war among mankind, as he says of himself in The Revolt of Islam. His university days are but a repetition of his earlier experiences. While a student at Oxford, he read some scraps of Hume's philosophy, and immediately published a pamphlet called The Necessity of Atheism. It was a crude, foolish piece of work, and Shelley distributed it by post to every one to whom it might give offense. Naturally, this brought on a conflict with the authorities; but Shelley would not listen to reason or make any explanation, and was expelled from the university in 1811. Shelley's marriage was even more unfortunate. While living in London on a generous sister's pocket money, a certain young schoolgirl, Harriet Westbrook, was attracted by Shelley's crude revolutionary doctrines. She promptly left school, as her own personal part in the general rebellion, and refused to return or even to listen to her parents upon the subject. Having been taught by Shelley, she threw herself upon his protection, and this unbalanced couple were presently married, as they said, in deference to anarch custom. The two infants had already proclaimed a rebellion against the institution of marriage, for which they proposed to substitute the doctrine of elective affinity. For 2 years they wandered about England, Ireland, and Wales, living on a small allowance from Shelley's father, who had disinherited his son because of his ill-considered marriage. The pair soon separated, and 2 years later Shelley, having formed a strong friendship with one Godwin, a leader of young enthusiasts and a preacher of anarchy, presently showed his belief in Godwin's theories by eloping with his daughter Mary. It is a sad story, and the details were perhaps better forgotten. We should remember that in Shelley we are dealing with a tragic blend of high-mindedness and light-headedness. Byron wrote of him, "The most gentle, the most amiable, and the least worldly-minded person I ever met." Led by the general hostility against him, and partly by his own delicate health, Shelley went to Italy in 1818 and never returned to England. After wandering over Italy, he finally settled in Pisa, beloved of so many English poets, beautiful, sleepy Pisa, where one looks out of his window on the main street at the busiest hour of the day, and the only living thing in sight is a donkey dozing lazily with his head in the shade and his body in the sunshine. Here his best poetry was written, and here he found comfort in the friendship of Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney, who are forever associated with Shelley's Italian life. He still remained hostile to English social institutions, but life is a good teacher, and that Shelley dimly recognized the error of his rebellion is shown in the increasing sadness of his later poems. O world, O life, O time, on whose last steps I climb, trembling at that where I have stood before, when will return the glory of your prime? No more, oh, nevermore. Out of the day and night a joy has taken flight. Fresh spring and summer and winter hoar move my faint heart with grief, but with delight no more, oh, never more. In 1822, when only 30 years of age, Shelley was drowned while sailing in a small boat off the Italian coast. His body was washed ashore several days later and was cremated near Viareggio by his friends Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney. His ashes might with all reverence have been given to the winds that he loved, and that were a symbol of his restless spirit. Instead, they found a resting place near the grave of Keats in the English cemetery at Rome. One rarely visits the spot now without finding English and American visitors standing in silence before the significant inscription, Cor Cordium. Works of Shelley. As a lyric poet, Shelley is one of the supreme geniuses of our literature, and the reader will do well to begin with the poems which show him at his very best. The Cloud, To a Skylark, Ode to the West Wind, To Night. Poems like these must surely set the reader to searching among Shelley's miscellaneous works to find for himself the things worthy to be remembered. Alastor. In reading Shelley's longer poems, one must remember that there are in this poet two distinct men: one, the wanderer seeking ideal beauty and forever unsatisfied; the other, the unbalanced reformer seeking the overthrow of present institutions and the establishment of universal happiness. Alastor, or The Spirit of Solitude (1816), is by far the best expression of Shelley's greater mood. Here we see him wandering restlessly through the vast silences of nature in search of a loved dream maiden who shall satisfy his love of beauty. Here Shelley is the poet of the moonrise and of the tender, exquisite fancies that can never be expressed. The charm of the poem lies in its succession of dreamlike pictures, but it gives absolutely no impressions of reality. It was written when Shelley, after his long struggle, had begun to realize that the world was too strong for him. Alastor is therefore the poet's confession, not simply of failure, but of undying hope in some better thing that is to come. Prometheus Unbound (1818 1820), a lyrical drama, is the best work of Shelley's revolutionary enthusiasm, and the most characteristic of all his poems. Shelley's philosophy, if one may dignify a hopeless dream by such a name, was a curious aftergrowth of the French Revolution, namely, that it is only the existing tyranny of state, church, and society which keeps man from growth into perfect happiness. Naturally, Shelley forgot, like many other enthusiasts, that church and state and social laws were not imposed upon man from without, but were created by himself to minister to his necessities. In Shelley's poem, the hero Prometheus represents mankind itself, a just and noble humanity, chained and tortured by Jove, who is here the personification of human institutions. Note: Shelley undoubtedly took his idea from a lost drama of Aeschylus, a sequel to Prometheus Bound, in which the great friend of mankind was unchained from a precipice where he had been placed by the tyrant Zeus. End of note. In due time, Demogorgon, which is Shelley's name for necessity, overthrows the tyrant Jove, and releases Prometheus, mankind, who is presently united to Asia, the spirit of love and goodness in nature, while the earth and the moon join in a wedding song, and everything gives promise that they shall live together happy ever afterwards. Shelley here looks forward, not back, to the Golden Age, and is the prophet of science and evolution. If we compare his Titan with similar characters in Faust and Cain, we shall find this interesting difference, that while Goethe's Titan is cultured and self-reliant, and Byron's stoic and hopeless, Shelley's hero is patient under torture, seeking help and hope beyond his suffering. And he marries love, that the earth may be peopled with superior beings who shall substitute brotherly love for the present laws and conventions of society. Such is his philosophy. But the beginner will read this poem not chiefly for its thought, but for its youthful enthusiasm, for its marvelous imagery, and especially for its ethereal music. Perhaps we should add here that Prometheus is, and probably always will be, a poem for the chosen few who can appreciate its peculiar spirit-like beauty. In its purely pagan conception of the world, it suggests, by contrast, Milton's Christian philosophy in Paradise Regained. Shelley's revolutionary works, Queen Mab (1813), The Revolt of Islam (1818), Hellas (1821), and The Witch of Atlas (1820), are to be judged in much the same way as is Prometheus Unbound. They are largely invectives against religion, marriage, kingcraft, and priestcraft, most impractical when considered as schemes for reform, but abounding in passages of exquisite beauty, for which alone they are worth reading. In the drama called The Cenci (1819), which is founded upon a morbid Italian story, Shelley for the first and only time descends to reality. The heroine, Beatrice, driven to desperation by the monstrous wickedness of her father, kills him and suffers the death penalty in consequence. She is the only one of Shelley's characters who seems to us entirely human. Adonais, far different in character, is Epipsychidion (1821), a rhapsody celebrating Platonic love, the most impalpable and so one of the most characteristic of Shelley's works. It was inspired by a beautiful Italian girl, Emilia Viviani, who was put into a cloister against her will, and in whom Shelley imagined he found his long-sought ideal of womanhood. With this should be read Adonais (1821), the best known of all Shelley's longer poems. Adonais is a wonderful threnody, or a song of grief over the death of the poet Keats. Even in his grief Shelley still preserves a sense of unreality, and calls in many shadowy allegorical figures, sad spring, weeping hours, glooms, splendors, destinies, all uniting in bewailing the loss of a loved one. The whole poem is a succession of dream pictures, exquisitely beautiful, such as only Shelley could imagine; and it holds its place with Milton's Lycidas and Tennyson's In Memoriam as one of the three greatest elegies in our language. Shelley and Wordsworth. In his interpretation of nature, Shelley suggests Wordsworth both by resemblance and by contrast. To both poets all natural objects are symbols of truth. Both regard nature as permeated by the great spiritual life which animates all things. But while Wordsworth finds a spirit of thought and so of communion between nature and the soul of man, Shelley finds a spirit of love which exists chiefly for its own delight; and so the cloud, the skylark, and the west wind, three of the most beautiful poems in our language, have no definite message for humanity. In his Hymn to Intellectual Beauty, Shelley is most like Wordsworth; but in his Sensitive Plant, with its fine symbolism and imagery, he is like nobody in the world but himself. Comparison is sometimes an excellent thing, and if we compare Shelley's exquisite lament, beginning "O world, O life, O time," with Wordsworth's intimations of immortality, we shall perhaps understand both poets better. Both poems recall many happy memories of youth, both express a very real mood of a moment. But while the beauty of one merely saddens and disheartens us, the beauty of the other inspires us with something of the poet's own faith and hopefulness. In a word, Wordsworth found and Shelley lost himself in nature. End of section 46. Section 47 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. John Keats, 1795-1821. Keats was not only the last, but also the most perfect of the Romanticists. While Scott was merely telling stories, and Wordsworth reforming poetry or upholding the moral law, and Shelley advocating impossible reforms, and Byron voicing his own egoism and the political discontent of the times, Keats lived apart from men and from all political measures, worshiping beauty like a devotee, perfectly content to write what was in his heart, or to reflect some splendor of the natural world as he saw or dreamed it to be. He had, moreover, the novel idea that poetry exists for its own sake, and suffers loss by being devoted to philosophy or politics, or, indeed, to any cause, however great or small. As he says in Lamia, "Do not all charms fly at the mere touch of cold philosophy? There was an awful rainbow once in heaven. We know her woof, her texture. She is given in the dull catalogue of common things. Philosophy will clip an angel's wings, conquer all mysteries by rule and line, empty the haunted air and gnomed mine, unweave a rainbow as it erewhile made the tender-personed Lamia melt into a shade." Partly because of this high ideal of poetry, partly because he studied and unconsciously imitated the Greek classics and the best works of the Elizabethans, Keats's last little volume of poetry is unequaled by the work of any of his contemporaries. When we remember that all his work was published in 3 short years, from 1817 to 1820, and that he died when only 25 years old, we must judge him to be the most promising figure of the early 19th century, and one of the most remarkable in the history of literature. Life. Keats's life of devotion to beauty and to poetry is all the more remarkable in view of his lowly origin. He was the son of a hostler and stable keeper, and was born in the stable of the Swan and Hoop Inn, London, in 1795. One has only to read the rough stable scenes from our first novelists, or even from Dickens, to understand how little there was in such an atmosphere to develop poetic gifts. Before Keats was 15 years old, both parents died, and he was placed with his brothers and sisters in charge of guardians. Their first act seems to have been to take Keats from school at Enfield and to bind him as an apprentice to a surgeon at Edmonton. For 5 years he served his apprenticeship, and for 2 years more he was surgeon's helper in the hospitals. But though skillful enough to win approval, he disliked his work, and his thoughts were on other things. The other day, during a lecture, he said to a friend, there came a sunbeam into the room, and with it a whole troop of creatures floating in the ray. I was off with them to Oberon and Fairyland. A copy of Spenser's Faery Queen, which had been given him by Charles Cowden Clarke, was the prime cause of his abstraction. He abandoned his profession in 1817, and early in the same year published his first volume of poems. It was modest enough in spirit, as was also his second volume, Endymion, 1818, but that did not prevent brutal attacks upon the author and his work by the self-constituted critics of Blackwood's Magazine and the Quarterly. It is often alleged that the poet's spirit and ambition were broken by these attacks. Note: this idea is supported by Shelley's poem Adonais, and by Byron's parody against the reviewers, beginning, "Who killed John Keats? I say the Quarterly." End of note. But Keats was a man of strong character, and instead of quarreling with his reviewers or being crushed by their criticism, he went quietly to work with the idea of producing poetry that should live forever. As Matthew Arnold says, Keats had flint and iron in him. And in his next volume he accomplished his own purpose and silenced unfriendly criticism. For the 3 years during which Keats wrote his poetry he lived chiefly in London and in Hampstead, but wandered at times over England and Scotland, living for brief spaces in the Isle of Wight, in Devonshire, and in the Lake District, seeking to recover his own health, and especially to restore that of his brother. His illness began with a severe cold, but soon developed into consumption, and added to this sorrow was another, his love for Fanny Brawne, to whom he was engaged, but whom he could not marry on account of his poverty and growing illness. When we remember all this personal grief and the harsh criticism of literary men, the last small volume, Lamia, Isabella, The Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems, 1820, is most significant as showing not only Keats' wonderful poetic gifts, but also his beautiful and indomitable spirit. Shelley, struck by the beauty and promise of Hyperion, sent a generous invitation to the author to come to Pisa and live with him; but Keats refused, having little sympathy with Shelley's revolt against society. The invitation had this effect, however, that it turned Keats' thoughts to Italy, whither he soon went in the effort to save his life. He settled in Rome with his friend Severn, the artist, but died soon after his arrival in February 1821. His grave, in the Protestant cemetery at Rome, is still an object of pilgrimage to thousands of tourists, for among all our poets there is hardly another whose heroic life and tragic death have so appealed to the hearts of poets and young enthusiasts. The work of Keats. None but the master shall praise us, and none but the master shall blame, might well be written on the flyleaf of every volume of Keats' poetry, for never was there a poet more devoted to his ideal, entirely independent of success or failure. In strong contrast with his contemporary, Byron, who professed to despise the art that made him famous, Keats lived for poetry alone, and, as Lowell pointed out, a virtue went out of him into everything he wrote. In all his work we have the impression of this intense loyalty to his art. We have the impression also of a profound dissatisfaction that the deed falls so far short of the splendid dream. Thus, after reading Chapman's translation of Homer, he writes, "Much have I traveled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western islands have I been, which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told that deep-browed Homer ruled as his domain. Yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien." In this striking sonnet we have a suggestion of Keats' high ideal, and of his sadness because of his own ignorance, when he published his first little volume of poems in 1817. He knew no Greek, yet Greek literature absorbed and fascinated him, as he saw its broken and imperfect reflection in an English translation. Like Shakespeare, who also was but poorly educated in the schools, he had a marvelous faculty of discerning the real spirit of the classics, a faculty denied to many great scholars and to most of the "classic" writers of the preceding century, and so he set himself to the task of reflecting in modern English the spirit of the old Greeks. The imperfect results of this attempt are seen in his next volume, Endymion, which is the story of a young shepherd beloved by a moon goddess. The poem begins with the striking lines, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness, but still will keep a bower quiet for us, and a sleep full of sweet dreams and health and quiet breathing," which well illustrate the spirit of Keats' later work, with its perfect finish and melody. It has many quotable lines and passages, and its "Hymn to Pan" should be read in connection with Wordsworth's famous sonnet beginning, "The world is too much with us." The poem gives splendid promise, but as a whole it is rather chaotic, with too much ornament and too little design, like a modern house. That Keats felt this defect strongly is evident from his modest preface, wherein he speaks of Endymion not as a deed accomplished, but only as an unsuccessful attempt to suggest the underlying beauty of Greek mythology. Lamia and Other Poems. Keats' third and last volume, Lamia, Isabella, The Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems (1820), is the one with which the reader should begin his acquaintance with this master of English verse. It has only two subjects, Greek mythology and medieval romance. Hyperion is a magnificent fragment, suggesting the first arch of a cathedral that was never finished. Its theme is the overthrow of the Titans by the young sun god Apollo. Realizing his own immaturity and lack of knowledge, Keats laid aside this work, and only the pleadings of his publisher induced him to print the fragment with its completed poems. Throughout this last volume, and especially in Hyperion, the influence of Milton is apparent, while Spenser is more frequently suggested in reading Endymion. Of the longer poems in the volume, Lamia is the most suggestive. It is the story of a beautiful enchantress who turns from a serpent into a glorious woman and fills every human sense with delight, until, as a result of the foolish philosophy of old Apollonius, she vanishes forever from her lover's sight. The Eve of St. Agnes, the most perfect of Keats' medieval poems, is not a story after the manner of the metrical romances, but rather a vivid painting of a romantic mood, such as comes to all men at times to glorify a workaday world. Like all the work of Keats and Shelley, it has an element of unreality, and when we read at the end, "And they are gone, aye, ages long ago these lovers fled away into the storm," it is as if we were waking from a dream, which is the only possible ending to all of Keats' Greek and medieval fancies. We are to remember, however, that no beautiful thing, though it be intangible as a dream, can enter a man's life and leave him quite the same afterwards. Keats' own word is here suggestive. "The imagination," he said, "may be likened to Adam's dream. He awoke and found it true." It is by his short poems that Keats is known to the majority of present-day readers. Among these exquisite shorter poems we mention only the four odes, On a Grecian Urn, To a Nightingale, To Autumn, and To Psyche. These are like an invitation to a feast. One who reads them will hardly be satisfied until he knows more of such delightful poetry. Those who study only the Ode to a Nightingale might find four things: a love of sensuous beauty, a touch of pessimism, a purely pagan conception of nature, and a strong individualism, which are characteristic of this last of the Romantic poets. As Wordsworth's work is too often marred by the moralizer, and Byron's by the demagogue, and Shelley's by the reformer, so Keats' work suffers by the opposite extreme of aloofness from every human interest, so much so that he is often accused of being indifferent to humanity. His work is also criticized as being too effeminate for ordinary readers. Three things should be remembered in this connection. First, that Keats sought to express beauty for its own sake, that beauty is as essential to normal humanity as is government or law, and that the higher man climbs in civilization, the more imperative becomes his need of beauty as a reward for his labors. Second, that Keats' letters are as much an indication of the man as is his poetry, and in his letters, with their human sympathy, their eager interest in social problems, their humor, and their keen insight into life, there is no trace of effeminacy, but rather every indication of a strong and noble manhood. The third thing to remember is that all Keats' work was done in 3 or 4 years, with small preparation, and that, dying at 25, he left us a body of poetry which will always be one of our most cherished possessions. He is often compared with "the marvelous boy," Chatterton, whom he greatly admired, and to whose memory he dedicated his Endymion. But though both died young, Chatterton was but a child, while Keats was in all respects a man. It is idle to prophesy what he might have done had he been granted a Tennyson's long life and scholarly training. At 25 his work was as mature as was Tennyson's at 50. Though the maturity suggests the too rapid growth of a tropical plant, which under the warm rains and the flood of sunlight leaps into life, grows, blooms in a day, and dies. As we have stated, Keats' work was bitterly and unjustly condemned by the critics of his day. He belonged to what was derisively called the Cockney school of poetry, of which Leigh Hunt was chief, and Proctor and Beddoes were fellow workmen. Not even from Wordsworth and Byron, who were ready enough to recommend far less gifted writers, did Keats receive the slightest encouragement. Like young Lochinvar, he rode all unarmed, and he rode all alone. Shelley, with his sincerity and generosity, was the first to recognize this young genius, and in his noble Adonais, written, alas, like most of our tributes, when the subject of our praise is dead, he spoke the first true word of appreciation, and placed Keats, where he unquestionably belongs, among our greatest poets. The fame denied him in his sad life was granted freely after his death. Most fitly does he close the list of poets of the Romantic Revival, because in many respects he was the best workman of them all. He seems to have studied words more carefully than did his contemporaries, and so his poetic expression, or the harmony of word and thought, is generally more perfect than theirs. More than any other, he lived for poetry as the noblest of the arts. More than any other, he emphasized beauty, because to him, as shown by his Grecian urn, beauty and truth were one and inseparable. And he enriched the whole romantic movement by adding to its interest in common life the spirit, rather than the letter, of the classics and of Elizabethan poetry. For these reasons, Keats is, like Spenser, a poet's poet. His work profoundly influenced Tennyson, and indeed most of the poets of the present era. End of Section 47. Section 48 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. Part 2. Prose Writers of the Romantic Period. Aside from the splendid work of the novel writers, Walter Scott, whom we have considered, and Jane Austen, to whom we shall presently return, the early 19th century is remarkable for the development of a new and valuable type of critical prose writing. If we accept the isolated work of Dryden and of Addison, it is safe to say that literary criticism in its modern sense was hardly known in England until about the year 1825. Such criticism as existed seems to us now to have been largely the result of personal opinion or prejudice. Indeed, we could hardly expect anything else before some systematic study of our literature as a whole had been attempted. In one age a poem was called good or bad according as it followed or ran counter to so-called classic rules. In another we have the dogmatism of Dr. Johnson. In a third, the personal judgment of Lockhart and the editors of the Edinburgh Review and the Quarterly, who so violently abused Keats and the late poets in the name of criticism. Early in the 19th century there arose a new school of criticism, which was guided by knowledge of literature on the one hand, and by what one might call the fear of God on the other. The latter element showed itself in a profound human sympathy, the essence of the Romantic movement; and its importance was summed up by De Quincey when he said, "Not to sympathize is not to understand." These new critics, with abundant reverence for past masters, could still lay aside the dogmatism and prejudice which marked Johnson and the magazine editors, and read sympathetically the work of a new author, with the sole idea of finding what he had contributed or tried to contribute to the magnificent total of our literature. Coleridge, Hunt, Hazlitt, Lamb, and De Quincey were the leaders in this new and immensely important development. And we must not forget the importance of the new periodicals, like the London Magazine, founded in 1820, in which Lamb, De Quincey, and Carlyle found their first real encouragement. Of Coleridge's Biographica Literaria and his lectures on Shakespeare we have already spoken. Leigh Hunt (1784 1859) wrote continuously for more than 30 years as editor and essayist, and his chief object seems to have been to make good literature known and appreciated. William Hazlitt (1778 1830), in a long series of lectures and essays, treated all reading as a kind of romantic journey into new and pleasant countries. To his work, largely with that of Lamb, was due the new interest in Elizabethan literature which so strongly influenced Keats' last and best volume of poetry. For those interested in the art of criticism and in the appreciation of literature, both Hunt and Hazlitt will well repay study. But we must pass over their work to consider the larger literary interest of Lamb and De Quincey, who were not simply critics of other men's labor, but who also produced some delightful work of their own, which the world has carefully put away among the things worthy to be remembered. Charles Lamb (1775 1834). In Lamb and Wordsworth we have two widely different views of the Romantic movement. One shows the influence of nature and solitude, the other of society. Lamb was a lifelong friend of Coleridge and an admirer and defender of the poetic creed of Wordsworth. But while the latter lived apart from men, content with nature and with reading an occasional moral lesson to society, Lamb was born and lived in the midst of the London streets. The city crowd, with its pleasures and occupations, its endless little comedies and tragedies, alone interested him. According to his own account, when he paused in the crowded street, tears would spring to his eyes, tears of pure pleasure at the abundance of so much good life; and when he wrote, he simply interpreted that crowded human life of joy and sorrow, as Wordsworth interpreted the woods and waters, without any desire to change or to reform them. He has given us the best pictures we possess of Coleridge, Hazlitt, Landor, Hood, Cowden, Clark, and many more of the interesting men and women of his age, and it is due to his insight and sympathy that the life of those far-off days seems almost as real to us as if we ourselves remembered it. Of all our English essayists, he is the most lovable, partly because of his delicate, old-fashioned style and humor, but more because of that cheery and heroic struggle against misfortune which shines like a subdued light in all his writings. Life. In the very heart of London there is a curious, old-fashioned place known as the Temple. An enormous, rambling, apparently forgotten structure, dusty and still, in the midst of the endless roar of the city streets. Originally it was a chapter house of the Knights Templars, and so suggests to us the spirit of the Crusades and of the Middle Ages. But now the building is given over almost entirely to the offices and lodgings of London lawyers. It is this queer old place which, more than all others, is associated with the name of Charles Lamb. "I was born," he says, "and passed the first 7 years of my life in the Temple. Its gardens, its halls, its fountain, its river, these are my oldest recollections." He was the son of a poor clerk, or rather servant, of one of the barristers, and was the youngest of 7 children, only 3 of whom survived infancy. Of these 3, John, the elder, was apparently a selfish creature who took no part in the heroic struggle of his brother and sister. At 7 years, Charles was sent to the famous Blue Coat Charity School of Christ's Hospital. Here he remained 7 years, and here he formed his lifelong friendship for another poor, neglected boy, whom the world remembers as Coleridge. See Christ's Hospital 35 Years Ago in Essays of Eliot. When only 14 years old, Lamb left the charity school and was soon at work as a clerk in the South Sea House. 2 years later he became a clerk in the famous India House, where he worked steadily for 33 years, with the exception of 6 weeks in the winter of 1795-1796, spent within the walls of an asylum. In 1796, Lamb's sister Mary, who was as talented and remarkable as Lamb himself, went violently insane and killed her own mother. For a long time after this appalling tragedy she was in an asylum at Hoxton. Then Lamb, in 1797, brought her to his own little house, and for the remainder of his life cared for her with a tenderness and devotion which furnishes one of the most beautiful pages in our literary history. At times the malady would return to Mary, giving sure warning of its terrible approach, and then brother and sister might be seen walking silently, hand in hand, to the gates of the asylum, their cheeks wet with tears. One must remember this, as well as Lamb's humble lodgings and the drudgery of his daily work in the big commercial house, if he would appreciate the pathos of The Old Familiar Faces, or the heroism which shines through the most human and the most delightful essays in our language. When Lamb was 50 years of age, the East India Company, led partly by his literary fame following his first Essays of Eliot, and partly by his 33 years of faithful service, granted him a comfortable pension; and, happy as a boy turned loose from school, he left India House forever to give himself up to literary work. He wrote to Wordsworth in April 1825, "I came home forever on Tuesday of last week. It was like passing from life into eternity." Curiously enough, Lamb seems to lose power after his release from drudgery, and his last essays, published in 1833, lack something of the grace and charm of his earlier work. He died at Edmonton in 1834, and his gifted sister Mary sank rapidly into the gulf from which his strength and gentleness had so long held her back. No literary man was ever more loved and honored by a rare circle of friends, and all who knew him bear witness to the simplicity and goodness which any reader may find for himself between the lines of his essays. Works. The works of Lamb divide themselves naturally into 3 periods. First, there are his early literary efforts, including the poems signed C.L. in Coleridge's Poems on Various Subjects, 1796, his romance Rosamund Gray, 1798, his poetical drama John Woodville, 1802, and various other immature works in prose and poetry. This period comes to an end in 1803, when he gave up his newspaper work, especially the contribution of 6 jokes, puns, and squibs daily to the Morning Post at 6d. apiece. The second period was given largely to literary criticism, and the Tales from Shakespeare, 1807, written by Charles and Mary Lamb, the former reproducing the tragedies and the latter the comedies, may be regarded as his first successful literary venture. The book was written primarily for children, but so thoroughly had brother and sister steeped themselves in the literature of the Elizabethan period that young and old alike were delighted with this new version of Shakespeare's stories, and the tales are still regarded as the best of their kind in our literature. In 1808 appeared his Specimens of English Dramatic Poets Contemporary with Shakespeare. This carried out the splendid critical work of Coleridge, and was the most noticeable influence in developing the poetic qualities of Keats, as shown in his last volume. Essays of Eliot. The third period includes Lamb's criticisms of life, which are gathered together in his Essays of Eliot, 1823, and his Last Essays of Eliot, which were published 10 years later. These famous essays began in 1820 with the appearance of the New London Magazine. Note: in the first essay, The South Sea House, Lamb assumed as a joke the name of a former clerk, Eliot. Other essays followed, and the name was retained when several successful essays were published in book form in 1823. In these essays, Eliot is Lamb himself, and Cousin Bridget is his sister Mary. End of note. And were continued for many years. Such subjects as the Dissertation on Roast Pig, Old China, Praise of Chimney Sweepers, Imperfect Sympathies, a chapter on Ears, Mrs. Battle's Opinions on Whist, Macquarie End, Grace Before Meat, Dream Children, and many others, being chosen apparently at random, but all leading to a delightful interpretation of the life of London as it appeared to a quiet little man who walked unnoticed through its crowded streets. In the first and last essays which we have mentioned, Dissertation on Roast Pig and Dream Children, we have the extremes of Lamb's humor and pathos. Lamb's style. The style of all these essays is gentle, old-fashioned, irresistibly attractive. Lamb was especially fond of old writers, and borrowed unconsciously from the style of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, and from Browne's Religio Medici, and from the early English dramatists. But this style had become a part of Lamb by long reading, and he was apparently unable to express his new thought without using their old quaint expressions. Though these essays are all criticisms or appreciation of the life of his age, they are all intensely personal. In other words, they are an excellent picture of Lamb and of humanity. Without a trace of vanity or self-assertion, Lamb begins with himself, with some purely personal mood or experience, and from this he leads the reader to see life and literature as he saw it. It is this wonderful combination of personal and universal interests, together with Lamb's rare old style and quaint humor, which make the essays remarkable. They continue the best tradition of Addison and Steele, our first great essayists, but their sympathies are broader and deeper, and their humor more delicious than any which preceded them. End of section 48. Section 49 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Thomas de Quincey, 1785-1859. In De Quincey, the romantic element is even more strongly developed than in Lamb, not only in his critical work, but also in his erratic and imaginative life. He was profoundly educated, even more so than Coleridge, and was one of the keenest intellects of the age. Yet his wonderful intellect seems always subordinate to his passion for dreaming. Like Lamb, he was a friend and associate of the late poets, making his headquarters in Wordsworth's old cottage at Grasmere for nearly 20 years. Here the resemblance ceases, and a marked contrast begins. As a man, Lamb is the most human and lovable of all our essayists, while De Quincey is the most uncanny and incomprehensible. Lamb's modest works breathe the two essential qualities of sympathy and humor. The greater number of De Quincey's essays, while possessing more or less of both of these qualities, are characterized chiefly by their brilliant style. Life, as seen through De Quincey's eyes, is nebulous and chaotic, and there is a suspicion of the fabulous in all that he wrote. Even in The Revolt of the Tartars the romantic element is uppermost, and in much of De Quincey's prose the element of unreality is more noticeable than in Shelley's poetry. Of his subject matter, his facts, ideas, and criticisms, we are generally suspicious; but of his style, sometimes stately and sometimes headlong, now gorgeous as an Oriental dream, now musical as Keats' Endymion, and always, even in the most violent contrasts, showing a harmony between the idea and the expression such as no other English writer, with the possible exception of Newman, has ever rivaled. Say what you will of the marvelous brilliancy of De Quincey's style, you have still only half expressed the truth. It is the style alone which makes these essays immortal. Life. De Quincey was born in Manchester in 1785. In neither his father, who was a prosperous merchant, nor his mother, who was a quiet, unsympathetic woman, do we see any suggestion of the son's almost uncanny genius. As a child he was given to dreams, more vivid and intense, but less beautiful than those of the young Blake, to whom he bears a strong resemblance. In the grammar school at Bath he displayed astonishing ability, and acquired Greek and Latin with a rapidity that frightened his slow tutors. At 15 he not only read Greek, but spoke it fluently, and one of his astounded teachers remarked, "That boy could harangue an Athenian mob better than you or I could address an English one." From the grammar school at Manchester, whither he was sent in 1800, he soon ran away, finding the instruction far below his abilities, and the rough life absolutely intolerable to his sensitive nature. An uncle, just home from India, interceded for the boy, lest he be sent back to the school which he hated, and with an allowance of a guinea a week he started a career of vagrancy, much like that of Goldsmith, living on the open hills, in the huts of shepherds and charcoal burners, in the tents of gypsies, wherever fancy led him. His fear of the Manchester school finally led him to run away to London, where, without money or friends, his life was even more extraordinary than his gypsy wanderings. The details of this vagrancy are best learned in his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, where we meet not simply the facts of his life, but also the confusion of dreams and fancies, in the midst of which he wandered like a man lost on the mountains, with storm clouds under his feet, hiding the familiar earth. After a year of vagrancy and starvation, he was found by his family and allowed to go to Oxford, where his career was marked by the most brilliant and erratic scholarship. When ready for a degree in 1807, he passed his written tests successfully, but felt a sudden terror at the thought of the oral examination, and disappeared from the university, never to return. It was in Oxford that De Quincey began the use of opium to relieve the pains of neuralgia, and the habit increased until he was an almost hopeless slave to the drug. Only his extraordinary willpower enabled him to break away from the habit after some 30 years of misery. Some peculiarity of his delicate constitution enabled De Quincey to take enormous quantities of opium, enough to kill several ordinary men, and it was largely opium, working upon a sensitive imagination, which produced his gorgeous dreams, broken by intervals of weakness and profound depression. For 20 years he resided at Grasmere, in the companionship of the lake poets, and here, led by the loss of his small fortune, he began to write with the idea of supporting his family. In 1821 he published his first famous work, the Confessions of an English Opium Eater, and for nearly 40 years afterwards he wrote industriously, contributing to various magazines an astonishing number of essays on a great variety of subjects. Without thought of literary fame, he contributed these articles anonymously; but fortunately in 1853 he began to collect his own works, and the last of 14 volumes was published just after his death. In 1830, led by his connection with Blackwood's Magazine, to which he was the chief contributor, De Quincey removed with his family to Edinburgh, where his erratic genius and his singularly childlike ways produced enough amusing anecdotes to fill a volume. He would take a room in some place unknown to his friends and family, would live in it for a few years until he had filled it, even to the bathtub, with books and with his own chaotic manuscripts, allowing no one to enter or disturb his den, and then, when the place became too crowded, he would lock the door and go away and take another lodging, where he repeated the same extraordinary performance. He died in Edinburgh in 1859. Like Lamb, he was a small, boyish figure, gentle and elaborately courteous. Though excessively shy and escaping as often as possible to solitude, he was nevertheless fond of society, and his wide knowledge and vivid imagination made his conversations almost as prized as those of his friend Coleridge. Works. De Quincey's works may be divided into two general classes. The first includes his numerous critical articles, and the second his autobiographical sketches. All his works, it must be remembered, were contributed to various magazines, and were hastily collected just before his death. Hence the general impression of chaos which we get from reading them. Critical essays. From a literary viewpoint, the most illuminating of De Quincey's critical works is his Literary Reminiscences. This contains brilliant appreciations of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Lamb, Shelley, Keats, Hazlitt, and Landor, as well as some interesting studies of the literary figures of the age preceding. Among the best of his brilliant critical essays are On the Knocking at the Gate in Macbeth, 1823, which is admirably suited to show the man's critical genius, and Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts, 1827, which reveals his grotesque humor. Other suggestive critical works, if one must choose among such a multitude, are his Letters to a Young Man, 1823, Joan of Arc, 1847, The Revolt of the Tartars, 1840, and The English Mail Coach, 1849. In the last named essay, the Dream Fugue is one of the most imaginative of all his curious works. Confessions of an Opium Eater, etc. Of De Quincey's autobiographical sketches, the best known is his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, 1821. This is only partly a record of opium dreams, and its chief interest lies in the glimpses it gives us of De Quincey's own life and wanderings. This should be followed by Suspiria de Profundis, 1845, which is chiefly a record of gloomy and terrible dreams produced by opiates. The most interesting parts of his Suspiria, showing De Quincey's marvelous insight into dreams, are those in which we are brought face to face with the strange feminine creations Levana, Madonna, Our Lady of Sighs, and Our Lady of Darkness. A series of nearly 30 articles, which he collected in 1853, called Autobiographic Sketches, completes the revelation of the author's own life. Among his miscellaneous works may be mentioned, in order to show his wide range of subjects, Klosterheim, a novel, Logic of Political Economy, the Essays on Style and Rhetoric, Philosophy of Herodotus, and his articles on Goethe, Pope, Schiller, and Shakespeare, which he contributed to the Encyclopedia Britannica. The style of De Quincey. De Quincey's style is a revelation of the beauty of the English language, and it profoundly influenced Ruskin and other prose writers of the Victorian Age. It has two chief faults: diffuseness, which continually leads De Quincey away from his object, and triviality, which often makes him halt in the midst of a marvelous paragraph to make some light jest or witticism that has some humor but no mirth in it. Notwithstanding these faults, De Quincey's prose is still among the few supreme examples of style in our language. Though he was profoundly influenced by the seventeenth century writers, he attempted definitely to create a new style which should combine the best elements of prose and poetry. In consequence, his prose works are often, like those of Milton, more imaginative and melodious than much of our poetry. He has been well called the psychologist of style, and as such his works will never be popular. But to the few who can appreciate him, he will always be an inspiration to better writing. One has a deeper respect for our English language and literature after reading him. Secondary writers of Romanticism. One has only to glance back over the authors we have been studying, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Scott, Lamb, De Quincey, to realize the great change which swept over the life and literature of England in a single half century under two influences which we now know as the French Revolution in history and the Romantic movement in literature. In life, men had rebelled against the too strict authority of state and society. In literature, they rebelled even more vigorously against the bonds of classicism, which had sternly repressed a writer's ambition to follow his own ideals and to express them in his own way. Naturally, such an age of revolution was essentially poetic. Only the Elizabethan age surpasses it in this respect, and it produced a large number of minor writers who followed more or less closely the example of its great leaders. Among novelists we have Jane Austen, Frances Burney, Maria Edgeworth, Jane Porter, and Susan Ferrier, all women, be it noted. Among the poets, Campbell, Moore, Hogg (the Ettrick Shepherd), Mrs. Hemans, Heber, Keble, Hood, and Ingoldsby (Richard Barham). And among miscellaneous writers, Sidney Smith, Christopher North (John Wilson), Chalmers, Lockhart, Leigh Hunt, Hazlitt, Hallam, and Landor. Here is an astonishing variety of writers, and to consider all their claims to remembrance would of itself require a volume. Though these are generally classed as secondary writers, much of their work has claims to popularity, and some of it to permanence. Moore's Irish Melodies, Campbell's Lyrics, Keble's Christian Year, and Jane Porter's Thaddeus of Warsaw and Scottish Chiefs have still a multitude of readers, where Keats, Lamb, and De Quincey are prized only by the cultured few. And Hallam's historical and critical works are perhaps better known than those of Gibbon, who nevertheless occupies a larger place in our literature. Among all these writers we choose only two, Jane Austen and Walter Savage Landor, whose works indicate a period of transition from the Romantic to the Victorian Age. End of Section 49. Section 50 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Jane Austen, 1775-1817. We have so lately rediscovered the charm and genius of this gifted young woman that she seems to be a novelist of yesterday rather than the contemporary of Wordsworth and Coleridge. And few even of her readers realize that she did for the English novel precisely what the late poets did for English poetry. She refined and simplified it, making it a true reflection of English life. Like the late poets, she met with scanty encouragement in her own generation. Her greatest novel, Pride and Prejudice, was finished in 1797, a year before the appearance of the famous lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. But while the latter book was published and found a few appreciative readers, the manuscript of this wonderful novel went begging for 16 years before it found a publisher. As Wordsworth began with the deliberate purpose of making poetry natural and truthful, so Miss Austen appears to have begun writing with the idea of presenting the life of English country society exactly as it was, in opposition to the romantic extravagance of Mrs. Radcliffe and her school. But there was this difference, that Miss Austen had in large measure the saving gift of humor, which Wordsworth sadly lacked. Maria Edgeworth, at the same time, set a sane and excellent example in her tales of Irish life, The Absentee and Castle Rackrent; and Miss Austen followed up the advantage with at least 6 works which have grown steadily in value until we place them gladly in the first rank of our novels of common life. It is not simply for her exquisite charm, therefore, that we admire her, but also for her influence in bringing our novels back to their true place as an expression of human life. It is due, partly at least, to her influence that a multitude of readers were ready to appreciate Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford and the powerful and enduring work of George Eliot. Life. Jane Austen's life gives little opportunity for the biographer unless, perchance, he has something of her own power to show the beauty and charm of commonplace things. She was the 7th child of Reverend George Austen, rector of Steventon, and was born in the parsonage of the village in 1775. With her sisters she was educated at home, and passed her life very quietly, cheerfully, in the doing of small domestic duties to which love lent the magic lamp that makes all things beautiful. She began to write at an early age, and seems to have done her work on a little table in the family sitting room, in the midst of the family life. When a visitor entered, she would throw a paper or a piece of sewing over her work, and she modestly refused to be known as the author of novels which we now count among our treasured possessions. With the publishers she had little success. Pride and Prejudice went begging, as we have said, for 16 years, and Northanger Abbey (1798) was sold for a trivial sum to a publisher, who laid it aside and forgot it until the appearance and moderate success of Sense and Sensibility in 1811. Then, after keeping the manuscript some 15 years, he sold it back to the family, who found another publisher. An anonymous article in the Quarterly Review, following the appearance of Emma in 1815, full of generous appreciation of the charm of the new writer, was the beginning of Jane Austen's fame, and it is only within a few years that we have learned that the friendly and discerning critic was Walter Scott. He continued to be her admirer until her early death. But these two, the greatest writers of fiction in their age, were never brought together. Both were home-loving people, and Miss Austen especially was averse to publicity and popularity. She died quietly, as she had lived, at Winchester in 1817, and was buried in the cathedral. She was a bright, attractive little woman, whose sunny qualities are unconsciously reflected in all her books. Works. Very few English writers ever had so narrow a field of work as Jane Austen. Like the French novelists, whose success seems to lie in choosing the tiny field that they know best, her works have an exquisite perfection that is lacking in most of our writers of fiction. With the exception of an occasional visit to the watering place of Bath, her whole life was spent in small country parishes, whose simple country people became the characters of her novels. Her brothers were in the Navy, and so naval officers furnish the only exciting elements in her stories, but even these alleged heroes lay aside their imposing martial ways and act like themselves and other people. Such was her literary field, in which the chief duties were of the household, the chief pleasures in country gatherings, and the chief interests in matrimony. Life, with its mighty interests, its passions, ambitions, and tragic struggles, swept by like a great river, while the secluded interests of a country parish went round and round, quietly, like an eddy behind a sheltering rock. We can easily understand, therefore, the limitations of Jane Austen, but within her own field she is unequaled. Her characters are absolutely true to life, and all her work has the perfection of a delicate miniature painting. The most widely read of her novels is Pride and Prejudice, but three others, Sense and Sensibility, Emma, and Mansfield Park, have slowly won their way to the front rank of fiction. From a literary viewpoint, Northanger Abbey is perhaps the best, for in it we find that touch of humor and delicate satire with which this gentle little woman combated the grotesque popular novels of the Udolpho type. Reading any of these works, one is inclined to accept the hearty endorsement of Sir Walter Scott: "That young lady has a talent for describing the involvements and feelings and characters of ordinary life which is to me the most wonderful I ever met with. The big bow-wow strain I can do myself, like any now going, but the exquisite touch which renders ordinary commonplace things and characters interesting from the truth of the description and the sentiment is denied to me. What a pity such a gifted creature died so early." Walter Savage Landor, 1775 1864. While Hazlitt, Lamb, De Quincey, and other romantic critics went back to early English literature for their inspiration, Landor shows a reaction from the prevailing Romanticism by his imitation of the ancient classic writers. His life was an extraordinary one, and, like his work, abounded in sharp contrasts. On the one hand there are his egoism, his uncontrollable anger, his perpetual lawsuits, and the last sad tragedy with his children, which suggests King Lear and his daughters. On the other hand, there is his steady devotion to the classics and to the cultivation of the deep wisdom of the ancients, which suggests Pindar and Cicero. In his works we find the wild extravagance of Jabir, followed by the superb classic style and charm of Pericles and Aspasia. Such was Landor, a man of high ideals, perpetually at war with himself and the world. Life. Landor's stormy life covers the whole period from Wordsworth's childhood to the middle of the Victorian Era. He was the son of a physician, and was born at Warwick in 1775. From his mother he inherited a fortune, but it was soon scattered by large expenditures and law quarrels, and in his old age, refused help by his own children, only Browning's generosity kept Landor from actual want. At Rugby and at Oxford his extreme republicanism brought him into constant trouble, and his fitting out a band of volunteers to assist the Spaniards against Napoleon in 1808 allies him with Byron and his quixotic followers. The resemblance to Byron is even more strikingly shown in the poem Jabir, published in 1798, a year made famous by the lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. A remarkable change in Landor's life is noticeable in 1821, when, at 46 years of age, after having lost his magnificent estate at Lanthony Abbey in Glamorganshire, and after a stormy experience in Como, he settled down for a time at Fiesole, near Florence. To this period of calm after storm we owe the classical prose works for which he is famous. The calm, like that at the center of a whirlwind, lasted but a short time, and Landor, leaving his family in great anger, returned to Bath, where he lived alone for more than 20 years. Then, in order to escape a libel suit, the choleric old man fled back to Italy. He died at Florence in 1864. The spirit of his whole life may be inferred from the defiant farewell which he flung to it. I strove with none, for none was worthy of my strife. Nature I loved, and next to nature art. I warmed both hands before the fire of life. It sinks, and I am ready to depart. Works. Landor's reaction from Romanticism is all the more remarkable in view of his early efforts, such as Gebir, a wildly romantic poem which rivals any work of Byron or Shelley in its extravagance. Notwithstanding its occasional beautiful and suggestive lines, the work was not, and never has been, successful. And the same may be said of all his poetical works. His first collection of poems was published in 1795, his last a full half century later, in 1846. In the latter volume, the Hellenics, which included some translations of his earlier Latin poems, called Idyllia Eroica, one has only to read the Hamadryad and compare it with the lyrics of the first volume in order to realize the astonishing literary vigor of a man who published 2 volumes a half century apart without any appreciable diminution of poetical feeling. In all these poems one is impressed by the striking and original figures of speech which Landor uses to emphasize his meaning. It is by his prose works largely that Landor has won a place in our literature, partly because of their intrinsic worth, their penetrating thought, and severe classic style, and partly because of their profound influence upon the writers of the present age. The most noted of his prose works are his 6 volumes of Imaginary Conversations, 1824-1846. For these conversations Landor brings together, sometimes in groups, sometimes in couples, well-known characters, or rather shadows, from the 4 corners of the earth and from the remotest ages of recorded history. Thus Diogenes talks with Plato, Aesop with a young slave girl in Egypt, Henry VIII with Anne Boleyn in prison, Dante with Beatrice, Leofric with Lady Godiva. All these and many others, from Epictetus to Cromwell, are brought together and speak of life and love and death, each from his own viewpoint. Occasionally, as in the meeting of Henry and Anne Boleyn, the situation is tense and dramatic, but as a rule the characters simply meet and converse in the same quiet strain, which becomes, after much reading, somewhat monotonous. On the other hand, one who reads the Imaginary Conversations is lifted at once into a calm and noble atmosphere which braces and inspires him, making him forget petty things like A View from a Hilltop. By its combination of lofty thought and severely classic style, the book has won, and deserves, a very high place among our literary records. The same criticism applies to Pericles and Aspasia, which is a series of imaginary letters telling the experiences of Aspasia, a young lady from Asia Minor, who visits Athens at the summit of its fame and glory in the great age of Pericles. This is, in our judgment, the best worth reading of all Landor's works. One gets from it not only Landor's classic style, but, what is well worth while, a better picture of Greece in the days of its greatness than can be obtained from many historical volumes. Summary of the Age of Romanticism. This period extends from the war with the colonies following the Declaration of Independence in 1776 to the accession of Victoria in 1837, both limits being indefinite, as will be seen by a glance at the chronology following. During the first part of the period especially, England was in a continual turmoil, produced by political and economic agitation at home and by the long wars that covered 2 continents and the wide sea between them. The mighty changes resulting from these 2 causes have given this period the name of the Age of Revolution. The storm center of all the turmoil at home and abroad was the French Revolution, which had a profound influence on the life and literature of all Europe. On the continent, the overthrow of Napoleon at Waterloo, 1815, apparently checked the progress of liberty which had started with the French Revolution. But in England the case was reversed. The agitation for popular liberty, which at one time threatened a revolution, went steadily forward till it resulted in the final triumph of democracy in the Reform Bill of 1832, and in a number of exceedingly important reforms, such as the extension of manhood suffrage, the removal of the last unjust restrictions against Catholics, the establishment of a national system of schools, followed by a rapid increase in popular education, and the abolition of slavery in all English colonies, 1833. To this we must add the changes produced by the discovery of steam and the invention of machinery, which rapidly changed England from an agricultural to a manufacturing nation, introduced the factory system, and caused this period to be known as the Age of Industrial Revolution. The literature of the age is largely poetical in form and almost entirely romantic in spirit. For, as we have noted, the triumph of democracy in government is generally accompanied by the triumph of Romanticism in literature. At first, the literature, as shown especially in the early work of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley, reflected the turmoil of the age and the wild hopes of an ideal democracy occasioned by the French Revolution. Later, the extravagant enthusiasm subsided, and English writers produced so much excellent literature that the age is often called the second creative period, the first being the Age of Elizabeth. The six chief characteristics of the age are the prevalence of romantic poetry, the creation of the historical novel by Scott, the first appearance of women novelists, such as Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, Jane Porter, Maria Edgeworth, and Jane Austen, the development of literary criticism in the work of Lamb, De Quincey, Coleridge, and Hazlitt, the practical and economic bent of philosophy as shown in the works of Malthus, James Mill, and Adam Smith, and the establishment of great literary magazines like the Edinburgh Review, the Quarterly, Blackwood's, and the Athenaeum. In our study we have noted 1. The poets of Romanticism, the importance of the lyrical ballads of 1798, the life and work of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Scott, Byron, Shelley, and Keats. 2. The prose writers, the novels of Scott, the development of literary criticism, the life and work of the essayists Lamb, De Quincey, Landor, and of the novelist Jane Austen. Suggestive questions. Note: in a period like the Age of Romanticism, the poems and essays chosen for special study vary so widely that only a few general questions on the selections for reading are attempted. 1. Why is this period of Romanticism, 1789 1837, called the Age of Revolution? Give some reasons for the influence of the French Revolution on English literature, and illustrate from poems or essays which you have read. Explain the difference between classicism and romanticism. Which of these two types of literature do you prefer? 2. What are the general characteristics of the literature of this period? What two opposing tendencies are illustrated in the novels of Scott and Jane Austen, in the poetry of Byron and Wordsworth? 3. Wordsworth. Tell briefly the story of Wordsworth's life, and name some of his best poems. Why do the Lyrical Ballads, 1798, mark an important literary epoch? Read carefully, and make an analysis of the Intimations of Immortality, of Tintern Abbey. Can you explain what political conditions are referred to in Wordsworth's Sonnet on Milton, in his French Revolution? Does he attempt to paint a picture in his sonnet on Westminster Bridge, or has he some other object in view? What is the general teaching of the Ode to Duty? Compare Wordsworth's two Skylark poems with Shelley's. Make a brief comparison between Wordsworth's sonnets and those of Shakespeare and of Milton, having in mind the thought, the melody, the view of nature, and the imagery of the three poets. Quote from Wordsworth's poems to show his belief that nature is conscious, to show the influence of nature on man, to show his interest in children, his sensitiveness to sounds, to illustrate the chastening influence of sorrow. Make a brief comparison between the characters of Wordsworth's Michael and of Burns' The Cotter's Saturday Night. Compare Wordsworth's point of view and method in the three poems To a Daisy with Burns' view as expressed in his famous lines on the same subjects. 4. Coleridge. What are the general characteristics of Coleridge's life? What explains the profound sympathy for humanity that is reflected in his poems? For what, beside his poems, is he remarkable? Can you quote any passages from his poetry which show the influence of Wordsworth? What are the characters in The Ancient Mariner? In what respect is this poem romantic? Give your own reasons for its popularity. Does the thought or the style of this poem impress you? If you have read any of the Lectures on Shakespeare, explain why Coleridge's work is called romantic criticism. 5. Scott. Tell the story of Scott's life, and name his chief poems and novels. Do you recall any passage from his poetry which suggests his own heroism? Why was he called the Wizard of the North? What is the general character of his poetry? Compare Marmion with one of the old ballads, having in mind the characters, the dramatic interest of the story, and the style of writing. In what sense is he the creator of the historical novel? Upon what does he depend to hold the reader's attention? Compare him in this respect with Jane Austen. Which of his characters impress you as being the most lifelike? Name any novels of the present day which copy Scott or show his influence. Read Ivanhoe and The Lady of the Lake. Make a brief analysis of each work, having in mind the style, the plot, the dramatic interest, the use of adventure, and the truth to nature of the different characters. 6. Byron. Why is Byron called the revolutionary poet? Illustrate, if possible, from his poetry. What is the general character of his work? In what kind of poetry does he excel? Quote from Childe Harold to illustrate your opinion. Describe the typical Byronic hero. Can you explain his great popularity at first and his subsequent loss of influence? Why is he still popular on the Continent? Do you find more of thought or of emotion in his poetry? Compare him in this respect with Shelley, with Wordsworth. Which is the more brilliant writer, Byron or Wordsworth? Which has the more humor? Which has the healthier mind? Which has the higher ideal of poetry? Which is the more inspiring and helpful? Is it fair to say that Byron's quality is power, not charm? 7. Shelley. What are the chief characteristics of Shelley's poetry? Is it most remarkable for its thought, form, or imagery? What poems show the influence of the French Revolution? What subjects are considered in Lines Written Among the Euganean Hills? What does Shelley try to teach in The Sensitive Plant? Compare Shelley's view of nature, as reflected in The Cloud or The West Wind, with Wordsworth's view, as reflected in The Prelude, Tintern Abbey, Daffodils, etc. To what class of poems does Adonais belong? What is the subject of the poem? Name others of the same class. How does Shelley describe himself in this poem? Compare Shelley's Adonais and Milton's Lycidas, with regard to the view of life after death as expressed in the poems. What kinds of scenes does Shelley like best to describe? Compare his characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Do you recall any poems in which he writes of ordinary people or of ordinary experiences? 8. Keats. What is the essence of Keats' poetical creed as expressed in the Ode on a Grecian Urn? What are the remarkable elements in his life and work? What striking difference do you find between his early poems and those of Shelley and Byron? What are the chief subjects of his verse? What poems show the influence of the classics, of Elizabethan literature? Can you explain why his work has been called literary poetry? Keats and Shelley are generally classed together. What similarities do you find in their poems? Give some reasons why Keats introduces the old bedesman in The Eve of St. Agnes. Name some of the literary friends mentioned in Keats' poetry. Compare Keats' characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Does Keats ever remind you of Spenser? In what respects? Is your personal preference for Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley, or Keats? Why? 9. Lamb. Tell briefly the story of Lamb's life, and name his principal works. Why is he called the most human of essayists? His friends call him the last of the Elizabethans. Why? What is the general character of the essays of Eliot? How is the personality of Lamb shown in all these essays? Cite any passages showing Lamb's skill in portraying people. Make a brief comparison between Lamb and Addison, having in mind the subjects treated, the style, the humor, and the interest of both essayists. Which do you prefer, and why? 10. De Quincey. What are the general characteristics of De Quincey's essays? Explain why he is called the psychologist of style. What accounts for a certain unreal element in all his work? Read a passage from The English Mail Coach, or from Joan of Arc, or from Levana, Our Lady of Sorrows, and comment freely upon it, with regard to style, ideas, interest, and the impression of reality or unreality which it leaves. 11. Landor. In what respects does Landor show a reaction from Romanticism? What qualities make Landor's poems stand out so clearly in the memory? Why, for instance, do you think Lamb was so haunted by Rose Aylmer? Quote from Landor's poems to illustrate his tenderness, his sensitiveness to beauty, his power of awakening emotion, his delicacy of characterization. Do you find the same qualities in his prose? Can you explain why much of his prose seems like a translation from the Greek? Compare a passage from The Imaginary Conversations with a passage from Gibbon or Johnson to show the difference between the classic and the pseudo-classic style. Compare one of Landor's characters in Imaginary Conversations with the same character in History. 12. Jane Austen. How does Jane Austen show a reaction from Romanticism? What important work did she do for the novel? To what kind of fiction was her work opposed? In what does the charm of her novels consist? Make a brief comparison between Jane Austen and Scott, as illustrated in Pride and Prejudice and Ivanhoe, having in mind the subject, the characters, the manner of treatment, and the interest of both narratives. Do Jane Austen's characters have to be explained by the author, or do they explain themselves? Which method calls for the greater literary skill? What does Jane Austen say about Mrs. Radcliffe in Northanger Abbey? Does she make any other observations on 18th century novelists? Chronology. End of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century. History. 1760–1820, George III. 1789–1799, French Revolution. 1800, Union of Great Britain and Ireland. 1802, Colonization of Australia. 1805, Battle of Trafalgar. 1807, Abolition of slave trade. 1808–1814, Peninsular War. 1812, Second War with United States. 1814, Congress of Vienna. 1815, Battle of Waterloo. 1819, First Atlantic Steamship. 1820, George IV, death. 1830. 1826, First Temperance Society. 1829, Catholic Emancipation Bill. 1830, William IV, death 1837. First Railway. 1832, Reform Bill. 1833, Emancipation of Slaves. 1834, System of National Education. 1837, Victoria, death 1901. Literature. 1770 1850, Wordsworth. 1771 1832, Scott. 1796 1816, Jane Austen's novels. 1798, Lyrical Ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. 1802, Scott's Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border. 1805 1817, Scott's Poems. 1807, Wordsworth's Intimations of Immortality. Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare. 1809 1818, Byron's Childe Harold. 1810 1813, Coleridge's Lectures on Shakespeare. 1814 1831, Waverley Novels. 1816, Shelley's Alastor. 1817, Coleridge's Biographia Literaria. 1817 1820, Keats' Poems. 1818 1820, Shelley's Prometheus. 1820, Wordsworth's Dudden Sonnets. 1820 1833, Lamb's Essays of Eliot. 1821, De Quincey's Confessions. 1824 1846, Landor's Imaginary Conversations. 1830, Tennyson's First Poems. 1831, Scott's Last Novel. 1833, Carlyle's Sartor Resartus. Browning's Pauline. 1853 1861, De Quincey's Collected Essays. End of Section 50. End of Chapter 10. Section 51 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Victorian Age, 1850 1900. The modern period of progress and unrest. When Victoria became queen in 1837, English literature seemed to have entered upon a period of lean years, in marked contrast with the poetic fruitfulness of the Romantic Age, which we have just studied. Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, Byron, and Scott had passed away, and it seemed as if there were no writers in England to fill their places. Wordsworth had written in 1835, "Like clouds that rake the mountain summits, or waves that own no curbing hand, how fast has brother followed brother from sunshine to sunless land." In these lines is reflected the sorrowful spirit of a literary man of the early 19th century, who remembered the glory that had passed away from the earth. But the leanness of these first years is more apparent than real. Keats and Shelley were dead, it is true, but already there had appeared three disciples of these poets who were destined to be far more widely read than were their masters. Tennyson had been publishing poetry since 1827, his first poems appearing almost simultaneously with the last work of Byron, Shelley, and Keats. But it was not until 1842, with the publication of his collected poems in 2 volumes, that England recognized in him one of her great literary leaders. So also Elizabeth Barrett had been writing since 1820, but not till 20 years later did her poems become deservedly popular. And Browning had published his Pauline in 1833, but it was not until 1846, when he published the last of the series, called Bells and Pomegranates, that the reading public began to appreciate his power and originality. Moreover, even as Romanticism seemed passing away, a group of great prose writers, Dickens, Thackeray, Carlyle, and Ruskin, had already begun to proclaim the literary glory of a new age, which now seems to rank only just below the Elizabethan and the Romantic periods. Democracy. Historical summary. Amid the multitude of social and political forces of this great age, four things stand out clearly. First, the long struggle of the Anglo-Saxons for personal liberty is definitely settled, and democracy becomes the established order of the day. The king, who appeared in an age of popular weakness and ignorance, and the peers, who came with the Normans in triumph, are both stripped of their power and left as figureheads of a past civilization. The last vestige of personal government and of divine right of rulers disappears. The House of Commons becomes the ruling power in England, and a series of new reform bills rapidly extend the suffrage until the whole body of English people choose for themselves the men who shall represent them. Social unrest. Second, because it is an age of democracy, it is an age of popular education, of religious tolerance, of growing brotherhood, and of profound social unrest. The slaves had been freed in 1833, but in the middle of the century England awoke to the fact that slaves are not necessarily Negroes, stolen in Africa to be sold like cattle in the marketplace, but that multitudes of men, women, and little children in the mines and factories were victims of a more terrible industrial and social slavery. To free these slaves also, the unwilling victims of our unnatural competitive methods, has been the growing purpose of the Victorian Age until the present day. The ideal of peace. Third, because it is an age of democracy and education. It is an age of comparative peace. England begins to think less of the pomp and false glitter of fighting, and more of its moral evils, as the nation realizes that it is the common people who bear the burden and the sorrow and the poverty of war, while the privileged classes reap most of the financial and political rewards. Moreover, with the growth of trade and of friendly foreign relations, it becomes evident that the social equality for which England was contending at home belongs to the whole race of men, that brotherhood is universal, not insular, that a question of justice is never settled by fighting, and that war is generally unmitigated horror and barbarism. Tennyson, who came of age when the great Reform Bill occupied attention, expresses the ideals of the liberals of his day, who proposed to spread the gospel of peace. Till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of man, the federation of the world. Arts and Sciences. Fourth, the Victorian Age is especially remarkable because of its rapid progress in all the arts and sciences and in mechanical inventions. A glance at any record of the industrial achievements of the 19th century will show how vast they are, and it is unnecessary to repeat here the list of the inventions, from spinning looms to steamboats, and from matches to electric lights. All these material things, as well as the growth of education, have their influence upon the life of a people, and it is inevitable that they should react upon its prose and poetry, though as yet we are too much absorbed in our sciences and mechanics to determine accurately their influence upon literature. When these new things shall by long use have become familiar as country roads, or have been replaced by newer and better things, then they also will have their associations and memories, and a poem on the railroads may be as suggestive as Wordsworth's sonnet on Westminster Bridge. and the busy, practical working men who today throng our streets and factories may seem, to a future and greater age, as quaint and poetical as to us seem the slow toilers of the Middle Ages. An age of prose. Literary characteristics. When one is interested enough to trace the genealogy of Victoria, he finds, to his surprise, that in her veins flowed the blood both of William the Conqueror and of Cerdic, the first Saxon king of England; and this seems to be symbolic of the literature of her age, which embraces the whole realm of Saxon and Norman life, the strength and ideals of the one, and the culture and refinement of the other. The Romantic Revival had done its work, and England entered upon a new free period, in which every form of literature, from pure romance to gross realism, struggled for expression. At this day it is obviously impossible to judge the age as a whole, but we are getting far enough away from the early half of it to notice certain definite characteristics. First, though the age produced many poets, and two who deserve to rank among the greatest, nevertheless this is emphatically an age of prose. And since the number of readers has increased 1,000-fold with the spread of popular education, it is the age of the newspaper, the magazine, and the modern novel, the first two being the story of the world's daily life, and the last our pleasantest form of literary entertainment, as well as our most successful method of presenting modern problems and modern ideals. The novel in this age fills a place which the drama held in the days of Elizabeth, and never before in any age or language has the novel appeared in such numbers and in such perfection. Moral purpose. The second marked characteristic of the age is that literature, both in prose and in poetry, seems to depart from the purely artistic standard of art for art's sake, and to be actuated by a definite moral purpose. Tennyson, Browning, Carlyle, Ruskin, who and what were these men if not the teachers of England, not vaguely, but definitely, with superb faith in their message, and with the conscious moral purpose to uplift and to instruct? Even the novel breaks away from Scott's romantic influence, and first studies life as it is, and then points out what life may and ought to be. Whether we read the fun and sentiment of Dickens, the social miniatures of Thackeray, or the psychological studies of George Eliot, we find in almost every case a definite purpose to sweep away error and to reveal the underlying truth of human life. So the novel sought to do for society in this age precisely what Lyell and Darwin sought to do for science, that is, to find the truth and to show how it might be used to uplift humanity. Perhaps for this reason the Victorian Age is emphatically an age of realism rather than of romance, not the realism of Zola and Ibsen, but a deeper realism which strives to tell the whole truth, showing moral and physical diseases as they are, but holding up health and hope as the normal conditions of humanity. Idealism. It is somewhat customary to speak of this age as an age of doubt and pessimism, following the new conception of man and of the universe which was formulated by science under the name of involution. It is spoken of also as a prosaic age, lacking in great ideals. Both these criticisms seem to be the result of judging a large thing when we are too close to it to get its true proportions, just as Cologne Cathedral, one of the world's most perfect structures, seems to be a shapeless pile of stone when we stand too close beneath its mighty walls and buttresses. Tennyson's immature work, like that of the minor poets, is sometimes in a doubtful or despairing strain; but his In Memoriam is like a rainbow after storm, and Browning seems better to express the spirit of his age in the strong, manly faith of Rabbi Ben Ezra, and in the courageous optimism of all his poetry. Stedman's Victorian Anthology is, on the whole, a most inspiring book of poetry. It would be hard to collect more varied cheer from any age; and the great essayists, like Macaulay, Carlyle, Ruskin, and the great novelists, like Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, generally leave us with a larger charity and with a deeper faith in our humanity. So also the judgment that this age is too practical for great ideals may be only a description of the husk that hides a very full ear of corn. It is well to remember that Spenser and Sidney judged their own age, which we now consider to be the greatest in our literary history, to be altogether given over to materialism, and to be incapable of literary greatness. Just as time has made us smile at their blindness, so the next century may correct our judgment of this as a material age, and looking upon the enormous growth of charity and brotherhood among us, and at the literature which expresses our faith in men, may judge the Victorian age to be on the whole the noblest and most inspiring in the history of the world. End of Section 51. Section 52 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Part 1. The Poets of the Victorian Age. Alfred Tennyson, 1809 1892. O young mariner, you from the haven under the sea cliff, you that are watching the gray magician with eyes of wonder, I am Merlin, and I am dying. I am Merlin, who follow the gleam. O young mariner, down to the haven call your companions, launch your vessel and crowd your canvas, and ere it vanishes over the margin, after it, follow the gleam. One who reads this haunting poem of Merlin and the Gleam finds in it a suggestion of the spirit of the poet's whole life, his devotion to the ideal as expressed in poetry, his early romantic impressions, his struggles, doubts, triumphs, and his thrilling message to his race. Throughout the entire Victorian period, Tennyson stood at the summit of poetry in England. Not in vain was he appointed laureate at the death of Wordsworth in 1850, for almost alone among those who have held the office he felt the importance of his place and filled it and honored it. For nearly half a century Tennyson was not only a man and a poet, he was a voice, the voice of a whole people, expressing in exquisite melody their doubts and their faith, their griefs and their triumphs. In the wonderful variety of his verse he suggests all the qualities of England's greatest poets. The dreaminess of Spenser, the majesty of Milton, the natural simplicity of Wordsworth, the fantasy of Blake and Coleridge, the melody of Keats and Shelley, the narrative vigor of Scott and Byron, all these striking qualities are evident on successive pages of Tennyson's poetry. The only thing lacking is the dramatic power of the Elizabethans. In reflecting the restless spirit of this progressive age, Tennyson is as remarkable as Pope was in voicing the artificiality of the early 18th century. As a poet, therefore, who expresses not so much a personal as a national spirit, he is probably the most representative literary man of the Victorian era. Life. Tennyson's life is a remarkable one in this respect, that from beginning to end he seems to have been dominated by a single impulse, the impulse of poetry. He had no large or remarkable experiences, no wild oats to sow, no great successes or reverses, no business cares or public offices. For 66 years, from the appearance of The Poems by Two Brothers in 1827 until his death in 1892, he studied and practiced his art continually and exclusively. Only Browning, his fellow worker, resembles him in this, but the differences in the two men are world wide. Tennyson was naturally shy, retiring, indifferent to men, hating noise and publicity, loving to be alone with nature like Wordsworth. Browning was sociable, delighting in applause, in society, in travel, in the noise and bustle of the big world. Tennyson was born in the rectory of Somersby, Lincolnshire, in 1809. The sweet influences of his early natural surroundings can be better understood from his early poems than from any biography. He was one of the 12 children of the Reverend George Clayton Tennyson, a scholarly clergyman, and his wife Elizabeth Fitch, a gentle, lovable woman, not learned save in gracious household ways, to whom the poet pays a son's loyal tribute near the close of The Princess. It is interesting to note that most of these children were poetically inclined, and that 2 of the brothers, Charles and Frederick, gave far greater promise than did Alfred. When 7 years old, the boy went to his grandmother's house at Louth in order to attend a famous grammar school at that place. Not even a man's memory, which generally makes light of hardship and glorifies early experiences, could ever soften Tennyson's hatred of school life. His complaint was not so much at the roughness of the boys, which had so frightened Cowper, as at the brutality of the teachers, who put over the school door a wretched Latin inscription translating Solomon's barbarous advice about the rod and the child. In these psychologic days, when the child is more important than the curriculum, and when we teach girls and boys rather than Latin and arithmetic, we read with wonder Carlyle's description of his own schoolmaster, evidently a type of his kind, who knew of the human soul thus much, that it had a faculty called memory, and could be acted on through the muscular integument by appliance of birch rods. After 4 years of most unsatisfactory school life, Tennyson returned home, and was fitted for the university by his scholarly father. With his brothers he wrote many verses, and his first efforts appeared in a little volume called Poems by Two Brothers, in 1827. The next year he entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he became the center of a brilliant circle of friends, chief of whom was the young poet Arthur Henry Hallam. At the university, Tennyson soon became known for his poetical ability, and 2 years after his entrance he gained the prize of the Chancellor's Medal for a poem called Timbuktu, the subject, needless to say, being chosen by the Chancellor. Soon after winning this honor, Tennyson published his first signed work, called Poems Chiefly Lyrical (1830), which, though it seems somewhat crude and disappointing to us now, nevertheless contained the germ of all his later poetry. One of the most noticeable things in this volume is the influence which Byron evidently exerted over the poet in his early days. It was perhaps due largely to the same romantic influence that Tennyson and his friend Hallam presently sailed away to Spain with the idea of joining the army of insurgents against King Ferdinand. Considered purely as a revolutionary venture, this was something of a fiasco, suggesting the noble Duke of York and his 10,000 men. He marched them up a hill one day, and he marched them down again. From a literary viewpoint, however, the experience was not without its value. The deep impression which the wild beauty of the Pyrenees made upon the young poet's mind is reflected clearly in the poem Oenone. In 1831 Tennyson left the university without taking his degree. The reasons for this step are not clear, but the family was poor, and poverty may have played a large part in his determination. His father died a few months later, but by a generous arrangement with the new rector the family retained the rectory at Somersby, and here for nearly 6 years Tennyson lived in a retirement which strongly suggests Milton at Horton. He read and studied widely, cultivated an intimate acquaintance with nature, thought deeply on the problems suggested by the Reform Bill, which was then agitating England, and during his leisure hours wrote poetry. The first fruits of this retirement appeared late in 1832 in a wonderful little volume bearing the simple name Poems. As the work of a youth only 23, this book is remarkable for the variety and melody of its verse. Among its treasures we still read with delight The Lotus Eaters, Palace of Art, A Dream of Fair Women, The Miller's Daughter, Oenone, and The Lady of Shalott. But the critics of the Quarterly, who had brutally condemned his earlier work, were again unmercifully severe. The effect of this harsh criticism upon a sensitive nature was most unfortunate, and when his friend Hallam died in 1833, Tennyson was plunged into a period of gloom and sorrow. The sorrow may be read in the exquisite little poem beginning, "Break, break, break on thy cold gray stones, O sea," which was his first published elegy for his friend. And the depressing influence of the harsh and unjust criticism is suggested in Merlin and the Gleam, which the reader will understand only after he has read Tennyson's biography. For nearly 10 years after Hallam's death Tennyson published nothing, and his movements are hard to trace, as the family went here and there, seeking peace and a home in various parts of England. But though silent, he continued to write poetry, and it was in these sad, wandering days that he began his immortal In Memoriam and his Idylls of the King. In 1842 his friends persuaded him to give his work to the world, and with some hesitation he published his Poems. The success of this work was almost instantaneous, and we can appreciate the favor with which it was received when we read the noble blank verse of Ulysses and Morte d'Arthur, the perfect little song of grief for Hallam, which we have already mentioned, and the exquisite idylls like Dora and The Gardener's Daughter, which aroused even Wordsworth's enthusiasm and brought from him a letter saying that he had been trying all his life to write such an English pastoral as Dora and had failed. From this time forward, Tennyson, with increasing confidence in himself and his message, steadily maintained his place as the best known and best loved poet in England. The year 1850 was a happy one for Tennyson. He was appointed poet laureate to succeed Wordsworth, and he married Emily Selwood, her whose gentle will has changed my fate and made my life a perfumed altar flame, whom he had loved for 13 years, but whom his poverty had prevented him from marrying. The year is made further remarkable by the publication of In Memoriam, probably the most enduring of his poems, upon which he had worked at intervals for 16 years. 3 years later, with the money that his work now brought him, he leased the house Farringford in the Isle of Wight, and settled in the first permanent home he had known since he left the rectory at Somersby. For the remaining 40 years of his life he lived, like Wordsworth, in the stillness of a great peace, writing steadily and enjoying the friendship of a large number of people, some distinguished, some obscure, from the kindly and sympathetic Victoria to the servants of his own farm. All of these he called, with equal sincerity, his friends, and to each one he was the same man, simple, strong, kindly, and noble. Carlyle describes him as a fine, large-featured, dim-eyed, bronze-colored, shaggy-headed man, most restful, brotherly, solid-hearted. Loving solitude and hating publicity as he did, the numerous tourists from both sides of the ocean, who sought him out in his retreat and insisted upon seeing him, made his life at times intolerable. Influenced partly by the desire to escape such popularity, he bought land and built for himself a new house, Aldworth, in Surrey, though he made his home in Farringford for the greater part of the year. His labor during these years and his marvelous freshness and youthfulness of feeling are best understood by a glance at the contents of his complete works. Inferior poems, like The Princess, which was written in the first flush of his success, and his dramas, which were written against the advice of his best friends, may easily be criticized. But the bulk of his verse shows an astonishing originality and vigor to the very end. He died very quietly at Aldworth, with his family about him in the moonlight, and beside him a volume of Shakespeare open at the dirge in Cymbeline. Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. The strong and noble spirit of his life is reflected in one of his best known poems, Crossing the Bar, which was written in his 81st year, and which he desired should be placed at the end of his collected works. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea, but such a tide as, moving, seems asleep, too full for sound and foam, when that which drew from out the boundless deep turns again home. Twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark. And may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For though from out our bourne of time and place the flood may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. Works. At the outset of our study of Tennyson's works, it may be well to record two things by way of suggestion. First, Tennyson's poetry is not so much to be studied as to be read and appreciated. He is a poet to have open on one's table, and to enjoy as one enjoys his daily exercise. And second, we should by all means begin to get acquainted with Tennyson in the days of our youth. Unlike Browning, who is generally appreciated by more mature minds, Tennyson is for enjoyment, for inspiration, rather than for instruction. Only youth can fully appreciate him, and youth, unfortunately, except in a few rare, beautiful cases, is something which does not dwell with us long after our school days. The secret of poetry, especially of Tennyson's poetry, is to be eternally young, and, like Adam in Paradise, to find every morning a new world, fresh, wonderful, inspiring, as if just from the hands of God. Early poems and dramas. Except by the student, eager to understand the whole range of poetry in this age, Tennyson's earlier poems and his later dramas may well be omitted. Opinions vary about both, but the general judgment seems to be that the earlier poems show too much of Byron's influence, and their crudeness suffers by comparison with the exquisitely finished work of Tennyson's middle life. Of dramatic works he wrote 7, his great ambition being to present a large part of the history of England in a series of dramas. Becket was one of the best of these works, and met with considerable favor on the stage. But, like all the others, it indicates that Tennyson lacked the dramatic power and the humor necessary for a successful playwright. The Princess and Maud. Among the remaining poems there is such a wide variety that every reader must be left largely to follow his own delightful choice. Note: an excellent little volume for the beginner is Van Dyck's Poems by Tennyson, which shows the entire range of the poet's work from his earliest to his latest years. See selections for reading at the end of this chapter. End of note. Of the poems, of 1842, we have already mentioned those best worth reading. The Princess, a medley, 1847, a long poem of over 3,000 lines of blank verse, is Tennyson's answer to the question of woman's rights and woman's sphere, which was then, as in our own day, strongly agitating the public mind. In this poem a baby finally solves the problem which philosophers have pondered ever since men began to think connectedly about human society. A few exquisite songs, like Tears, Idle Tears, Bugle Song, and Sweet and Low, form the most delightful part of this poem, which in general is hardly up to the standard of the poet's later work. Maud, 1855, is what is called in literature a monodrama, telling the story of a lover who passes from morbidness to ecstasy, then to anger and murder, followed by insanity and recovery. This was Tennyson's favorite, and among his friends he read aloud from it more than from any other poem. Perhaps if we could hear Tennyson read it, we should appreciate it better. But on the whole it seems overwrought and melodramatic. Even its lyrics, like "Come into the Garden, Maud," which make this work a favorite with young lovers, are characterized by prettiness rather than by beauty or strength. In Memoriam, perhaps the most loved of all Tennyson's works, is In Memoriam, which, on account of both its theme and its exquisite workmanship, is one of the few immortal names that were not born to die. The immediate occasion of this remarkable poem was Tennyson's profound personal grief at the death of his friend Hallam. As he wrote lyric after lyric, inspired by this sad subject, the poet's grief became less personal, and the greater grief of humanity mourning for its dead and questioning its immortality took possession of him. Gradually the poem became an expression, first of universal doubt, and then of universal faith, a faith which rests ultimately not on reason or philosophy, but on the soul's instinct for immortality. The immortality of human love is the theme of the poem, which is made up of over 100 different lyrics. The movement takes us through 3 years, rising slowly from poignant sorrow and doubt to a calm peace and hope, and ending with a noble hymn of courage and faith, a modest courage and a humble faith, love-inspired, which will be a favorite as long as saddened men turn to literature for consolation. Though Darwin's greatest books had not yet been written, science had already overturned many old conceptions of life. And Tennyson, who lived apart and thought deeply on all the problems of his day, gave this poem to the world as his own answer to the doubts and questionings of men. This universal human interest, together with its exquisite form and melody, make the poem, in popular favor at least, the supreme threnody or elegiac poem of our literature, though Milton's Lycidas is, from the critical viewpoint, undoubtedly a more artistic work. Idylls of the King. The Idylls of the King ranks among the greatest of Tennyson's later works. Its general subject is the Celtic legends of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, and the chief source of its material is Malory's Morte d'Arthur. Here, in this mass of beautiful legends, is certainly the subject of a great national epic. Yet after 400 years, during which many poets have used the material, the great epic is still unwritten. Milton and Spenser, as we have already noted, considered this material carefully, and Milton alone of all English writers had perhaps the power to use it in a great epic. Tennyson began to use these legends in his Morte d'Arthur, 1842, but the epic idea probably occurred to him later, in 1856, when he began Geraint and Enid, and he added the stories of Vivian, Elaine, Guinevere, and other heroes and heroines at intervals, until Balin, the last of the Idylls, appeared in 1885. Later these works were gathered together and arranged with an attempt at unity. The result is in no sense an epic poem, but rather a series of single poems loosely connected by a thread of interest in Arthur, the central personage, and in his unsuccessful attempt to found an ideal kingdom. English Idylls. Entirely different in spirit is another collection of poems called English Idylls. Note: Tennyson made a distinction in spelling between the idylls idylls of the king and the English idylls idylls, like Dora. End of note. Which began in the poems of 1842, and which Tennyson intended should reflect the ideals of widely different types of English life. Of these varied poems, Dora, The Gardener's Daughter, Ulysses, Locksley Hall, and Sir Galahad are the best, but all are worthy of study. One of the most famous of this series is Enoch Arden, 1864, in which Tennyson turns from medieval knights, from lords, heroes, and fair ladies, to find the material for true poetry among the lowly people that make up the bulk of English life. Its rare melody, its sympathy for common life, and its revelation of the beauty and heroism which hide in humble men and women everywhere, made this work an instant favorite. Judged by its sales alone, it was the most popular of his works during the poet's lifetime. Tennyson's later volumes, like the Ballads, 1880, and Demeter, 1889, should not be overlooked, since they contain some of his best work. The former contains stirring war songs, like The Defense of Lucknow, and pictures of wild, passionate grief, like Rizpah. The latter is notable for Romney's Remorse, a wonderful piece of work. Merlin and the Gleam, which expresses the poet's lifelong ideal, and several exquisite little songs like The Throstle and The Oak, which show how marvelously the aged poet retained his youthful freshness and inspiration. Here certainly is variety enough to give us long years of literary enjoyment. And we need hardly mention miscellaneous poems like The Brook and The Charge of the Light Brigade, which are known to every schoolboy, and Wages, and The Higher Pantheism, which should be read by every man who thinks about the old problem of life and death. Characteristics of Tennyson's poetry. If we attempt to sum up the quality of Tennyson as shown in all these works, the task is a difficult one. But three things stand out more or less plainly. First, Tennyson is essentially the artist. No other in his age studied the art of poetry so constantly or with such singleness of purpose, and only Swinburne rivals him in melody and the perfect finish of his verse. Second, like all the great writers of his age, he is emphatically a teacher, often a leader. In the preceding age, as the result of the turmoil produced by the French Revolution, lawlessness was more or less common, and individuality was the rule in literature. Tennyson's theme, so characteristic of his age, is the reign of order, of law in the physical world, producing evolution, and of law in the spiritual world, working out the perfect man. In Memoriam, Idylls of the King, The Princess, here are three widely different poems, yet the theme of each, so far as poetry is a kind of spiritual philosophy and weighs its words before it utters them, is the orderly development of law in the natural and in the spiritual world. Tennyson's message. This certainly is a new doctrine in poetry, but the message does not end here. Law implies a source, a method, an object. Tennyson, after facing his doubts honestly and manfully, finds law even in the sorrows and losses of humanity. He gives this law an infinite and personal source, and finds the supreme purpose of all law to be a revelation of divine love. All earthly love, therefore, becomes an image of the heavenly. What first, perhaps, attracted readers to Tennyson, as to Shakespeare, was the character of his women, pure, gentle, refined beings whom we must revere as our Anglo-Saxon forefathers revered the women they loved. Like Browning, the poet had loved one good woman supremely, and her love made clear the meaning of all life. The message goes one step farther. Because law and love are in the world, faith is the only reasonable attitude toward life and death, even though we understand them not. Such, in a few words, seems to be Tennyson's whole message and philosophy. If we attempt now to fix Tennyson's permanent place in literature as the result of his life and work, we must apply to him the same test that we applied to Milton and Wordsworth, and indeed to all our great poets, and ask, with the German critics, what new thing has he said to the world or even to his own country? The answer is, frankly, that we do not yet know surely, that we are still too near Tennyson to judge him impersonally. This much, however, is clear. In a marvelously complex age, and amid 100 great men, he was regarded as a leader. For a full half century he was the voice of England, loved and honored as a man and a poet, not simply by a few discerning critics, but by a whole people that do not easily give their allegiance to any one man. And that, for the present, is Tennyson's sufficient eulogy. End of Section 52. Section 53 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continued. Robert Browning, 1812-1889. How good is man's life, the mere living! How fit to employ all the heart and the soul and the senses forever in joy! In this new Song of David, from Browning's Saul, we have a suggestion of the astonishing vigor and hope that characterize all the works of Browning, the one poet of the age who, after 30 years of continuous work, was finally recognized and placed beside Tennyson, and whom future ages may judge to be a greater poet, perhaps even the greatest in our literature since Shakespeare. The chief difficulty in reading Browning is the obscurity of his style, which the critics of half a century ago held up to ridicule. Their attitude toward the poet's early work may be inferred from Tennyson's humorous criticism of Sordello. It may be remembered that the first line of this obscure poem is, "Who will may hear Sordello's story told," and that the last line is, "Who would has heard Sordello's story told." Tennyson remarked that these were the only lines in the whole poem that he understood, and that they were evidently both lies. If we attempt to explain this obscurity, which puzzled Tennyson and many less friendly critics, we find that it has many sources. First, the poet's thought is often obscure, or else so extremely subtle that language expresses it imperfectly. Thoughts hardly to be packed into a narrow act, fancies that broke through language and escaped. Browning's obscurity. Second, Browning is led from one thing to another by his own mental associations, and forgets that the reader's associations may be of an entirely different kind. Third, Browning is careless in his English, and frequently clips his speech, giving us a series of ejaculations. As we do not quite understand his process of thought, we must stop between the ejaculations to trace out the connections. Fourth, Browning's allusions are often far-fetched, referring to some odd scrap of information which he has picked up in his wide reading, and the ordinary reader finds it difficult to trace and understand them. Finally, Browning wrote too much and revised too little. The time which he should have given to making one thought clear was used in expressing other thoughts that flitted through his head like a flock of swallows. His field was the individual soul, never exactly alike in any two men, and he sought to express the hidden motives and principles which govern individual action. In this field he is like a miner delving underground, sending up masses of mingled earth and ore, and the reader must sift all this material to separate the gold from the dross. Here certainly are sufficient reasons for Browning's obscurity. And we must add the word that the fault seems unpardonable, for the simple reason that Browning shows himself capable at times of writing directly, melodiously, and with noble simplicity. Browning as a teacher. So much for the faults which must be faced and overlooked before one finds the treasure that is hidden in Browning's poetry. Of all the poets in our literature, no other is so completely, so consciously, so magnificently a teacher of men. He feels his mission of faith and courage in a world of doubt and timidity. For 30 years he faced indifference and ridicule, working bravely and cheerfully the while, until he made the world recognize and follow him. The spirit of his whole life is well expressed in his Paracelsus, written when he was only 22 years old. I see my way as birds their trackless way. I shall arrive. What time, what circuit first, I ask not. But unless God send his hail, or blinding fireballs, sleet, or stifling snow, in some time, his good time, I shall arrive. He guides me and the bird in his good time. He is not, like so many others, an entertaining poet. One cannot read him after dinner or when settled in a comfortable easy chair. One must sit up and think and be alert when he reads Browning. If we accept these conditions, we shall probably find that Browning is the most stimulating poet in our language. His influence upon our life is positive and tremendous. His strength, his joy of life, his robust faith, and his invincible optimism enter into us, making us different and better men after reading him. And perhaps the best thing he can say of Browning is that his thought is slowly but surely taking possession of all well-educated men and women. Life. Browning's father was outwardly a businessman, a clerk for 50 years in the Bank of England. Inwardly he was an interesting combination of the scholar and the artist, with the best tastes of both. His mother was a sensitive, musical woman, evidently very lovely in character, the daughter of a German ship owner and merchant who had settled in Scotland. She was of Celtic descent, and Carlyle describes her as the true type of a Scottish gentlewoman. From his neck down, Browning was the typical Briton, short, stocky, large-chested, robust. But even in the lifeless portrait, his face changes as we view it from different angles. Now it is like an English business man, now like a German scientist, and now it has a curious suggestion of Uncle Remus, these being, no doubt, so many different reflections of his mixed and unremembered ancestors. He was born in Camberwell, on the outskirts of London, in 1812. From his home and from his first school at Peckham he could see London, and the city lights by night and the smoky chimneys by day had the same powerful fascination for the child that the woods and fields and the beautiful country had for his friend Tennyson. His schooling was short and desultory, his education being attended to by private tutors and by his father, who left the boy largely to follow his own inclination. Like the young Milton, Browning was fond of music, and in many of his poems, especially in Abt Vogler and a toccata of Galuppi's, he interprets the musical temperament better, perhaps, than any other writer in our literature. But unlike Milton, through whose poetry there runs a great melody, music seems to have had no consistent effect upon his verse, which is often so jarring that one must wonder how a musical ear could have endured it. Like Tennyson, this boy found his work very early, and for 50 years hardly a week passed that he did not write poetry. He began at 6 to produce verses, in imitation of Byron, but fortunately this early work has been lost. Then he fell under the influence of Shelley, and his first known work, Pauline (1833), must be considered as a tribute to Shelley and his poetry. Tennyson's earliest work, Poems by Two Brothers, had been published and well paid for 5 years before, but Browning could find no publisher who would even consider Pauline, and the work was published by means of money furnished by an indulgent relative. This poem received scant notice from the reviewers, who had pounced like hawks on a dovecote upon Tennyson's first 2 modest volumes. 2 years later appeared Paracelsus, and then his tragedy, Strafford, was put upon the stage. But not till Sordello was published in 1840 did he attract attention enough to be denounced for the obscurity and vagaries of his style. 6 years later, in 1846, he suddenly became famous, not because he finished in that year his Bells and Pomegranates, which is Browning's symbolic name for poetry and thought, or singing and sermonizing, but because he eloped with the best known literary woman in England, Elizabeth Barrett, whose fame was for many years, both before and after her marriage, much greater than Browning's, and who was at first considered superior to Tennyson. Thereafter, until his own work compelled attention, he was known chiefly as the man who married Elizabeth Barrett. For years this lady had been an almost helpless invalid, and it seemed a quixotic thing when Browning, having failed to gain her family's consent to the marriage, carried her off romantically. Love and Italy proved better than her physicians, and for 15 years Browning and his wife lived an ideally happy life in Pisa and in Florence. The exquisite romance of their love is preserved in Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese, and in the volume of Letters recently published, wonderful letters, but so tender and intimate that it seems almost a sacrilege for inquisitive eyes to read them. Mrs. Browning died in Florence in 1861. The loss seemed at first too much to bear, and Browning fled with his son to England. For the remainder of his life he lived alternately in London and in various parts of Italy, especially at the Palazzo Rezzonico in Venice, which is now an object of pilgrimage to almost every tourist who visits the beautiful city. Wherever he went he mingled with men and women, sociable, well-dressed, courteous, loving crowds and popular applause, the very reverse of his friend Tennyson. His earlier work had been much better appreciated in America than in England, but with the publication of The Ring and the Book in 1868, he was at last recognized by his countrymen as one of the greatest of English poets. He died in Venice on December 12, 1889, the same day that saw the publication of his last work, Asolando. Though Italy offered him an honored resting place, England claimed him for her own, and he lies buried beside Tennyson in Westminster Abbey. The spirit of his whole life is magnificently expressed in his own lines in the epilogue of his last book. One who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph, held, we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake. Works. A glance at even the titles which Browning gave to his best-known volumes: Dramatic Lyrics, 1842; Dramatic Romances and Lyrics, 1845; Men and Women, 1853; Dramatis Persona, 1864, will suggest how strong the dramatic element is in all his work. Indeed, all his poems may be divided into three classes: pure dramas, like Strafford and A Blot in the Scutcheon; dramatic narratives, like Pippa Passes, which are dramatic in form, but were not meant to be acted; and dramatic lyrics, like The Last Ride Together, which are short poems expressing some strong personal emotion, or describing some dramatic episode in human life, and in which the hero himself generally tells the story. Browning and Shakespeare. Though Browning is often compared with Shakespeare, the reader will understand that he has very little of Shakespeare's dramatic talent. He cannot bring a group of people together and let the actions and words of his characters show us the comedy and tragedy of human life. Neither can the author be disinterested, satisfied, as Shakespeare was, with life itself, without drawing any moral conclusions. Browning has always a moral ready, and insists upon giving us his own views of life, which Shakespeare never does. His dramatic power lies in depicting what he himself calls the history of a soul. Sometimes, as in Paracelsus, he endeavors to trace the progress of the human spirit. More often he takes some dramatic moment in life, some crisis in the ceaseless struggle between good and evil, and describes with wonderful insight the hero's own thoughts and feelings. But he almost invariably tells us how, at such and such a point, the good or the evil in his hero must inevitably have triumphed. And generally, as in My Last Duchess, the speaker adds a word here and there, aside from the story, which unconsciously shows the kind of man he is. It is this power of revealing the soul from within that causes Browning to fascinate those who study him long enough. His range is enormous, and brings all sorts and conditions of men under analysis. The musician in Abt Vogler, the artist in Andrea del Sarto, the early Christian in A Death in the Desert, the Arab horseman in Muteke, the sailor in Erfkiel, the medieval knight in Childe Roland, the Hebrew in Saul, the Greek in Balaustion's Adventure, the monster in Caliban, the immortal dead in Karshish. All these and 100 more histories of the soul show Browning's marvelous versatility. It is this great range of sympathy with many different types of life that constitutes Browning's chief likeness to Shakespeare, though otherwise there is no comparison between the two men. First period of work. If we separate all these dramatic poems into three main periods, the early from 1833 to 1841, the middle from 1841 to 1868, and the late from 1868 to 1889, the work of the beginner will be much more easily designated. Of his early soul studies, Pauline (1833), Paraclesus (1835), and Sordello (1840), little need be said here, except perhaps this, that if we begin with these works we shall probably never read anything else by Browning, and that were a pity. It is better to leave these obscure works until his better poems have so attracted us to Browning that we will cheerfully endure his worst faults for the sake of his undoubted virtues. The same criticism applies, though in less degree, to his first drama, Strafford (1837), which belongs to the early period of his work. Second period. The merciless criticism which greeted Sordello had a wholesome effect on Browning, as is shown in the better work of his second period. Moreover, his new power was developing rapidly, as may be seen by comparing the 8 numbers of his famous Bells and Pomegranates series, 1841 1846, with his earlier work. Thus, the first number of this wonderful series, published in 1841, contains Pippa Passes, which is on the whole the most perfect of his longer poems; and another number contains A Blot in the Scutcheon, which is the most readable of his dramas. Even a beginner must be thrilled by the beauty and the power of these two works. Two other noteworthy dramas of the period are Colombe's Birthday, 1844, and In a Balcony, 1855, which, however, met with scant appreciation on the stage, having too much subtle analysis and too little action to satisfy the public. Nearly all his best lyrics, dramas, and dramatic poems belong to this middle period of labor. And when The Ring and the Book appeared in 1868, he had given to the world the noblest expression of his poetic genius. Third Period. In the third period, beginning when Browning was nearly 60 years old, he wrote even more industriously than before, and published on an average nearly a volume of poetry a year, such volumes as Fifine at the Fair, Red Cotton Night, Cap Country, The Inn Album, Jocoseria, and many others show how Browning gained steadily in the power of revealing the hidden springs of human action. But he often rambles most tiresomely, and in general his work loses in sustained interest. It is perhaps significant that most of his best work was done under Mrs. Browning's influence. What to read? Of the short miscellaneous poems there is such an unusual variety that one must hesitate a little in suggesting this or that to the beginner's attention. My Star, Evelyn Hope, Wanting is What? Home Thoughts from Abroad, Meeting at Night, One Word More, an exquisite tribute to his dead wife, Prospice (Look Forward), Songs from Pippa Passes, various love poems like By the Fireside and The Last Ride Together, The Inimitable Pied Piper, and the ballads like Hervé Riel and How They Brought the Good News. These are a mere suggestion, expressing only the writer's personal preference, but a glance at the contents of Browning's volumes will reveal scores of other poems which another writer might recommend as being better in themselves or more characteristic of Browning. Note: an excellent little book for the beginner is Lovett's Selections from Browning. End of note. Soul Studies. Among Browning's dramatic soul studies there is also a very wide choice. Andrea del Sarto is one of the best, revealing as it does the strength and the weakness of the perfect painter, whose love for a soulless woman with a pretty face saddens his life and hampers his best work. Next in importance to Andrea stands An Epistle, reciting the experiences of Karshish, an Arab physician, which is one of the best examples of Browning's peculiar method of presenting the truth. The half scoffing, half earnest, and wholly bewildered state of this Oriental scientist's mind is clearly indicated between the lines of his letter to his old master. His description of Lazarus, whom he meets by chance, and of the state of mind of one who, having seen the glories of immortality, must live again in the midst of the jumble of trivial and stupendous things which constitute our life, forms one of the most original and suggestive poems in our literature. My Last Duchess is a short but very keen analysis of the soul of a selfish man, who reveals his character unconsciously by his words of praise concerning his dead wife's picture. In The Bishop Orders His Tomb we have another extraordinarily interesting revelation of the mind of a vain and worldly man, this time a churchman, whose words tell you far more than he dreams about his own character. Abt Vogler, undoubtedly one of Browning's finest poems, is the study of a musician's soul. Muléykeh gives us the soul of an Arab, vain and proud of his fast horse, which was never beaten in a race. A rival steals the horse and rides away upon her back. But, used as she is to her master's touch, she will not show her best pace to the stranger. Muléykeh rides up furiously, but instead of striking the thief from his saddle, he boasts about his peerless mare, saying that if a certain spot on her neck were touched with the rein, she could never be overtaken. Instantly the robber touches the spot, and the mare answers with a burst of speed that makes pursuit hopeless. Muléykeh has lost his mare, but he has kept his pride in the unbeaten one, and is satisfied. Rabbi Ben Ezra, which refuses analysis, and which must be read entire to be appreciated, is perhaps the most quoted of all Browning's works, and contains the best expression of his own faith in life, both here and hereafter. All these wonderful poems are again merely a suggestion. They indicate simply the works to which one reader turns when he feels mentally vigorous enough to pick up Browning. Another list of soul studies, citing a toccata of Galuppi's, a grammarian's funeral, Fra Lippo, Saul, Cleon, a death in the desert, and soliloquy of the Spanish cloister, might in another's judgment be more interesting and suggestive. Pippa Passes. Among Browning's longer poems there are two at least which well deserve our study. Pippa Passes, aside from its rare poetical qualities, is a study of unconscious influence. The idea of the poem was suggested to Browning while listening to a gypsy girl singing in the woods near his home, but he transfers the scene of the action to a little mountain town of Asolo in Italy. Pippa is a little silk weaver who goes out in the morning to enjoy her one holiday of the whole year. As she thinks of her own happiness, she is vaguely wishing that she might share it and do some good. Then, with her childish imagination, she begins to weave a little romance in which she shares in the happiness of the four greatest and happiest people in Asolo. It never occurs to her that perhaps there is more of misery than of happiness in the four great ones of whom she dreams, and so she goes on her way singing. The years at the spring, and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn, God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Fate wills it that the words and music of her little songs should come to the ears of four different groups of people at the moment when they are facing the greatest crises of their lives, and turn the scale from evil to good. But Pippa knows nothing of this. She enjoys her holiday and goes to bed still singing, entirely ignorant of the good she has done in the world. With one exception, it is the most perfect of all Browning's works. At best it is not easy nor merely entertaining reading, but it richly repays whatever hours we spend in studying it. The Ring and the Book. The Ring and the Book is Browning's masterpiece. It is an immense poem twice as long as Paradise Lost, and longer by some 2,000 lines than the Iliad. And before we begin the undoubted task of reading it, we must understand that there is no interesting story or dramatic development to carry us along. In the beginning we have an outline of the story, such as it is, a horrible story of Count Guido's murder of his beautiful young wife, and Browning tells us in detail just when and how he found a book containing the record of the crime and the trial. There the story element ends, and the symbolism of the book begins. The title of the poem is explained by the habit of the old Etruscan goldsmiths, who in making one of their elaborately chased rings would mix the pure gold with an alloy in order to harden it. When the ring was finished, acid was poured upon it, and the acid ate out the alloy, leaving the beautiful design in pure gold. Browning purposes to follow the same plan with his literary material, which consists simply of the evidence given at the trial of Guido in Rome in 1698. He intends to mix a poet's fancy with the crude facts and create a beautiful and artistic work. The result of Browning's purpose is a series of monologues, in which the same story is retold 9 different times by the different actors in the drama: the count, the young wife, the suspected priest, the lawyers, the pope who presides at the trial. Each tells the story, and each unconsciously reveals the depths of his own nature in the recital. The most interesting of the characters are Guido, the husband, who changes from bold defiance to abject fear; Caponsacchi, the young priest, who aids the wife in her flight from her brutal husband, and is unjustly accused of false motives; Pompilia, the young wife, one of the noblest characters in literature, fit in all respects to rank with Shakespeare's great heroines; and the Pope, a splendid figure, the strongest of all Browning's masculine characters. When we have read the story as told by these 4 different actors, we have the best of the poet's work and of the most original poem in our language. Browning and Tennyson. Browning's place and message. Browning's place in our literature will be better appreciated by comparison with his friend Tennyson, whom we have just studied. In one respect, at least, these poets are in perfect accord. Each finds in love the supreme purpose and meaning of life. In other respects, especially in their methods of approaching the truth, the 2 men are the exact opposites. Tennyson is first the artist and then the teacher. But with Browning the message is always the important thing, and he is careless, too careless, of the form in which it is expressed. Again, Tennyson is under the influence of the Romantic revival and chooses his subjects daintily, but all's fish that comes to Browning's net. He takes comely and ugly subjects with equal pleasure, and aims to show that truth lies hidden in both the evil and the good. This contrast is all the more striking when we remember that Browning's essentially scientific attitude was taken by a man who refused to study science. Tennyson, whose work is always artistic, never studied art, but was devoted to the sciences, while Browning, whose work is seldom artistic in form, thought that art was the most suitable subject for man's study. Browning's message. The 2 poets differ even more widely in their respective messages. Tennyson's message reflects the growing order of the age, and is summed up in the word law. In his view, the individual will must be suppressed. The self must always be subordinate. His resignation is at times almost Oriental in its fatalism, and occasionally it suggests Schopenhauer in its mixture of fate and pessimism. Browning's message, on the other hand, is the triumph of the individual will over all obstacles. The self is not subordinate, but supreme. There is nothing Oriental, nothing doubtful, nothing pessimistic in the whole range of his poetry. His is the voice of the Anglo-Saxon standing up in the face of all obstacles and saying, "I can and I will." He is therefore far more radically English than is Tennyson. And it may be for this reason that he is the more studied, and that while youth delights in Tennyson, manhood is better satisfied with Browning. Because of his invincible will and optimism, Browning is at present regarded as the poet who has spoken the strongest word of faith to an age of doubt. His energy, his cheerful courage, his faith in life and in the development that awaits us beyond the portals of death are like a bugle call to good living. This sums up his present influence upon the minds of those who have learned to appreciate him. Of the future we can only say that, both at home and abroad, he seems to be gaining steadily in appreciation as the years go by. End of Section 53. Section 54 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continued. Minor Poets of the Victorian Age. Elizabeth Barrett, Among the minor poets of the past century, Elizabeth Barrett, Mrs. Browning, occupies perhaps the highest place in popular favor. She was born at Coxhoe Hall, near Durham, in 1806, but her childhood and early youth were spent in Herefordshire, among the Malvern Hills, made famous by Piers Plowman. In 1835 the Barrett family moved to London, where Elizabeth gained a literary reputation by the publication of The Seraphim and Other Poems (1838). Then illness and the shock caused by the tragic death of her brother in 1840 placed her frail life in danger, and for 6 years she was confined to her own room. The innate strength and beauty of her spirit here showed itself strongly in her daily study, her poetry, and especially in her interest in the social problems which sooner or later occupied all the Victorian writers. "My mind to me a kingdom is" might well have been written over the door of the room where this delicate invalid worked and suffered in loneliness and in silence. In 1844 Miss Barrett published her Poems, which, though somewhat impulsive and overwrought, met with remarkable public favor. Such poems as The Cry of the Children, which voices the protest of humanity against child labor, appealed tremendously to the readers of the age; and this young woman's fame as a poet temporarily overshadowed that of Tennyson and Browning. Indeed, as late as 1850, when Wordsworth died, she was seriously considered for the position of poet laureate, which was finally given to Tennyson. A reference to Browning, in Lady Geraldine's Courtship, is supposed to have first led the poet to write to Miss Barrett in 1845. Soon afterwards he visited the invalid. They fell in love almost at first sight, and the following year, against the wishes of her father, who was evidently a selfish old tyrant, Browning carried her off and married her. The exquisite romance of their love is reflected in Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese, 1850. This is a noble and inspiring book of love poems, and Stedman regards the opening sonnet, "I thought once how Theocritus had sung," as equal to any in our language. For 15 years the Brownings lived an ideally happy life at Pisa and at Casa Guidi, Florence, sharing the same poetical ambitions. And love was the greatest thing in the world. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive for right. I love thee purely, as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs, and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Mrs. Browning entered with whole-souled enthusiasm into the aspirations of Italy in its struggle against the tyranny of Austria, and her Casa Guidi Windows, 1851, is a combination of poetry and politics, both, it must be confessed, a little too emotional. In 1856 she published Aurora Leigh, a novel in verse, having for its hero a young social reformer, and for its heroine a young woman, poetical and enthusiastic, who strongly suggests Elizabeth Barrett herself. It emphasizes in verse precisely the same moral and social ideals which Dickens and George Eliot were proclaiming in all their novels. Her last 2 volumes were Poems Before Congress, 1860, and Last Poems, published after her death. She died suddenly in 1861 and was buried in Florence. Browning's famous line, "O lyric love, half angel and half bird, may well apply to her frail life and aerial spirit. Rossetti, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, 1828 1882, the son of an exiled Italian painter and scholar, was distinguished both as a painter and as a poet. He was a leader of the Pre-Raphaelite movement. Note this term, which means simply Italian painters before Raphael, is generally applied to an artistic movement in the middle of the 19th century. The term was first used by a brotherhood of German artists who worked together in the convent of San Isodoro in Rome, with the idea of restoring art to its medieval purity and simplicity. The term now generally refers to a company of 7 young men, Dante Gabriel Rossetti and his brother William, William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, James Collinson, Frederick George Stevens, and Thomas Woolner, who formed the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood in England in 1848. Their official literary organ was called the Germ, in which much of the early work of Morris and Rossetti appeared. They took for their models the early Italian painters, who, they declared, were simple, sincere, and religious. Their purpose was to encourage simplicity and naturalness in art and literature, and one of their chief objects, in the face of doubt and materialism, was to express the wonder, reverence, and awe which characterizes medieval art. In its return to the mysticism and symbolism of the medieval age, this Pre-Raphaelitism suggests the contemporary Oxford or Tractarian movement in religion. End of note. And published in the first numbers of The Germ his Hand and Soul, a delicate prose study, and his famous The Blessed Damozel, beginning, "The blessed damozel leaned out from the gold bar of heaven. Her eyes were deeper than the depth of waters stilled at even. She had 3 lilies in her hand, and the stars in her hair were 7. These 2 early works, especially The Blessed Damozel, with its simplicity and exquisite spiritual quality, are characteristic of the ideals of the Pre-Raphaelites. In 1860, after a long engagement, Rossetti married Elizabeth Siddal, a delicate, beautiful English girl whom he has immortalized both in his pictures and in his poetry. She died 2 years later, and Rossetti never entirely recovered from the shock. At her burial he placed in her coffin the manuscripts of all his unpublished poems, and only at the persistent demands of his friends did he allow them to be exhumed and printed in 1870. The publication of his volume of love poems created a sensation in literary circles, and Rossetti was hailed as one of the greatest of living poets. In 1881 he published his Ballads and Sonnets, a remarkable volume containing, among other poems, The Confession, modeled after Browning; the Ballad of Sister Helen, founded on a medieval superstition; The King's Tragedy, a masterpiece of dramatic narrative; and The House of Life, a collection of 101 sonnets, reflecting the poet's love and loss. This last collection deserves to rank with Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese and with Shakespeare's sonnets as one of the 3 great cycles of love poems in our language. It has been well said that both Rossetti and Morris paint pictures as well in their poems as on their canvases, and this pictorial quality of their verse is its chief characteristic. Morris. William Morris, 1834 1896, is a most interesting combination of literary man and artist. In the latter capacity, as architect, designer, and manufacturer of furniture, carpets, and wall paper, and as founder of the Kelmscott Press for artistic printing and bookbinding, he has laid us all under an immense debt of gratitude. From boyhood he had steeped himself in the legends and ideals of the Middle Ages, and his best literary work is wholly medieval in spirit. The Earthly Paradise (1868 1870) is generally regarded as his masterpiece. This delightful collection of stories in verse tells of a roving band of Vikings who are wrecked on the fabled island of Atlantis, and who discover there a superior race of men having the characteristics of ideal Greeks. The Vikings remain for a year, telling stories of their own Northland, and listening to the classic and Oriental tales of their hosts. Morris's interest in Icelandic literature is further shown by his Sigurd the Volsung, an epic founded upon one of the old sagas, and by his prose romances, The House of the Wolfings, The Story of the Glittering Plain, and The Roots of the Mountains. Later in life he became deeply interested in socialism, and two other romances, The Dream of John Ball and News from Nowhere, are interesting as modern attempts at depicting an ideal society governed by the principles of More's Utopia. Swinburne. Algernon Charles Swinburne (1837 1909) is chronologically the last of the Victorian poets. As an artist in technique, having perfect command of all Old English verse forms, and a remarkable faculty for inventing new, he seems at the present time to rank among the best in our literature. Indeed, as Stedman says, before his advent we did not realize the full scope of English verse. This refers to the melodious and constantly changing form, rather than to the content, of Swinburne's poetry. At the death of Tennyson in 1892, he was undoubtedly the greatest living poet, and only his liberal opinions, his scorn of royalty and of conventions, and the prejudice aroused by the pagan spirit of his early work, prevented his appointment as poet laureate. He has written a very large number of poems, dramas, and essays in literary criticism, but we are still too near to judge of the permanence of his work or of his place in literature. Those who would read and estimate his work for themselves will do well to begin with a volume of selected poems, especially those which show his love of the sea and his exquisite appreciation of child life. His Atalanta in Calydon, 1864, a beautiful lyric drama modeled on the Greek tragedy, is generally regarded as his masterpiece. In all his work, Swinburne carries Tennyson's love of melody to an extreme, and often sacrifices sense to sound. His poetry is always musical, and, like music, appeals almost exclusively to the emotions. We have chosen somewhat arbitrarily these four writers, Mrs. Browning, D.G. Rossetti, Morris, and Swinburne, as representative of the minor poets of the age; but there are many others who are worthy of study. Arthur Hugh Clough and Matthew Arnold. Note: Arnold was one of the best known poets of the age, but because he has exerted a deeper influence in our literature as a critic, we have reserved him for special study among the essayists. End of note. Who are often called the poets of skepticism, but who in reality represent a reverent seeking for truth through reason and human experience. Frederick William Faber, the Catholic mystic, author of some exquisite hymns, and the scholarly John Keble, author of The Christian Year, our best known book of devotional verse, and among the women poets Adelaide Proctor, Jean Ingelow, and Christina Rossetti, each of whom had a large, admiring circle of readers. It would be a hopeless task at the present time to inquire into the relative merits of all these minor poets. We note only their careful workmanship and exquisite melody, their wide range of thought and feeling, their eager search for truth, each in his own way, and especially the note of freshness and vitality which they have given to English poetry. End of section 54. Section 55 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Part 2, The Novelists of the Victorian Age. Charles Dickens, 1812 1870. When we consider Dickens' life and work in comparison with that of the two great poets we have been studying, the contrast is startling. While Tennyson and Browning were being educated for the life of literature and shielded most tenderly from the hardships of the world, Dickens, a poor, obscure, and suffering child, was helping to support a shiftless family by pasting labels on blacking bottles, sleeping under a counter like a homeless cat, and once a week timidly approaching the big prison where his father was confined for debt. In 1836 his Pickwick was published, and life was changed as if a magician had waved his wand over him. While the two great poets were slowly struggling for recognition, Dickens, with plenty of money and too much fame, was the acknowledged literary hero of England, the idol of immense audiences which gathered to applaud him wherever he appeared. And there is also this striking contrast between the novelist and the poets, that while the whole tendency of the age was toward realism, away from the extremes of the Romanticists and from the oddities and absurdities of the early novel writers, it was precisely by emphasizing oddities and absurdities, by making caricatures rather than characters, that Dickens first achieved his popularity. Life. In Dickens' early life we see a stern but unrecognized preparation for the work that he was to do. Never was there a better illustration of the fact that a boy's early hardship and suffering are sometimes only divine messengers disguised, and that circumstances which seem only evil are often the source of a man's strength and of the influence which he is to wield in the world. He was the second of 8 poor children, and was born at Landport in 1812. His father, who is supposed to be the original of Mr. Micawber, was a clerk in a navy office. He could never make both ends meet, and after struggling with debts in his native town for many years, moved to London when Dickens was 9 years old. The debts still pursued him, and after 2 years of grandiloquent misfortune he was thrown into the poor debtors' prison. His wife, the original of Mrs. Micawber, then set up the famous boarding establishment for young ladies, but in Dickens' words, no young ladies ever came. The only visitors were creditors, and they were quite ferocious. In the picture of the Micawber family, with its tears and smiles and general shiftlessness, we have a suggestion of Dickens' own family life. At 11 years of age the boy was taken out of school and went to work in the cellar of a blacking factory. At this time he was, in his own words, a queer small boy, who suffered as he worked, and we can appreciate the boy and the suffering more when we find both reflected in the character of David Copperfield. It is a heartrending picture, this sensitive child working from dawn till dark for a few pennies, and associating with toughs and waifs in his brief intervals of labor. But we can see in it the sources of that intimate knowledge of the hearts of the poor and outcast, which was soon to be reflected in literature and to startle all England by its appeal for sympathy. A small legacy ended this wretchedness, bringing the father from the prison and sending the boy to Wellington House Academy, a worthless and brutal school, evidently, whose headmaster was, in Dickens' words, a most ignorant fellow and a tyrant. He learned little at this place, being interested chiefly in stories and in acting out the heroic parts which appealed to his imagination. But again his personal experience was of immense value, and resulted in his famous picture of Dotheboys Hall in Nicholas Nickleby, which helped largely to mitigate the evils of private schools in England. Wherever he went, Dickens was a marvelously keen observer, with an active imagination which made stories out of incidents and characters that ordinary men would have hardly noticed. Moreover, he was a born actor, and was at one time the leading spirit of a band of amateurs who gave entertainments for charity all over England. These three things, his keen observation, his active imagination, and the actor's spirit which animated him, furnish a key to his life and writings. When only 15 years old, he left the school and again went to work, this time as a clerk in a lawyer's office. By night he studied shorthand in order to fit himself to be a reporter. This in imitation of his father, who was now engaged by a newspaper to report the speeches in Parliament. Everything that Dickens attempted seems to have been done with vigor and intensity, and within 2 years we find him reporting important speeches and writing out his notes as the heavy coach lurched and rolled through the mud of country roads on its dark way to London town. It was largely during this period that he gained his extraordinary knowledge of inns and stables and horsey persons, which is reflected in his novels. He also grew ambitious and began to write on his own account. At the age of 21 he dropped his first little sketch, stealthily, with fear and trembling, into a dark letter box in a dark office up a dark court in Fleet Street. The name of this first sketch was Mr. Minns and His Cousin, and it appeared with other stories in his first book, Sketches by Boz, in 1835. One who reads these sketches now, with their intimate knowledge of the hidden life of London, can understand Dickens' first newspaper success perfectly. His best-known work, Pickwick, was published serially in 1836 to 1837, and Dickens' fame and fortune were made. Never before had a novel appeared so full of vitality and merriment. Though crude in design, a mere jumble of exaggerated characters and incidents, it fairly bubbled over with the kind of humor in which the British public delights, and it still remains, after 3/4 of a century, one of our most care-dispelling books. The remainder of Dickens' life is largely a record of personal triumphs. Pickwick was followed rapidly by Oliver Twist, Nicholas Nickleby, Old Curiosity Shop, and by many other works which seem to indicate that there was no limit to the new author's invention of odd, grotesque, uproarious, and sentimental characters. In the intervals of his novel writing he attempted several times to edit a weekly paper, but his power lay in other directions, and with the exception of Household Words, his journalistic ventures were not a marked success. Again the actor came to the surface, and after managing a company of amateur actors successfully, Dickens began to give dramatic readings from his own works. As he was already the most popular writer in the English language, these readings were very successful. Crowds thronged to hear him, and his journeys became a continuous ovation. Money poured into his pockets from his novels and from his readings, and he bought for himself a home, Gadshill Place, which he had always desired and which is forever associated with his memory. Though he spent the greater part of his time and strength in travel at this period, nothing is more characteristic of the man than the intense energy with which he turned from his lecturing to his novels, and then for relaxation gave himself up to what he called the magic lantern of the London streets. In 1842, while still a young man, Dickens was invited to visit the United States and Canada, where his works were even better known than in England, and where he was received as the guest of the nation and treated with every mark of honor and appreciation. At this time America was, to most Europeans, a kind of huge fairyland, where money sprang out of the earth and life was happy as a long holiday. Dickens evidently shared this rosy view, and his romantic expectations were naturally disappointed. The crude, unfinished look of the big country seems to have roused a strong prejudice in his mind, which was not overcome at the time of his second visit, 25 years later, and which brought forth the harsh criticism of his American Notes, 1842, and of Martin Chuzzlewit, 1843 to 1844. These two unkind books struck a false note, and Dickens began to lose something of his great popularity. In addition, he had spent money beyond his income. His domestic life, which had been at first very happy, became more and more irritating until he separated from his wife in 1858. To get inspiration, which seemed for a time to have failed, he journeyed to Italy, but was disappointed. Then he turned back to the London streets, and in 5 years, from 1848 to 1853, appeared Dombey and Son, David Copperfield, and Bleak House, three remarkable novels, which indicate that he had rediscovered his own power and genius. Later he resumed the public readings, with their public triumph and applause, which soon came to be a necessity to one who craved popularity as a hungry man craves bread. These excitements exhausted Dickens physically and spiritually, and death was the inevitable result. He died in 1870 over his unfinished Edwin Drood, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Dickens' work in view of his life. A glance through even this unsatisfactory biography gives us certain illuminating suggestions in regard to all of Dickens' work. First, as a child, poor and lonely, longing for love and for society, he laid the foundation for those heart-rending pictures of children which have moved so many readers to unaccustomed tears. Second, as clerk in a lawyer's office and in the courts, he gained his knowledge of an entirely different side of human life. Here he learned to understand both the enemies and the victims of society, between whom the harsh laws of that day frequently made no distinction. Third, as a reporter and afterwards as manager of various newspapers, he learned the trick of racy writing, and of knowing to a nicety what would suit the popular taste. Fourth, as an actor, always an actor in spirit, he seized upon every dramatic possibility, every tense situation, every peculiarity of voice and gesture in the people whom he met, and reproduced these things in his novels, exaggerating them in the way that most pleased his audience. When we turn from his outward training to his inner disposition, we find two strongly marked elements. The first is his excessive imagination, which made good stories out of incidents that ordinarily pass unnoticed, and which described the commonest things, a street, a shop, a fog, a lamp-post, a stage-coach, with a wealth of detail and of romantic suggestion that makes many of his descriptions like lyric poems. The second element is his extreme sensibility, which finds relief only in laughter and tears. Like shadow and sunshine, these follow one another closely throughout all his books. Dickens and his public. Remembering these two things, his training and disposition, we can easily foresee the kind of novel he must produce. He will be sentimental, especially over children and outcasts. He will excuse the individual in view of the faults of society. He will be dramatic or melodramatic, and his sensibility will keep him always close to the public, studying its tastes and playing with its smiles and tears. If pleasing the public be in itself an art, then Dickens is one of our greatest artists. And it is well to remember that in pleasing his public there was nothing of the hypocrite or demagogue in his makeup. He was essentially a part of the great drifting panoramic crowd that he loved. His sympathetic soul made all their joys and griefs his own. He fought against injustice. He championed the weak against the strong. He gave courage to the faint and hope to the weary in heart. And in the love which the public gave him in return, he found his best reward. Here is the secret of Dickens' unprecedented popular success, and we may note here a very significant parallel with Shakespeare. The great difference in the genius and work of the two men does not change the fact that each won success largely because he studied and pleased his public. General plan of Dickens' novels. An interesting suggestion comes to us from a study of the conditions which led to Dickens' first three novels. Pickwick was written, at the suggestion of an editor, for serial publication. Each chapter was to be accompanied by a cartoon by Seymour, a comic artist of the day, and the object was to amuse the public, and incidentally to sell the paper. The result was a series of characters and scenes and incidents which, for vigor and boundless fun, have never been equaled in our language. Thereafter, no matter what he wrote, Dickens was labeled a humorist. Like a certain American writer of our own generation, everything he said, whether for a feast or a funeral, was supposed to contain a laugh. In a word, he was the victim of his own book. Dickens was keen enough to understand his danger, and his next novel, Oliver Twist, had the serious purpose of mitigating the evils under which the poor were suffering. Its hero was a poor child, an unfortunate victim of society, and in order to draw attention to the real need, Dickens exaggerated the woeful condition of the poor and filled his pages with sentiment which easily slipped over into sentimentality. This also was a popular success, and in his third novel, Nicholas Nickleby, and indeed in most of his remaining works, Dickens combined the principles of his first two books, giving us mirth on the one hand, injustice and suffering on the other, mingling humor and pathos, tears and laughter, as we find them in life itself. And in order to increase the lights and shadows in his scenes, and to give greater dramatic effect to his narrative, he introduced odious and loathsome characters, and made vice more hateful by contrasting it with innocence and virtue. His characters. We find, therefore, in most of Dickens' novels, 3 or 4 widely different types of character. First, the innocent little child like Oliver, Joe, Paul, Tiny Tim, and Little Nell, appealing powerfully to the child love in every human heart. Second, the horrible or grotesque foil, like Skeers, Fagin, Quilp, Uriah Heep, and Bill Sikes. Third, the grandiloquent or broadly humorous fellow, the fun maker, like Micawber and Sam Weller. And fourth, a tenderly or powerfully drawn figure, like Lady Dedlock of Bleak House, and Sidney Carton of A Tale of Two Cities, which rise to the dignity of true characters. We note also that most of Dickens' novels belong decidedly to the class of purpose or problem novels. Thus, Bleak House attacks the law's delays, Little Dorrit the injustice which persecutes poor debtors, Nicholas Nickleby the abuses of charity schools and brutal schoolmasters, and Oliver Twist the unnecessary degradation and suffering of the poor in English workhouses. Dickens' serious purpose was to make the novel the instrument of morality and justice, and whatever we may think of the exaggeration of his characters, it is certain that his stories did more to correct the general selfishness and injustice of society toward the poor than all the works of other literary men of his age combined. The limitations of Dickens. Any severe criticism of Dickens as a novelist must seem at first glance unkind and unnecessary. In almost every house he is a welcome guest, a personal friend who has beguiled many an hour with his stories, and who has furnished us much good laughter and a few good tears. Moreover, he has always a cheery message. He emphasizes the fact that this is an excellent world, that some errors have crept into it, due largely to thoughtlessness, but that they can be easily remedied by a little human sympathy. That is a most welcome creed to an age overburdened with social problems; and to criticize our cheery companion seems as discourteous as to speak unkindly of a guest who has just left our home. But we must consider Dickens not merely as a friend, but as a novelist, and apply to his work the same standards of art which we apply to other writers; and when we do this, we are sometimes a little disappointed. We must confess that his novels, while they contain many realistic details, seldom give the impression of reality. His characters, though we laugh or weep or shudder at them, are sometimes only caricatures, each one an exaggeration of some peculiarity which suggests Ben Jonson's "every man in his humor." It is Dickens' art to give his heroes sufficient reality to make them suggest certain types of men and women whom we know; but in reading him we find ourselves often in the mental state of a man who is watching through a microscope the swarming life of a water drop. Here are lively, bustling, extraordinary creatures, some beautiful, some grotesque, but all far apart from the life that we know in daily experience. It is certainly not the reality of these characters, but rather the genius of the author in managing them, which interests us and holds our attention. Notwithstanding this criticism, which we would gladly have omitted, Dickens is excellent reading, and his novels will continue to be popular just so long as men enjoy a wholesome and absorbing story. What to read? Aside from the reforms in schools and prisons and workhouses which Dickens accomplished, he has laid us all, rich and poor alike, under a debt of gratitude. After the year 1843, the one literary work which he never neglected was to furnish a Christmas story for his readers; and it is due in some measure to the help of these stories, brimming over with good cheer, that Christmas has become in all English-speaking countries a season of gladness, of gift-giving at home, and of remembering those less fortunate than ourselves, who are still members of a common brotherhood. If we read nothing else of Dickens, once a year at Christmas time we should remember him and renew our youth by reading one of his holiday stories, The Cricket on the Hearth, The Chimes, and above all the unrivaled Christmas Carol. The latter especially will be read and loved for as long as men are moved by the spirit of Christmas. Tale of Two Cities. Of the novels, David Copperfield is regarded by many as Dickens' masterpiece. It is well to begin with this novel, not simply for unusual interest of the story, but also for the glimpse it gives us of the author's own boyhood and family. For pure fun and hilarity, Pickwick will always be a favorite; but for artistic finish, and for the portrayal of one great character, Sidney Carton, nothing else that Dickens wrote is comparable to A Tale of Two Cities. Here is an absorbing story with a carefully constructed plot, and the action moves swiftly to its thrilling, inevitable conclusion. Usually Dickens introduces several pathetic or grotesque or laughable characters besides the main actors, and records various unnecessary dramatic episodes for their own sake. But in A Tale of Two Cities everything has its place in the development of the main story. There are, as usual, many characters: Sidney Carton, the outcast, who lays down his life for the happiness of one whom he loves; Charles Darnay, an exiled young French noble; Dr. Manette, who has been recalled to life from a frightful imprisonment, and his gentle daughter Lucy, the heroine; Jarvis Lorry, a lovable, old-fashioned clerk in the big banking house; the terrible Madame Defarge, knitting calmly at the door of her wine shop and recording, with the ferocity of a tiger licking its chops, the names of all those who are marked for vengeance; and a dozen others, each well drawn, who play minor parts in the tragedy. The scene is laid in London and Paris at the time of the French Revolution, and though careless of historical details, Dickens reproduces the spirit of the Reign of Terror so well that A Tale of Two Cities is an excellent supplement to the history of the period. It is written in Dickens' usual picturesque style, and reveals his usual imaginative outlook on life, and his fondness for fine sentiments and dramatic episodes. Indeed, all his qualities are here shown, not brilliantly or garishly as in other novels, but subdued and softened, like a shaded light, for artistic effect. Those who are interested in Dickens' growth and methods can hardly do better than to read in succession his first three novels, Pickwick, Oliver Twist, and Nicholas Nickleby, which, as we have indicated, show clearly how he passed from fun to serious purpose, and which furnish in combination the general plan of all his later works. For the rest, we can only indicate those which in our personal judgment seem best worth reading: Bleak House, Dombey and Son, Our Mutual Friend, and Old Curiosity Shop. But we are not yet far enough away from the first popular success of these works to determine their permanent value and influence. End of section 55. Section 56 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, Chapter 11, continued. William Makepeace Thackeray, 1811–1863. As the two most successful novelists of their day, it is natural for us, as it was for their personal friends and admirers, to compare Dickens and Thackeray with respect to their life and work, and their attitude toward the world in which they lived. Dickens, after a desperately hard struggle in his boyhood, without friends or higher education, comes into manhood cheery, self-confident, energetic, filled with the joy of his work. And in the world, which had at first treated him so harshly, he finds good everywhere, even in the jails and in the slums, simply because he is looking for it. Thackeray, after a boyhood spent in the best of English schools, with money, friends, and comforts of every kind, faces life timidly, distrustfully, and dislikes the literary work which makes him famous. He has a gracious and lovable personality, is kind of heart, and reveres all that is pure and good in life. Yet he is almost cynical towards the world which uses him so well, and finds shams, deceptions, vanities everywhere, because he looks for them. One finds what one seeks in this world, but it is perhaps significant that Dickens sought his golden fleece among plain people, and Thackeray in high society. The chief difference between the two novelists, however, is not one of environment, but of temperament. Put Thackeray in a workhouse, and he will still find material for another Book of Snobs. Put Dickens in society, and he cannot help finding undreamed of possibilities among bewigged and bepowdered high lords and ladies. For Dickens is romantic and emotional, and interprets the world largely through his imagination. Thackeray is the realist and moralist who judges solely by observation and reflection. He aims to give us a true picture of the society of his day, and as he finds it pervaded by intrigues and snobbery, he proceeds to satirize it and point out its moral evils. In his novels he is influenced by Swift and Fielding, but he is entirely free from the bitterness of the one and the coarseness of the other, and his satire is generally softened by a noble tenderness. Taken together, the novels of Dickens and Thackeray give us a remarkable picture of all classes of English society in the middle of the 19th century. Life. Thackeray was born in 1811 in Calcutta, where his father held a civil position under the Indian government. When the boy was 5 years old, his father died, and the mother returned with her child to England. Presently she married again, and Thackeray was sent to the famous Charterhouse School, of which he has given us a vivid picture in the Newcomes. Such a school would have been a veritable heaven to Dickens, who at this time was tossed about between poverty and ambition; but Thackeray detested it for its rude manners, and occasionally referred to it as the slaughterhouse. Writing to his mother, he says, "There are 370 boys in the school. I wish there were only 369." In 1829 Thackeray entered Trinity College, Cambridge, but left it after less than 2 years without taking a degree, and went to Germany and France, where he studied with the idea of becoming an artist. When he became of age, in 1832, he came into possession of a comfortable fortune, returned to England, and settled down in the Temple to study law. Soon he began to dislike the profession intensely, and we have in Pendennis a reflection of his mental attitude toward the law and the young men who studied it. He soon lost his fortune, partly by gambling and speculation, partly by unsuccessful attempts at running a newspaper, and at 22 began for the first time to earn his own living as an artist and illustrator. An interesting meeting between Thackeray and Dickens at this time, 1836, suggests the relative importance of the two writers. Seymour, who was illustrating the Pickwick Papers, had just died, and Thackeray called upon Dickens with a few drawings, and asked to be allowed to continue the illustrations. Dickens was at this time at the beginning of his great popularity. The better literary artist whose drawings were refused was almost unknown, and had to work hard for more than 10 years before he received recognition. Disappointed by his failure as an illustrator, he began his literary career by writing satires on society for Fraser's Magazine. This was the beginning of his success, but though the Yellow Plush Papers, the Great Hoggarty Diamond, Catherine, the Fitzboodlers, the Book of Snobs, Barry Lyndon, and various other immature works made him known to a few readers of Punch and of Fraser's Magazine, it was not till the publication of Vanity Fair, 1847 to 1848, that he began to be recognized as one of the great novelists of his day. All his earlier works are satires, some upon society, others upon the popular novelists, Bulwer, Disraeli, and especially Dickens, with whose sentimental heroes and heroines he had no patience whatever. He had married, meanwhile, in 1836, and for a few years was very happy in his home. Then disease and insanity fastened upon his young wife, and she was placed in an asylum. The whole after life of our novelist was darkened by this loss worse than death. He became a man of the clubs rather than of his own home, and though his wit and kindness made him the most welcome of clubmen, there was an undercurrent of sadness in all that he wrote. Long afterwards he said that, though his marriage ended in shipwreck, he would do it over again, for behold, love is the crown and completion of all earthly good. After the moderate success of Vanity Fair, Thackeray wrote the 3 novels of his middle life upon which his fame chiefly rests: Pendennis in 1850, Henry Esmond in 1852, and The Newcomes in 1855. Dickens' great popular success as a lecturer and dramatic reader had led to a general desire on the part of the public to see and to hear literary men, and Thackeray, to increase his income, gave 2 remarkable courses of lectures, the first being English Humorists of the 18th Century, and the second The Four Georges, both courses being delivered with gratifying success in England and especially in America. Dickens, as we have seen, was disappointed in America, and vented his displeasure in outrageous criticism, but Thackeray, with his usual good breeding, saw only the best side of his generous entertainers, and in both his public and private utterances emphasized the virtues of the new land, whose restless energy seemed to fascinate him. Unlike Dickens, he had no confidence in himself when he faced an audience, and like most literary men he disliked lecturing, and soon gave it up. In 1860 he became editor of the Cornhill magazine, which prospered in his hands, and with a comfortable income he seemed just ready to do his best work for the world, which has always believed that he was capable of even better things than he ever wrote, when he died suddenly in 1863. His body lies buried in Kensal Green, and only a bust does honor to his memory in Westminster Abbey. Henry Esmond. Works of Thackeray. The beginner will do well to omit the earlier satires of Thackeray, written while he was struggling to earn a living from the magazines, and open Henry Esmond, 1852, his most perfect novel, though not the most widely known and read. The fine historical and literary flavor of this story is one of its most marked characteristics, and only one who knows something of the history and literature of the 18th century can appreciate its value. The hero, Colonel Esmond, relates his own story, carrying the reader through the courts and camps of Queen Anne's reign, and giving the most complete and accurate picture of a past age that has ever appeared in a novel. Thackeray is, as we have said, a realist, and he begins his story by adopting the style and manner of a scholarly gentleman of the period he is describing. He has an extraordinary knowledge of 18th century literature, and he reproduces its style in detail, going so far as to insert in his narrative an alleged essay from the Tatler. And so perfectly is it done that it is impossible to say wherein it differs from the style of Addison and Steele. Realism of Esmond. In his matter also Thackeray is realistic, reflecting not the pride and pomp of war, which are largely delusions, but its brutality and barbarism, which are all too real, painting generals and leaders not as the newspaper heroes to whom we are accustomed, but as moved by intrigues, petty jealousies, and selfish ambitions, showing us the great Duke of Marlborough not as the military hero, the idol of war-crazed multitudes, but as without personal honor, and governed by despicable avarice. In a word, Thackeray gives us the back-stairs view of war, which is, as a rule, totally neglected in our histories. When he deals with the literary men of the period, he uses the same frank realism, showing us Steele and Addison and other leaders, not with halos about their heads as popular authors, but in slippers and dressing gowns, smoking a pipe in their own rooms, or else growing tipsy and hilarious in the taverns, just as they appeared in daily life. Both in style and in matter, therefore, Esmond deserves to rank as probably the best historical novel in our language. The plot of Esmond. The plot of the story is, like most of Thackeray's plots, very slight, but perfectly suited to the novelist's purpose. The plans of his characters fail, their ideals grow dim. There is a general disappearance of youthful ambitions. There is a love story at the center, but the element of romance which furnishes the light and music and fragrance of love is inconspicuous. The hero, after 10 years of devotion to a young woman, a paragon of beauty, finally marries her mother, and ends with a few pious observations concerning heaven's mercy and his own happy lot. Such an ending seems disappointing, almost bizarre, in view of the romantic novels to which we are accustomed. But we must remember that Thackeray's purpose was to paint life as he saw it, and that in life men and things often take a different way from that described in romances. As we grow acquainted with Thackeray's characters, we realize that no other ending was possible to his story, and conclude that his plot, like his style, is perhaps as near perfection as a realistic novelist can ever come. Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair, 1847-1848, is the best known of Thackeray's novels. It was his first great work, and was intended to express his own views of the social life about him, and to protest against the overdrawn heroes of popular novels. He takes for his subject that Vanity Fair to which Christian and faithful were conducted on their way to the heavenly city, as recorded in Pilgrim's Progress. In this fair there are many different booths, given over to the sale of all sorts of vanities; and as we go from one to another we come in contact with juggling cheats, games, plays, fools, apes, knaves, rogues, and that of every kind. Evidently this is a picture of one side of social life; but the difference between Bunyan and Thackeray is simply this, that Bunyan made Vanity Fair a small incident in a long journey, a place through which most of us pass on our way to better things, while Thackeray, describing high society in his own day, makes it a place of long sojourn, wherein his characters spend the greater part of their lives. Thackeray styles this work a novel without a hero. The whole action of the story, which is without plot or development, revolves about two women, Amelia, a meek creature of the milk and water type, and Becky Sharp, a keen, unprincipled intriguer, who lets nothing stand in the way of her selfish desire to get the most out of the fools who largely constitute society. On the whole, it is the most powerful, but not the most wholesome, of Thackeray's works. Pendennis. In his second important novel, Pendennis, 1849-1850, we have a continuation of the satire on society begun in Vanity Fair. This novel, which the beginner should read after Esmond, is interesting to us for two reasons: because it reflects more of the details of Thackeray's life than all his other writings, and because it contains one powerfully drawn character who is a perpetual reminder of the danger of selfishness. The hero is neither angel nor imp, in Thackeray's words, but the typical young man of society, whom he knows thoroughly, and whom he paints exactly as he is, a careless, good-natured, but essentially selfish person, who goes through life intent on his own interests. Pendennis is a profound moral study, and the most powerful arraignment of well-meaning selfishness in our literature, not even excepting George Eliot's Romola, which it suggests. The Newcomes. Two other novels, The Newcomes, 1855, and The Virginians, 1859, complete the list of Thackeray's great works of fiction. The former is a sequel to Pendennis, and the latter to Henry Esmond, and both share the general fate of sequels in not being quite equal in power or interest to their predecessors. The Newcomes, however, deserves a very high place, some critics indeed placing it at the head of the author's works. Like all Thackeray's novels, it is a story of human frailty, but here the author's innate gentleness and kindness are seen at their best, and the hero is perhaps the most genuine and lovable of all his characters. Thackeray's Essays. Thackeray is known in English literature as an essayist as well as a novelist. His English Humorists and The Four Georges are among the finest essays of the 19th century. In the former, especially, Thackeray shows not only a wide knowledge but an extraordinary understanding of his subject. Apparently, this 19th century writer knows Addison, Fielding, Swift, Smollett, and other great writers of the past century almost as intimately as one knows his nearest friend. And he gives us the fine flavor of their humor in a way which no other writer, save perhaps Lamb, has ever rivaled. Note: it should be pointed out that the English Humorists is somewhat too highly colored to be strictly accurate. In certain cases also, notably that of Steele, the reader may well object to Thackeray's patronizing attitude toward his subject. End of note. The Four Georges is in a vein of delicate satire, and presents a rather unflattering picture of four of England's rulers and of the courts in which they moved. Both these works are remarkable for their exquisite style, their gentle humor, their keen literary criticisms, and for the intimate knowledge and sympathy which makes the people of a past age live once more in the written pages. General characteristics. In treating of Thackeray's view of life, as reflected in his novels, critics vary greatly, and the following summary must be taken not as a positive judgment, but only as an attempt to express the general impression of his works on an uncritical reader. He is first of all a realist, who paints life as he sees it. As he says himself, "I have no brains above my eyes; I describe what I see." His pictures of certain types, notably the weak and vicious elements of society, are accurate and true to life, but they seem to play too large a part in his books, and have perhaps too greatly influenced his general judgment of humanity. An excessive sensibility, or the capacity for fine feelings and emotions, is a marked characteristic of Thackeray, as it is of Dickens and Carlyle. He is easily offended, as they are, by the shams of society, but he cannot find an outlet, as Dickens does, in laughter and tears, and he is too gentle to follow Carlyle in violent denunciations and prophecies. He turns to satire, influenced doubtless by 18th century literature, which he knew so well, and in which satire played too large a part. His satire is never personal like Pope's or brutal like Swift's. It is tempered by kindness and humor, but it is used too freely and generally lays too much emphasis on faults and foibles to be considered a true picture of any large class of English society. Thackeray is a moralist. Besides being a realist and satirist, Thackeray is essentially a moralist, like Addison, aiming definitely in all his work at producing a moral impression. So much does he revere goodness, and so determined is he that his Pendennis or his Becky Sharp shall be judged at their true value, that he is not content, like Shakespeare, to be simply an artist, to tell an artistic tale and let it speak its own message. He must explain and emphasize the moral significance of his work. There is no need to consult our own conscience over the actions of Thackeray's characters. The beauty of virtue and the ugliness of vice are evident on every page. His style. Whatever we may think of Thackeray's matter, there is one point in which critics are agreed, that he is master of a pure and simple English style. Whether his thought be sad or humorous, commonplace or profound, he expresses it perfectly, without effort or affectation. In all his work there is a subtle charm, impossible to describe, which gives the impression that we are listening to a gentleman. And it is the ease, the refinement, the exquisite naturalness of Thackeray's style that furnishes a large part of our pleasure in reading him. End of section 56. Section 57 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Mary Ann Evans, George Eliot, 1819-1880. In nearly all the writers of the Victorian Age we note, on the one hand, a strong intellectual tendency to analyze the problems of life, and on the other a tendency to teach, that is, to explain to men the method by which these problems may be solved. The novels especially seem to lose sight of the purely artistic ideal of writing, and to aim definitely at moral instruction. In George Eliot both these tendencies reach a climax. She is more obviously, more consciously a preacher and moralizer than any of her great contemporaries. Though profoundly religious at heart, she was largely occupied by the scientific spirit of the age, and finding no religious creed or political system satisfactory, she fell back upon duty as the supreme law of life. All her novels aim, first, to show in individuals the play of universal moral forces, and second, to establish the moral law as the basis of human society. Aside from this moral teaching, we look to George Eliot for the reflection of country life in England, just as we look to Dickens for pictures of the city streets and to Thackeray for the vanities of society. Of all the women writers who have helped and are still helping to place our English novels at the head of the world's fiction, she holds at present unquestionably the highest rank. Life. Mary Ann, or Marian, Evans, known to us by her pen name of George Eliot, began to write late in life, when nearly 40 years of age, and attained the leading position among living English novelists in the 10 years between 1870 and 1880, after Thackeray and Dickens had passed away. She was born at Arbury Farm, Warwickshire, some 20 miles from Stratford-on-Avon, in 1819. Her parents were plain, honest folk of the farmer class, who brought her up in the somewhat strict religious manner of those days. Her father seems to have been a man of sterling integrity and of practical English sense, one of those essentially noble characters who do the world's work silently and well, and who by their solid worth obtain a position of influence among their fellow men. A few months after George Eliot's birth, the family moved to another home in the parish of Griff, where her childhood was largely passed. The scenery of the Midland counties and many details of her own family life are reflected in her earlier novels. Thus we find her and her brother as Maggie and Tom Tulliver in The Mill on the Floss, her aunt as Dinah Morris, and her mother as Mrs. Poyser in Adam Bede. We have a suggestion of her father in the hero of the latter novel, but the picture is more fully drawn as Caleb Garth in Middlemarch. For a few years she studied at 2 private schools for young ladies at Nuneaton and Coventry, but the death of her mother called her at 17 years of age to take entire charge of the household. Thereafter her education was gained wholly by miscellaneous reading. We have a suggestion of her method in one of her early letters, in which she says, "My mind presents an assemblage of disjointed specimens of history, ancient and modern, scraps of poetry picked up from Shakespeare, Cowper, Wordsworth, and Milton, newspaper topics, morsels of Addison and Bacon, Latin verbs, geometry, entomology, and chemistry, reviews and metaphysics, all arrested and petrified and smothered by the fast thickening everyday accession of actual events, relative anxieties, and household cares and vexations." When Mary was 21 years old, the family again moved, this time to Foleshill Road, near Coventry. Here she became acquainted with the family of Charles Bray, a prosperous ribbon manufacturer, whose house was a gathering place for the free thinkers of the neighborhood. The effect of this liberal atmosphere upon Miss Evans, brought up in a narrow way, with no knowledge of the world, was to unsettle many of her youthful convictions. From a narrow, intense dogmatism she went to the other extreme of radicalism. Then, about 1860, she lost all sympathy with the freethinkers, and being instinctively religious, seemed to be groping after a definite faith while following the ideal of duty. This spiritual struggle, which suggests that of Carlyle, is undoubtedly the cause of that gloom and depression which hang like an English fog over much of her work, though her biographer, Cross, tells us that she was not by any means a sad or gloomy woman. In 1849 Miss Evans' father died, and the Brays took her abroad for a tour of the Continent. On her return to England she wrote several liberal articles for the Westminster Review, and presently was made assistant editor of that magazine. Her residence in London at this time marks a turning point in her career, and the real beginning of her literary life. She made strong friendships with Spencer, Mill, and other scientists of the day, and through Spencer met George Henry Lewes, a miscellaneous writer whom she afterwards married. Under his sympathetic influence she began to write fiction for the magazines, her first story being Amos Barton (1857), which was later included in The Scenes of Clerical Life (1858). Her first long novel, Adam Bede, appeared early in 1859, and met with such popular favor that to the end of her life she despaired of ever again repeating her triumph. But the unexpected success proved to be an inspiration, and she completed The Mill on the Floss and began Silas Marner during the following year. Not until the great success of these works led to an insistent demand to know the author did the English public learn that it was a woman, and not an English clergyman, as they supposed, who had suddenly jumped to the front rank of living writers. Up to this point George Eliot had confined herself to English country life, but now she suddenly abandoned the scenes and the people with whom she was most familiar in order to write an historical novel. It was in 1860, while traveling in Italy, that she formed the great project of Romola, a mingling of fiction and moral philosophy against the background of the mighty Renaissance movement. In this she was writing of things of which she had no personal knowledge, and the book cost her many months of hard and depressing labor. She said herself that she was a young woman when she began the work and an old woman when she finished it. Romola, 1862-1863, was not successful with the public. And the same may be said of Felix Holt, the Radical, 1866, and The Spanish Gypsy, 1868. The last named work was the result of the author's ambition to write a dramatic poem which should duplicate the lesson of Romola, and for the purpose of gathering material she visited Spain, which she had decided upon as the scene of her poetical effort. With the publication of Middlemarch, 1871-1872, George Eliot came back again into popular favor, though this work is less spontaneous and more labored and pedantic than her earlier novels. The fault of too much analysis and moralizing was even more conspicuous in Daniel Deronda, 1876, which she regarded as her greatest book. Her life during all this time was singularly uneventful, and the chief milestones along the road mark the publication of her successive novels. During all the years of her literary success, her husband Lewes had been the most sympathetic friend and critic, and when he died in 1878 the loss seemed to be more than she could bear. Her letters of this period are touching in their loneliness and their craving for sympathy. Later she astonished everybody by marrying John Walter Cross, much younger than herself, who is known as her biographer. Deep down below there is a river of sadness, but I am able to enjoy my newly reopened life, writes this woman of 60, who ever since she was a girl, whom we know as Maggie Tulliver, must always have some one to love and to depend upon. Her new interest in life lasted but a few months, for she died in December of the same year, 1880. One of the best indications of her strength and her limitations is her portrait, with its strong masculine features, suggesting both by resemblance and by contrast that wonderful portrait of Savonarola, which hangs over his old desk in the monastery at Florence. Works of George Eliot. These are conveniently divided into three groups, corresponding to the three periods of her life. The first group includes all her early essays and miscellaneous work, from her translation of Strauss's Leben Jesu in 1846 to her union with Lewes in 1854. The second group includes Scenes of Clerical Life, Adam Bede, Mill on the Floss, and Silas Marner, all published between 1858 and 1861. These four novels of the middle period are founded on the author's own life and experience. Their scenes are laid in the country, and their characters are taken from the stolid people of the Midlands, with whom George Eliot had been familiar since childhood. They are probably the author's most enduring works. They have a naturalness, a spontaneity, at times a flash of real humor, which are lacking in her later novels. and they show a rapid development of literary power which reaches a climax in Silas Marner. The novel of Italian life, Romola (1862 1863), marks a transition to the third group, which includes three more novels: Felix Holt (1866), Middlemarch (1871 1872), Daniel Deronda (1876), the ambitious dramatic poem The Spanish Gypsy (1868), and a collection of miscellaneous essays called The Impressions of Theophrastus Such (1879). The general impression of these works is not so favorable as that produced by the novels of the middle period. They are more labored and less interesting. They contain much deep reflection and analysis of character, but less observation, less delight in picturing country life as it is, and very little of what we call inspiration. We must add, however, that this does not express a unanimous literary judgment, for critics are not wanting who assert that Daniel Deronda is the highest expression of the author's genius. General character. The general character of all these novels may be described in the author's own term as psychologic realism. This means that George Eliot sought to do in her novels what Browning attempted in his poetry, that is, to represent the inner struggle of a soul and to reveal the motives, impulses, and hereditary influences which govern human action. Browning generally stops when he tells his story, and either lets you draw your own conclusion or else gives you his in a few striking lines. But George Eliot is not content until she has minutely explained the motives of her characters and the moral lesson to be learned from them. Moreover, it is the development of a soul, the slow growth or decline of moral power, which chiefly interests her. Her heroes and heroines differ radically from those of Dickens and Thackeray in this respect, that when we meet the men and women of the latter novelists, their characters are already formed, and we are reasonably sure what they will do under given circumstances. In George Eliot's novels, the characters develop gradually as we come to know them. They go from weakness to strength, or from strength to weakness, according to the works that they do and the thoughts that they cherish. In Romola, for instance, Tito, as we first meet him, may be either good or bad, and we know not whether he will finally turn to the right hand or the left. As time passes, we see him degenerate steadily because he follows his selfish impulses, while Romola, whose character is at first only faintly indicated, grows into beauty and strength with every act of self-renunciation. Moral teaching. In these two characters, Tito and Romola, we have an epitome of our author's moral teaching. The principle of law was in the air during the Victorian era, and we have already noted how deeply Tennyson was influenced by it. With George Eliot, law is like fate. It overwhelms personal freedom and inclination. Moral law was to her as inevitable, as automatic as gravitation. Tito's degeneration and the sad failure of Dorothea and Lydgate in Middlemarch may be explained as simply as the fall of an apple, or as a bruised knee when a man loses his balance. A certain act produces a definite moral effect on the individual, and character is the added sum of all the acts of a man's life, just as the weight of a body is the sum of the weights of many different atoms which constitute it. The matter of rewards and punishments, therefore, needs no final judge or judgment, since these things take care of themselves automatically in a world of inviolable moral law. Perhaps one thing more should be added to the general characteristics of George Eliot's novels. They are all rather depressing. The gladsomeness of life, the sunshine of smiles and laughter, is denied her. It is said that once, when her husband remarked that her novels were all essentially sad, she wept and answered that she must describe life as she had found it. What to read? George Eliot's first stories are in some respects her best, though her literary power increases during her second period, culminating in Silas Marner, and her psychological analysis is more evident in Daniel Deronda. On the whole, it is an excellent way to begin, with the freshness and inspiration of the Scenes of Clerical Life, and read her books in the order in which they were written. In the first group of novels, Adam Bede is the most natural, and probably interests more readers than all the others combined. The Mill on the Floss has a larger personal interest because it reflects much of George Eliot's history and the scenes and the friends of her early life. The lack of proportion in this story, which gives rather too much space to the girl and boy experiences, is naturally explained by the tendency in every man and woman to linger over early memories. Silas Marner. Silas Marner is artistically the most perfect of George Eliot's novels, and we venture to analyze it as typical of her ideals and methods. We note first the style, which is heavy and a little self-conscious, lacking the vigor and picturesqueness of Dickens and the grace and naturalness of Thackeray. The characters are the common people of the Midlands, the hero being a linen weaver, a lonely outcast who hoards and gloats over his hard-earned money, is robbed, thrown into utter despair, and brought back to life and happiness by the coming of an abandoned child to his fire. In the development of her story, the author shows herself first a realist by the naturalness of her characters, and the minute accuracy with which she reproduces their ways and even the accents of their speech. Second, a psychologist by the continual analysis and explanation of motives. Third, a moralist by showing in each individual the action and reaction of universal moral forces, and especially by making every evil act bring inevitable punishment to the man who does it. Tragedy, therefore, plays a large part in the story. For according to George Eliot, tragedy and suffering walk close behind us, or lurk at every turn in the road of life. Like all her novels, Silas Marner is depressing. We turn away from even the wedding of Eppie, which is just as it should be, with a sense of sadness and incompleteness. Finally, as we close the book, we are conscious of a powerful and enduring impression of reality. Silas, the poor weaver, Godfrey Cass, the well-meaning, selfish man, Mr. Macy, the garrulous and observant parish clerk, Dolly Winthrop, the kind-hearted countrywoman who cannot understand the mysteries of religion and so interprets God in terms of human love. These are real people, whom, having once met, we can never forget. Romola. Romola has the same general moral theme as the English novels, but the scenes are entirely different, and opinion is divided as to the comparative merit of the work. It is a study, a very profound study, of moral development in one character and of moral degeneracy in another. Its characters and its scenes are both Italian, and the action takes place during a critical period of the Renaissance movement, when Savonarola was at the height of his power in Florence. Here is a magnificent theme and a superb background for a great novel, and George Eliot read and studied till she felt sure that she understood the place, the time, and the people of her story. Romola is therefore interesting reading, in many respects the most interesting of her works. It has been called one of our greatest historical novels, but as such it has one grievous fault. It is not quite true to the people or even to the locality which it endeavors to represent. One who reads it here, in a new and different land, thinks only of the story and of the novelist's power, but one who reads it on the spot which it describes, and amidst the life which it pictures, is continually haunted by the suggestion that George Eliot understood neither Italy nor the Italians. It is this lack of harmony with Italian life itself which caused Morris and Rossetti, and even Browning, with all his admiration for the author, to lay aside the book, unable to read it with pleasure or profit. In a word, Romola is a great moral study and a very interesting book, but the characters are not Italian, and the novel as a whole lacks the strong reality which marks George Eliot's English studies. End of section 57. Section 58 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Minor novelists of the Victorian Age. In the three great novelists just considered, we have an epitome of the fiction of the age: Dickens, using the novel to solve social problems; Thackeray, to paint the life of society as he saw it; and George Eliot, to teach the fundamental principles of morality. The influence of these three writers is reflected in all the minor novelists of the Victorian Age. Thus Dickens is reflected in Charles Reade, Thackeray in Anthony Trollope and the Brontë sisters, and George Eliot's psychology finds artistic expression in George Meredith. To these social and moral and realistic studies we should add the element of romance, from which few of our modern novelists can long escape. The 19th century, which began with the Romanticism of Walter Scott, returns to its first love, like a man glad to be home, in its delight over Blackmore's Lorna Doone and the romances of Robert Louis Stevenson. Charles Reade, in his fondness for stage effects, for picturing the romantic side of common life, and for using the novel as the instrument of social reform, there is a strong suggestion of Dickens in the work of Charles Reade (1814 1884). Thus, his Peg Woffington is a study of stage life from behind the scenes. A Terrible Temptation is a study of social reforms and reformers, and Put Yourself in His Place is the picture of a working man who struggles against the injustice of the trades unions. His masterpiece, The Cloister and the Hearth (1861), one of our best historical novels, is a somewhat laborious study of student and vagabond life in Europe in the days of the German Renaissance. It has small resemblance to George Eliot's Romola, whose scene is laid in Italy during the same period. But the two works may well be read in succession, as the efforts of two very different novelists of the same period to restore the life of an age long past. Anthony Trollope, in his realism, and especially in his conception of the novel as the entertainment of an idle hour, Trollope (1815 1882) is a reflection of Thackeray. It would be hard to find a better duplicate of Becky Sharp, the heroine of Vanity Fair, for instance, than is found in Lizzie Eustace, the heroine of The Eustace Diamonds. Trollope was the most industrious and systematic of modern novelists, writing a definite amount each day, and the wide range of his characters suggests the human comedy of Balzac. His masterpiece is Barchester Towers (1857). This is a study of life in a cathedral town, and is remarkable for its minute pictures of bishops and clergymen with their families and dependents. It would be well to read this novel in connection with The Warden (1855), The Last Chronicle of Barset (1867), and other novels of the same series, since the scenes and characters are the same in all these books, and they are undoubtedly the best expression of the author's genius. Hawthorne says of his novels, "They precisely suit my taste, solid and substantial, and just as real as if some giant had hewn a great lump out of the earth and put it under a glass case, with all the inhabitants going about their daily business and not suspecting that they were being made a show of." Charlotte Brontë. We have another suggestion of Thackeray in the work of Charlotte Brontë. 1816, 1855. She aimed to make her novels a realistic picture of society, but she added to Thackeray's realism the element of passionate and somewhat unbalanced romanticism. The latter element was partly the expression of Miss Bronte's own nature, and partly the result of her lonely and grief-stricken life, which was darkened by a succession of family tragedies. It will help us to understand her work if we remember that both Charlotte Bronte and her sister Emily Emily Bronte, 1818 1848, was only a little less gifted than her famous sister. Her best-known work is Wuthering Heights, 1847, a strong but morbid novel of love and suffering. Matthew Arnold has said of her that, for the portrayal of passion, vehemence, and grief, Emily Bronte has no equal save Byron. An exquisite picture of Emily is given in Charlotte Bronte's novel Shirley. Turned to literature because they found their work as governess and teacher unendurable, and sought to relieve the loneliness and sadness of their own lot by creating a new world of the imagination. In this new world, however, the sadness of the old remains, and all the Bronte novels have behind them an aching heart. Charlotte Bronte's best-known work is Jane Eyre, 1847, which, with all its faults, is a powerful and fascinating study of elemental love and hate, reminding us vaguely of one of Marlowe's tragedies. This work won instant favor with the public, and the author was placed in the front rank of living novelists. Aside from its value as a novel, it is interesting in many of its early passages as the reflection of the author's own life and experience. Shirley, 1849, and Villette, 1853, make up the trio of novels by which this gifted woman is generally remembered. Bulwer Lytton. Edward Bulwer Lytton (1803 1873) was an extremely versatile writer who tried almost every kind of novel known to the 19th century. In his early life he wrote poems and dramas under the influence of Byron, but his first notable work, Pelham (1828), one of the best of his novels, was a kind of burlesque on the Byronic type of gentleman. As a study of contemporary manners in high society, Pelham has a suggestion of Thackeray, and the resemblance is more noticeable in other novels of the same type, such as Ernest Maltravers, 1837, The Caxtons, 1848 1849, My Novel, 1853, and Kenelm Chillingly, 1873. We have a suggestion of Dickens in at least two of Lytton's novels. Paul Clifford and Eugene Aram, the heroes of which are criminals, pictured as the victims rather than as the oppressors of society. Lytton essayed also, with considerable popular success, the romantic novel in The Pilgrims of the Rhine and Zanoni, and tried the ghost story in The Haunted and The Haunters. His fame at the present day rests largely upon his historical novels, in imitation of Walter Scott: The Last Days of Pompeii, 1834, Riezza, 1835, and Harold, 1848, the last being his most ambitious attempt to make the novel the supplement of history. In all his novels, Lytton is inclined to sentimentalism and sensationalism, and his works, though generally interesting, seem hardly worthy of a high place in the history of fiction. Kingsley. Entirely different in spirit are the novels of the scholarly clergyman Charles Kingsley, 1819 1875. His works naturally divide themselves into three classes. In the first are his social studies and problem novels, such as Alton Locke, 1850, having for its hero a London tailor and poet, and Yeast, 1848, which deals with the problem of the agricultural laborer. In the second class are his historical novels, Hereward the Wake, Hypatia, and Westward Ho! Hypatia is a dramatic story of Christianity in contact with paganism, having its scene laid in Alexandria at the beginning of the 5th century. Westward Ho! 1855, his best known work, is a stirring tale of English conquest by land and sea in the days of Elizabeth. In the third class are his various miscellaneous works, not the least of which is Water Babies, a fascinating story of a chimney sweep, which mothers read to their children at bedtime, to the great delight of the round-eyed little listeners under the counterpane. Mrs. Gaskell. Mrs. Elizabeth Gaskell (1810 1865) began, like Kingsley, with the idea of making the novel the instrument of social reform. As the wife of a clergyman in Manchester, she had come in close contact with the struggles and ideals of the industrial poor of a great city, and she reflected her sympathy as well as her observation in Mary Barton (1848) and in North and South (1855). Between these two problem novels she published her masterpiece, Cranford, in 1853. The original of this country village, which is given over to spinsters, is undoubtedly Knutsford, in Cheshire, where Mrs. Gaskell had spent her childhood. The sympathy, the keen observation, and the gentle humor with which the small affairs of a country village are described make Cranford one of the most delightful stories in the English language. We are indebted to Mrs. Gaskell also for the life of Charlotte Brontë, which is one of our best biographies. Blackmore. Richard Doddridge Blackmore (1825–1900) was a prolific writer, but he owes his fame almost entirely to one splendid novel, Lorna Doone, which was published in 1869. The scene of this fascinating romance is laid in Exmoor, in the 17th century. The story abounds in romantic scenes and incidents. Its descriptions of natural scenery are unsurpassed. The rhythmic language is at times almost equal to poetry, and the whole tone of the book is wholesome and refreshing. Altogether, it would be hard to find a more delightful romance in any language, and it well deserves the place it has won as one of the classics of our literature. Other works of Blackmore which will repay the reader are Clara Vaughan (1864), his first novel; The Maid of Sker (1872), Springhaven (1887), Purley Cross (1894), and Tales from the Telling House (1896). But none of these, though he counted them his best work, has met with the same favor as Lorna Doone. Meredith. So much does George Meredith (1828–1909) belong to our own day that it is difficult to think of him as one of the Victorian novelists. His first notable work, The Ordeal of Richard Feverel, was published in 1859, the same year as George Eliot's Adam Bede, but it was not till the publication of Diana of the Crossways in 1885 that his power as a novelist was widely recognized. He resembles Browning not only in his condensed style, packed with thought, but also in this respect, that he labored for years in obscurity, and after much of his best work was published and apparently forgotten, he slowly won the leading place in English fiction. We are still too near to him to speak of the permanence of his work, but a casual reading of any of his novels suggests a comparison and a contrast with George Eliot. Like her, he is a realist and a psychologist. But while George Eliot uses tragedy to teach a moral lesson, Meredith depends more upon comedy, making vice not terrible but ridiculous. For the hero or heroine of her novel, George Eliot invariably takes an individual and shows in each one the play of universal moral forces. Meredith constructs a type man as a hero, and makes this type express his purpose and meaning. So his characters seldom speak naturally, as George Eliot's do. They are more like Browning's characters in packing a whole paragraph into a single sentence or an exclamation. On account of his enigmatic style and his psychology, Meredith will never be popular. But by thoughtful men and women he will probably be ranked among our greatest writers of fiction. The simplest and easiest of his novels for a beginner is The Adventures of Henry Richmond (1871). Among the best of his works, besides the two mentioned above, are Beauchamp's Career (1876) and The Egoist 1879. The latter is, in our personal judgment, one of the strongest and most convincing novels of the Victorian Age. Hardy. Thomas Hardy (1840) seems, like Meredith, to belong to the present rather than to a past age, and an interesting comparison may be drawn between these two novelists. In style, Meredith is obscure and difficult, while Hardy is direct and simple, aiming at realism in all things. Meredith makes man the most important phenomenon in the universe, and the struggles of men are brightened by the hope of victory. Hardy makes man an insignificant part of the world, struggling against powers greater than himself, sometimes against systems which he cannot reach or influence, sometimes against a kind of grim world spirit who delights in making human affairs go wrong. He is therefore hardly a realist, but rather a man blinded by pessimism, and his novels, though generally powerful and sometimes fascinating, are not pleasant or wholesome reading. From the reader's viewpoint, some of his earlier works, like the idyllic love story Under the Greenwood Tree (1872) and A Pair of Blue Eyes (1873), are the most interesting. Hardy became noted, however, when he published Far from the Madding Crowd, a book which, when it appeared anonymously in the Cornhill Magazine (1874), was generally attributed to George Eliot, for the simple reason that no other novelist was supposed to be capable of writing it. The Return of the Native (1878) and The Woodlanders are generally regarded as Hardy's masterpieces. But two novels of our own day, Tess of the D'Urbervilles (1891) and Jude the Obscure (1895), are better expressions of Hardy's literary art and of his gloomy philosophy. Stevenson. In pleasing contrast with Hardy is Robert Louis Stevenson (1850 1894), a brave, cheery, wholesome spirit who has made us all braver and cheerier by what he has written. Aside from their intrinsic value, Stevenson's novels are interesting in this respect, that they mark a return to the pure romanticism of Walter Scott. The novel of the 19th century had, as we have shown, a very definite purpose. It aimed not only to represent life, but to correct it and to offer a solution to pressing moral and social problems. At the end of the century, Hardy's gloom in the face of modern social conditions became oppressive, and Stevenson broke away from it into that land of delightful romance in which youth finds an answer to all its questions. Problems differ, but youth is ever the same, and therefore Stevenson will probably be regarded by future generations as one of our most enduring writers. To his life, with its heroically happy struggle, first against poverty, then against physical illness, it is impossible to do justice in a short article. Even a longer biography is inadequate, for Stevenson's spirit, not the incidents of his life, is the important thing, and the spirit has no biographer. Though he had written much better work earlier, he first gained fame by his Treasure Island (1883), an absorbing story of pirates and of a hunt for buried gold. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde (1886) is a profound ethical parable, in which, however, Stevenson leaves the psychology and the minute analysis of character to his readers, and makes the story the chief thing in his novel. Kidnapped (1886), The Master of Ballantrae (1889), and David Balfour (1893) are novels of adventure, giving us vivid pictures of Scotch life. Two romances left unfinished by his early death in Samoa are The Weir of Hermiston and St. Ives. The latter was finished by Quiller Couch in 1897. The former is happily just as Stevenson left it, and though unfinished is generally regarded as his masterpiece. In addition to these novels, Stevenson wrote a large number of essays, the best of which are collected in Virginibus Puerisque, Familiar Studies of Men and Books, and Memories and Portraits. Delightful sketches of his travels are found in An Inland Voyage, 1878; Travels with a Donkey, 1879; Across the Plains, 1892; and The Amateur Immigrant, 1894. Underwood's, 1887, is an exquisite little volume of poetry, and A Child's Garden of Verses is one of the books that mothers will always keep to read to their children. In all his books Stevenson gives the impression of a man at play rather than at work, and the reader soon shares in the happy spirit of the author. Because of his beautiful personality, and because of the love and admiration he awakened for himself in multitudes of readers, we are naturally inclined to exaggerate his importance as a writer. However that may be, a study of his works shows him to be a consummate literary artist. His style is always simple, often perfect, and both in his manner and in his matter he exercises a profound influence on the writers of the present generation. End of Section 58. Section 59 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Part 3. Essayists of the Victorian Age. Thomas Babington Macaulay, 1800 1859. Macaulay is one of the most typical figures of the 19th century. Though not a great writer, if we compare him with Browning or Thackeray, he was more closely associated than any of his literary contemporaries with the social and political struggles of the age. While Carlyle was proclaiming the gospel of labor, and Dickens writing novels to better the condition of the poor, Macaulay went vigorously to work on what he thought to be the most important task of the hour, and by his brilliant speeches did perhaps more than any other single man to force the passage of the famous Reform Bill. Like many of the Elizabethans, he was a practical man of affairs rather than a literary man, and though we miss in his writings the imagination and the spiritual insight which stamp the literary genius, we have the impression always of a keen, practical, honest mind which looks at present problems in the light of past experience. Moreover, the man himself, with his marvelous mind, his happy spirit, and his absolute integrity of character, is an inspiration to better living. Life. Macaulay was born at Rothley Temple, Leicestershire, in 1800. His father, of Scotch descent, was at one time governor of the Sierra Leone colony for liberated negroes, and devoted a large part of his life to the abolition of the slave trade. His mother, of Quaker parentage, was a brilliant, sensitive woman whose character is reflected in that of her son. The influence of these two, and the son's loyal devotion to his family, can best be read in Trevelyan's interesting biography. As a child, Macaulay is strongly suggestive of Coleridge. At 3 years of age he began to read eagerly. At 5 he talked like a book. At 10 he had written a compendium of universal history, besides various hymns, verse romances, arguments for Christianity, and one ambitious epic poem. The habit of rapid reading, begun in childhood, continued throughout his life, and the number and variety of books which he read is almost incredible. His memory was phenomenal. He could repeat long poems and essays after a single reading. He could quote not only passages but the greater part of many books, including Pilgrim's Progress, Paradise Lost, and various novels like Clarissa. Once, to test his memory, he recited 2 newspaper poems which he had read in a coffee-house 40 years before, and which he had never thought of in the interval. At 12 years of age this remarkable boy was sent to a private school at Little Shelford. At 18 he entered Trinity College, Cambridge. Here he made a reputation as a classical scholar and a brilliant talker, but made a failure of his mathematics. In a letter to his mother he wrote, "Oh, for words to express my abomination of that science, discipline of the mind, say rather starvation, confinement, torture, annihilation. We quote this as a commentary on Macaulay's later writings, which are frequently lacking in the exactness and the logical sequence of the science which he detested. After his college course, Macaulay studied law, was admitted to the bar, devoted himself largely to politics, entered Parliament in 1830, and almost immediately won a reputation as the best debater and the most eloquent speaker of the Liberal or Whig party. Gladstone says of him, "Whenever he arose to speak, it was a summons like a trumpet call to fill the benches." At the time of his election he was poor, and the loss of his father's property threw upon him the support of his brothers and sisters. But he took up the burden with cheerful courage, and by his own efforts soon placed himself and his family in comfort. His political progress was rapid, and was due not to favoritism or intrigue, but to his ability, his hard work, and his sterling character. He was several times elected to Parliament, was legal adviser to the Supreme Council of India, was a member of the cabinet, and declined many offices for which other men labor a lifetime. In 1857 his great ability and services to his country were recognized by his being raised to the peerage with the title of Baron Macaulay of Rothley. Macaulay's literary work began in college with the contribution of various ballads and essays to the magazines. In his later life, practical affairs claimed the greater part of his time, and his brilliant essays were written in the early morning or late at night. His famous essay on Milton appeared in the Edinburgh Review in 1825. It created a sensation, and Macaulay, having gained the ear of the public, never once lost it during the 20 years in which he was a contributor to the magazines. His Lays of Ancient Rome appeared in 1842, and in the following year 3 volumes of his collected essays. In 1847 he lost his seat in Parliament temporarily through his zealous efforts in behalf of religious toleration, and the loss was most fortunate, since it gave him opportunity to begin his History of England, a monumental work which he had been planning for many years. The first 2 volumes appeared in 1848, and their success can be compared only to that of the most popular novels. The 3rd and 4th volumes of the History, 1855, were even more successful, and Macaulay was hard at work on the remaining volumes when he died quite suddenly in 1859. He was buried near Addison, in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. A paragraph from one of his letters, written at the height of his fame and influence, may give us an insight into his life and work. I can truly say that I have not for many years been so happy as I am at present. I am free, I am independent, I am in Parliament, as honorably seated as a man can be. My family is comfortably off. I have leisure for literature, yet I am not reduced to the necessity of writing for money. If I had to choose a lot from all that there are in human life, I am not sure that I should prefer any to that which has fallen to me. I am sincerely and thoroughly contented. Essay on Milton. Works of Macaulay. Macaulay is famous in literature for his essays, for his martial ballads, and for his History of England. His first important work, the Essay on Milton, 1825, is worthy of study not only for itself as a critical estimate of the Puritan poet, but as a key to all Macaulay's writings. Here, first of all, is an interesting work which, however much we differ from the author's opinion, holds our attention and generally makes us regret that the end comes so soon. The second thing to note is the historical flavor of the essay. We study not only Milton, but also the times in which he lived and the great movements of which he was a part. History and literature properly belong together, and Macaulay was one of the first writers to explain the historical conditions which partly account for a writer's work and influence. The third thing to note is Macaulay's enthusiasm for his subject, an enthusiasm which is often partisan, but which we gladly share for the moment as we follow the breathless narrative. Macaulay generally makes a hero of his man, shows him battling against odds, and the heroic side of our own nature awakens and responds to the author's plea. The fourth and perhaps most characteristic thing in the essay is the style, which is remarkably clear, forceful, and convincing. Jeffrey, the editor of the Edinburgh Review, wrote enthusiastically when he received the manuscript, "The more I think, the less I can conceive where you picked up that style." We still share in the editor's wonder, but the more we think, the less we conceive that such a style could be picked up. It was partly the result of a well-stored mind, partly of unconscious imitation of other writers, and partly of that natural talent for clear speaking and writing which is manifest in all Macaulay's work. Other essays. In the remaining essays we find the same general qualities which characterize Macaulay's first attempt. They cover a wide range of subjects, but they may be divided into two general classes, the literary or critical, and the historical. Of the literary essays, the best are those on Milton, Addison, Goldsmith, Byron, Dryden, Leigh Hunt, Bunyan, Bacon, and Johnson. Among the best known of the historical essays are those on Lord Clive, Chatham, Warren Hastings, Hallam's Constitutional History, Von Ranke's History of the Papacy, Frederick the Great, Horace Walpole, William Pitt, Sir William Temple, Machiavelli, and Mirabeau. Most of these were produced in the vigor of young manhood, between 1825 and 1845, while the writer was busy with practical affairs of state. They are often one-sided and inaccurate, but always interesting, and from them a large number of busy people have derived their first knowledge of history and literature. Lays of Ancient Rome. The best of Macaulay's poetical work is found in the Lays of Ancient Rome, 1842, a collection of ballads in the style of Scott, which sing of the old heroic days of the Roman Republic. The ballad does not require much thought or emotion. It demands clearness, vigor, enthusiasm, action, and it suited Macaulay's genius perfectly. He was, however, much more careful than other ballad writers in making his narrative true to tradition. The stirring martial spirit of these ballads, their fine workmanship, and their appeal to courage and patriotism made them instantly popular. Even today, after more than 50 years, such ballads as those on Virginius and Horatius at the Bridge are favorite pieces in many school readers. History of England. The History of England, Macaulay's masterpiece, is still one of the most popular historical works in the English language. Originally it was intended to cover the period from the accession of James II in 1685 to the death of George IV in 1830. Only 5 volumes of the work were finished, and so thoroughly did Macaulay go into details that these 5 volumes cover only 16 years. It has been estimated that to complete the work on the same scale would require some 50 volumes, and the labor of one man for over a century. In his historical method, Macaulay suggests Gibbon. His own knowledge of history was very great, but before writing he read numberless pages, consulted original documents, and visited the scenes which he intended to describe. Thackeray's remark that Macaulay reads 20 books to write a sentence and travels 100 miles to make a line of description is, in view of his industry, a well-warranted exaggeration. As in his literary essays, he is fond of making heroes, and he throws himself so heartily into the spirit of the scene he is describing that his word pictures almost startle us by their vivid reality. The story of Monmouth's rebellion, for instance, or the trial of the 7 bishops, is as fascinating as the best chapters of Scott's historical novels. While Macaulay's search for original sources of information suggests the scientific historian, his use of his material is much more like that of a novelist or playwright. In his essay on Machiavelli he writes, "The best portraits are perhaps those in which there is a slight mixture of caricature, and we are not certain that the best histories are not those in which a little of the exaggeration of fictitious narrative is judiciously employed. Something is lost in accuracy, but much is gained in effect. Whether this estimate of historical writing be true or false, Macaulay employed it in his own work and made his narrative as absorbing as a novel. To all his characters he gives the reality of flesh and blood, and in his own words he shows us over their houses and seats us at their tables. All that is excellent, but it has its disadvantages. In his admiration for heroism, Macaulay makes some of his characters too good and others too bad. In his zeal for details, he misses the importance of great movements and of great leaders who are accustomed to ignore details. And in his joy of describing events, he often loses sight of underlying causes. In a word, he is without historical insight, and his work, though fascinating, is seldom placed among the reliable histories of England. General characteristics. To the reader who studies Macaulay's brilliant essays and a few chosen chapters of his history, three things soon become manifest. First, Macaulay's art is that of a public speaker rather than that of a literary man. He has a wonderful command of language, and he makes his meaning clear by striking phrases, vigorous antitheses, anecdotes, and illustrations. His style is so clear that he who runs may read, and from beginning to end he never loses the attention of his readers. Second, Macaulay's good spirits and enthusiasm are contagious. As he said of himself, he wrote out of a full head, chiefly for his own pleasure or recreation, and one who writes joyously generally awakens a sense of pleasure in his readers. Third, Macaulay has the defect of his qualities. He reads and remembers so much that he has no time to think or to form settled opinions. As Gladstone said, Macaulay is always conversing or recollecting or reading or composing, but reflecting never. So he wrote his brilliant essay on Milton, which took all England by storm, and said of it afterward that it contained scarcely a paragraph which his mature judgment approved. Whether he speaks or writes, he has always before him an eager audience, and he feels within him the born orator's power to hold and fascinate. So he gives loose rein to his enthusiasm, quotes from 100 books, and in his delight at entertaining us forgets that the first quality of a critical or historical work is to be accurate, and the second to be interesting. End of section 59. Section 60 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Thomas Carlyle, 1795-1881. In marked contrast with Macaulay, the brilliant and cheerful essayist, is Thomas Carlyle, the prophet and censor of the 19th century. Macaulay is the practical man of affairs, helping and rejoicing in the progress of his beloved England. Carlyle lives apart from all practical interests, looks with distrust on the progress of his age, and tells men that truth, justice, and immortality are the only worthy objects of human endeavor. Macaulay is delighted with material comforts. He is most at home in brilliant and fashionable company, and he writes, even when ill and suffering, with unfailing hopefulness and good nature. Carlyle is like a Hebrew prophet just in from the desert, and the burden of his message is, "Woe to them that are at ease in Zion." Both men are, in different ways, typical of the century, and somewhere between the two extremes, the practical, helpful activity of Macaulay and the spiritual agony and conflict of Carlyle, we shall find the measure of an age which has left the deepest impress upon our own. Life of Carlyle. Carlyle was born at Ecclefechan, Dumfriesshire, in 1795, a few months before Burns's death, and before Scott had published his first work. Like Burns, he came of peasant stock, strong, simple, God-fearing folk, whose influence in Carlyle's later life is beyond calculation. Of his mother he says, "She was too mild and peaceful for the planet she lived in." And of his father, a stonemason, he writes, "Could I write my books as he built his houses, walk my way so manfully through this shadow world, and leave it with so little blame, it were more than all my hopes." Of Carlyle's early school life we have some interesting glimpses in Sartor Resartus. At 9 years he entered the Annan Grammar School, where he was bullied by the older boys, who nicknamed him Tom the Tearful. For the teachers of those days he has only ridicule, calling them hide-bound pedants. And he calls the school by the suggestive German name of Hinterschlag Gymnasium. At the wish of his parents, who intended Carlyle for the ministry, he endured this hateful school life till 1809, when he entered Edinburgh University. There he spent 5 miserable years, of which his own record is, "I was without friends, experience, or connection in the sphere of human business, was of sly humor, proud enough and to spare, and had begun my long curriculum of dyspepsia." This nagging illness was the cause of much of that irritability of temper which frequently led him to scold the public, and for which he has been harshly handled by unfriendly critics. The period following his university course was one of storm and stress for Carlyle. Much to the grief of the father whom he loved, he had given up the idea of entering the ministry. Wherever he turned, doubts like a thick fog surrounded him, doubts of God, of his fellow men, of human progress, of himself. He was poor, and to earn an honest living was his first problem. He tried successively teaching school, tutoring, the study of law, and writing miscellaneous articles for the Edinburgh Encyclopedia. All the while he was fighting his doubts, living, as he says, in a continual, indefinite, pining fear. After 6 or 7 years of mental agony, which has at times a suggestion of Bunyan's spiritual struggle, the crisis came in 1821, when Carlyle suddenly shook off his doubts and found himself. "All at once," he says in Sartor, "there arose a thought in me, and I asked myself, What art thou afraid of? Wherefore like a coward dost thou forever pip and whimper, and go cowering and trembling? Despicable biped, what is the sum total of the worst that lies before thee? Death? Well, death, and say the pangs of Tophet too, and all that the devil and man may, will, or can do against thee. Hast thou not a heart? Canst thou not suffer whatsoever it be, and, as a child of freedom, though outcast, trample Tophet itself under thy feet, while it consumes thee? Let it come then. I will meet it and defy it." And as I so thought, there rushed like a stream of fire over my whole soul, and I shook base fear away from me forever. This struggle between fear and faith, and the triumph of the latter, is recorded in 2 remarkable chapters, The Everlasting No and The Everlasting Yea of Sartor Resartus. Carlyle now definitely resolved on a literary life, and began with any work that offered a bare livelihood. He translated Legendre's Geometry from the French, wrote numerous essays for the magazines, and continued his study of German while making translations from that language. His translations of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister appeared in 1824, his Life of Schiller in 1825, and his Specimens of German Romance in 1827. He began at this time a correspondence with Goethe, his literary hero, which lasted till the German poet's death in 1832. While still busy with hack work, Carlyle, in 1826, married Jane Welsh, a brilliant and beautiful woman whose literary genius almost equaled that of her husband. Soon afterwards, influenced chiefly by poverty, the Carlyles retired to a farm at Cregan Puttoch (Hawk's Hill), a dreary and lonely spot, far from friends and even neighbors. They remained here 6 years, during which time Carlyle wrote many of his best essays, and Sartor Resartus, his most original work. The latter went begging among publishers for 2 years, and was finally published serially in Fraser's Magazine in 1833 1834. By this time Carlyle had begun to attract attention as a writer, and thinking that one who made his living by the magazines should be in close touch with the editors, took his wife's advice and moved to London to seek work and bread. He settled in Cheyne Row, Chelsea, a place made famous by Moore, Erasmus, Bolingbroke, Smollett, Leigh Hunt, and many lesser lights of literature. He began to enjoy the first real peace he had known since childhood. In 1837 appeared The French Revolution, which first made Carlyle famous; and in the same year, led by the necessity of earning money, he began the series of lectures, German Literature (1837), Periods of European Culture (1838), Revolutions of Modern Europe (1839), Heroes and Hero Worship (1841), which created a sensation in London. It was, says Leigh Hunt, as if some Puritan had come to life again, liberalized by German philosophy and his own intense reflection and experience. Though Carlyle set himself against the spirit of his age, calling the famous Reform Bill a "progress into darkness," and democracy "the rule of the worst rather than the best," his rough sincerity was unquestioned, and his remarks were more quoted than those of any other living man. He was supported, moreover, by a rare circle of friends, Edward Irving, Southey, Sterling, Landor, Leigh Hunt, Dickens, Mill, Tennyson, Browning, and, most helpful of all, Emerson, who had visited Carlyle at Craigenputtoch in 1833. It was due largely to Emerson's influence that Carlyle's works were better appreciated and brought better financial rewards in America than in England. Carlyle's fame reached its climax in the monumental History of Frederick the Great (1858 1865), published after 13 years of solitary toil, which, in his own words, made entire devastation of home life and happiness. The proudest moment of his life was when he was elected to succeed Gladstone as Lord Rector of Edinburgh University in 1865, the year in which Frederick the Great was finished. In the midst of his triumph, and while he was in Scotland to deliver his inaugural address, his happiness was suddenly destroyed by the death of his wife, a terrible blow from which he never recovered. He lived on for 15 years, shorn of his strength and interest in life, and his closing hours were like the dull sunset of a November day. Only as we remember his grief and remorse at the death of the companion who had shared his toil but not his triumph, can we understand the sorrow that pervades the pages of his reminiscences. He died in 1881, and at his own wish was buried not in Westminster Abbey, but among his humble kinsfolk in Ecclefechan. However much we may differ from his philosophy or regret the harshness of his minor works, we shall probably all agree in this sentiment from one of his own letters, that the object of all his struggle and writing was that men should find out and believe the truth and match their lives to it. Works of Carlyle. There are two widely different judgments of Carlyle as a man and a writer. The first, which is founded largely on his minor writings, like Chartism, Latter-day Pamphlets, and Shooting Niagara, declares that he is a misanthrope and dyspeptic with a barbarous style of writing, that he denounces progress, democracy, science, America, Darwin, everybody and everything that he does not understand, that his literary opinions are largely prejudices, that he began as a prophet and ended as a scold, and that in denouncing shams of every sort he was something of a sham himself, since his practice was not in accord with his own preaching. The second judgment, which is founded upon heroes and hero worship, Cromwell and Sartor Resartus, declares that these works are the supreme manifestation of genius, that their rugged picturesque style makes others look feeble or colorless by comparison, and that the author is the greatest teacher, leader, and prophet of the 19th century. Somewhere between these two extremes will be found the truth about Carlyle. We only note here that, while there are some grounds for the first unfavorable criticism, we are to judge an author by his best rather than by his worst work, and that a man's aims as well as his accomplishments must be taken into consideration. As it is written, "Whereas it was in thine heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well that it was in thine heart." Whatever the defects of Carlyle and his work, in his heart he was always planning a house or temple to the God of truth and justice. Carlyle's important works may be divided into three general classes: critical and literary essays, historical works, and Sartor Resartus, the last being in a class by itself, since there is nothing like it in literature. To these should be added a biography, the admirable Life of John Sterling, and Carlyle's Letters and Reminiscences, which are more interesting and suggestive than some of his better known works. We omit here all consideration of translations and his intemperate denunciations of men and institutions in Chartism, Latter-day Pamphlets, and other essays which add nothing to the author's fame or influence. Essay on Burns. Of the essays, which are all characterized by Carlyle's zeal to get at the heart of things and to reveal the soul rather than the works of a writer, the best are those on Burns, Scott, Novalis, Goethe, Characteristics, Signs of the Times, and Boswell's Life of Johnson. Note: the student should remember that Carlyle's literary opinions, though very positive, are to be received with caution. Sometimes, indeed, they are so one-sided and prejudiced that they are more valuable as a revelation of Carlyle himself than as a study of the author he is considering. End of note. In the famous essay on Burns, which is generally selected for special study, we note four significant things. 1. Carlyle is peculiarly well fitted for his task, having many points in common with his hero. 2. In most of his work, Carlyle, by his style and mannerisms and positive opinions, generally attracts our attention away from his subject. But in this essay he shows himself capable of forgetting himself for a moment. To an unusual extent he sticks to his subject and makes us think of Burns rather than of Carlyle. The style, though unpolished, is fairly simple and readable, and is free from the breaks, crudities, ejaculations, and general nodulosities which disfigure much of his work. 3. Carlyle has an original and interesting theory of biography and criticism. The object of criticism is to show the man himself, his aims, ideals, and outlooks on the universe. The object of biography is to show what and how produced was the effect of society upon him, what and how produced was his effect on society. 4. Carlyle is often severe, even harsh, in his estimates of other men. But in this case the tragedy of Burns' Life of Fragments attracts and softens him. He grows enthusiastic, and, a rare thing for Carlyle, apologizes for his enthusiasm in the striking sentence, "We love Burns, and we pity him, and love and pity are prone to magnify." So he gives us the most tender and appreciative of his essays, and one of the most illuminating criticisms of Burns that has appeared in our language. Heroes and hero worship. The central idea of Carlyle's historical works is found in his Heroes and Hero Worship (1841), his most widely read book. Universal history, he says, is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. To get at the truth of history we must study not movements but men, and read not state papers but the biographies of heroes. His summary of history, as presented in this work, has 6 divisions. 1. The hero as divinity, having for its general subject Odin, the type Norseman, who Carlyle thinks was some old heroic chief, afterwards deified by his countrymen. 2. The hero as prophet, treating of Mahomet and the rise of Islam. 3. The hero as poet, in which Dante and Shakespeare are taken as types. 4. The hero as priest or religious leader, in which Luther appears as the hero of the Reformation, and Knox as the hero of Puritanism. 5. The hero as man of letters, in which we have the curious choice of Johnson, Rousseau, and Burns. 6. The hero as king, in which Cromwell and Napoleon appear as the heroes of reform by revolution. It is needless to say that Heroes is not a book of history. Neither is it scientifically written in the manner of Gibbon. With science in any form Carlyle had no patience, and he miscalculated the value of that patient search for facts and evidence which science undertakes before building any theories either of kings or cabbages. The book, therefore, abounds in errors, but they are the errors of carelessness and are perhaps of small consequence. His misconception of history, however, is more serious. With the modern idea of history as the growth of freedom among all classes, he has no sympathy. The progress of democracy was to him an evil thing, a turning of the face towards darkness and anarchy. At certain periods, according to Carlyle, God sends us geniuses, sometimes as priests or poets, sometimes as soldiers or statesmen; but in whatever guise they appear, these are our real rulers. He shows, moreover, that whenever such men appear, multitudes follow them, and that a man's following is a sure index of his heroism and kingship. Whether we agree with Carlyle or not, we must accept for the moment his peculiar view of history, else Heroes can never open its treasures to us. The book abounds in startling ideas, expressed with originality and power, and is pervaded throughout by an atmosphere of intense moral earnestness. The more we read it, the more we find to admire and to remember. French Revolution. Carlyle's French Revolution (1837) is to be taken more seriously as a historical work; but here again his hero worship comes to the front, and his book is a series of flashlights thrown upon men in dramatic situations, rather than a tracing of causes to their consequences. The very titles of his chapters, Astrea Redux, Windbags, Broglie the War God, do violence to our conception of history, and are more suggestive of Carlyle's individualism than of French history. He is here the preacher rather than the historian. His text is the eternal justice, and his message is that all wrongdoing is inevitably followed by vengeance. His method is intensely dramatic. From a mass of historical details he selects a few picturesque incidents and striking figures, and his vivid pictures of the storming of the Bastille, the rush of the mob to Versailles, the death of Louis XVI, and the Reign of Terror seem like the work of an eyewitness describing some terrible catastrophe. At times, as it portrays Danton, Robespierre, and the great characters of the tragedy, Carlyle's work is suggestive of an historical play of Shakespeare; and again, as it describes the rush and riot of men led by elemental passion, it is more like a great prose epic. Though not a reliable history in any sense, it is one of the most dramatic and stirring narratives in our language. Oliver Cromwell. Two other historical works deserve at least a passing notice. The History of Frederick the Great (1858 1865), in 6 volumes, is a colossal picture of the life and times of the hero of the Prussian Empire. Oliver Cromwell's Letters and Speeches is, in our personal judgment, Carlyle's best historical work. His idea is to present the very soul of the great Puritan leader. He gives us, as of first importance, Cromwell's own words, and connects them by a commentary in which other men and events are described with vigor and vividness. Cromwell was one of Carlyle's greatest heroes, and in this case he is most careful to present the facts which occasion his own enthusiasm. The result is, on the whole, the most lifelike picture of a great historical character that we possess. Other historians had heaped calumny upon Cromwell till the English public regarded him with prejudice and horror; and it is an indication of Carlyle's power that by a single book he revolutionized England's opinion of one of her greatest men. Sartor Resartus. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus (1834), his only creative work, is a mixture of philosophy and romance, of wisdom and nonsense, a chaotic jumble of the author's thoughts, feelings, and experiences during the first 35 years of his life. The title, which means "the tailor patched up," is taken from an old Scotch song. The hero is Diogenes Teufelsdröck, a German professor at the University of Weiß nicht wo, don't know where. The narrative concerns this queer professor's life and opinions, and the central thought of the book is the philosophy of clothes, which are considered symbolically as the outward expression of spirit. Thus, man's body is the outward garment of his soul, and the universe is the visible garment of the invisible God. The arrangement of Sartor is clumsy and hard to follow. In order to leave himself free to bring in everything he thought about, Carlyle assumed the position of one who was translating and editing the old professor's manuscripts, which are supposed to consist of numerous sheets stuffed into 12 paper bags, each labeled with a sign of the zodiac. The editor pretends to make order out of this chaos, but he is free to jump from one subject to another, and to state the most startling opinion by simply using quotation marks and adding a note that he is not responsible for Teufelsdröck's crazy notions, which are in reality Carlyle's own dreams and ideals. Partly because of the matter, which is sometimes incoherent, partly because of the style, which, though picturesque, is sometimes confused and ungrammatical, Sartor is not easy reading, but it amply repays whatever time and study we give to it. Many of its passages are more like poetry than prose, and one cannot read such chapters as The Everlasting No, The Everlasting Yea, Reminiscences, and Natural Supernaturalism, and be quite the same man afterwards. For Carlyle's thought has entered into him, and he walks henceforth more gently, more reverently through the world, as in the presence of the Eternal. Carlyle's style. General characteristics. Concerning Carlyle's style there are almost as many opinions as there are readers. This is partly because he impresses different people in widely different ways, and partly because his expression varies greatly. At times he is calm, persuasive, grimly humorous, as if conversing; at other times wildly exclamatory, as if he were shouting and waving his arms at the reader. We have spoken of Macaulay's style as that of the finished orator, and we might reasonably speak of Carlyle's as that of the exhorter, who cares little for method so long as he makes a strong impression on his hearers. Every sentence is alive to its fingertips, writes a modern critic. And though Carlyle often violates the rules of grammar and rhetoric, we can well afford to let an original genius express his own intense conviction in his own vivid and picturesque way. His message. Carlyle's message may be summed up in two imperatives: labor and be sincere. He lectured and wrote chiefly for the upper classes, who had begun to think somewhat sentimentally of the conditions of the laboring men of the world, and he demanded for the latter not charity or pity, but justice and honor. All labor, whether of head or hand, is divine, and labor alone justifies a man as a son of earth and heaven. To society, which Carlyle thought to be occupied wholly with conventional affairs, he came with the stamp of sincerity, calling upon men to lay aside hypocrisy and to think and speak and live the truth. He had none of Addison's delicate satire and humor, and in his fury at what he thought was false he was generally unsympathetic and often harsh. But we must not forget that Thackeray, who knew society much better than did Carlyle, gave a very unflattering picture of it in Vanity Fair and the Book of Snobs. Apparently the age needed plain speaking, and Carlyle furnished it in scripture measure. Harriet Martineau, who knew the world for which Carlyle wrote, summed up his influence when she said that he had infused into the mind of the English nation sincerity, earnestness, healthfulness, and courage. If we add to the above message Carlyle's conceptions of the world as governed by a God of justice, who never forgets, and of human history as an inarticulate Bible, slowly revealing the divine purpose, we shall understand better the force of his ethical appeal and the profound influence he exercised on moral and intellectual life of the past century. End of section 60. Section 61 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continued. John Ruskin, 1819–1900. In approaching the study of Ruskin, we are to remember, first of all, that we are dealing with a great and good man who is himself more inspiring than any of his books. In some respects he is like his friend Carlyle, whose disciple he acknowledged himself to be, but he is broader in his sympathies and in every way more hopeful, helpful, and humane. Thus, in the face of the drudgery and poverty of the competitive system, Carlyle proposed, with grim satire of Swift's modest proposal, to organize an annual hunt in which successful people should shoot the unfortunate, and to use the game for the support of the army and navy. Ruskin, facing the same problem, wrote, "I will endure it no longer quietly, but henceforward, with any few or many who will help, do my best to abate this misery." Then, leaving the field of art criticism, where he was the acknowledged leader, he begins to write of labor and justice, gives his fortune in charity in establishing schools and libraries, and founds his St. George's Guild of Workingmen to put in practice the principles of brotherhood and cooperation for which he and Carlyle contended. Though his style marks him as one of the masters of English prose, he is generally studied not as a literary man but as an ethical teacher, and we shall hardly appreciate his works unless we see behind every book the figure of the heroically sincere man who wrote it. Life. Ruskin was born in London in 1819. His father was a prosperous wine merchant who gained a fortune in trade, and who spent his leisure hours in the company of good books and pictures. On his tombstone one may still read this inscription, written by Ruskin: "He was an entirely honest merchant, and his memory is to all who keep it dear and helpful. His son, whom he loved to the uttermost and taught to speak truth, says this of him." Ruskin's mother, a devout and somewhat austere woman, brought her son up with puritanical strictness, not forgetting Solomon's injunction that the rod and reproof give wisdom. Of Ruskin's early years at Herne Hill, on the outskirts of London, it is better to read his own interesting record in Praeterita. It was in some respects a cramped and lonely childhood. But certain things which strongly molded his character are worthy of mention. First, he was taught by word and example in all things to speak the truth, and he never forgot the lesson. Second, he had few toys, and spent much time in studying the leaves, the flowers, the grass, the clouds, even the figures and colors of the carpet, and so laid the foundation for that minute and accurate observation which is manifest in all his writings. Third, he was educated first by his mother, then by private tutors, and so missed the discipline of the public schools. The influence of this lonely training is evident in all his work. Like Carlyle, he is often too positive and dogmatic, the result of failing to test his work by the standards of other men of his age. Fourth, he was obliged to read the Bible every day and to learn long passages verbatim. The result of this training was, he says, to make every word of the Scriptures familiar to my ear in habitual music. We can hardly read a page of his later work without finding some reflection of the noble simplicity or vivid imagery of the sacred records. Fifth, he traveled much with his father and mother, and his innate love of nature was intensified by what he saw on his leisurely journeys through the most beautiful parts of England and the Continent. Ruskin entered Christ Church College, Oxford, in 1836, when only 17 years old. He was at this time a shy, sensitive boy, a lover of nature and of every art which reflects nature, but almost entirely ignorant of the ways of boys and men. An attack of consumption, with which he had long been threatened, caused him to leave Oxford in 1840, and for nearly 2 years he wandered over Italy, searching for health and cheerfulness, and gathering materials for the first volume of Modern Painters, the book that made him famous. Ruskin's literary work began in childhood, when he was encouraged to write freely in prose and poetry. A volume of poems illustrated by his own drawings was published in 1859, after he had won fame as a prose writer, but save for the drawings it is of small importance. The first volume of Modern Painters, 1843, was begun as a heated defense of the artist Turner, but it developed into an essay on art as a true picture of nature, not only in her outward aspect but in her inward spirit. The work, which was signed simply Oxford Graduate, aroused a storm of mingled approval and protest. But however much critics warred over its theories of art, all were agreed that the unknown author was a master of descriptive prose. Ruskin now made frequent trips to the art galleries of the Continent, and produced 4 more volumes of Modern Painters during the next 17 years. Meanwhile he wrote other books: 7 Lamps of Architecture, 1849; Stones of Venice, 1851-1853, Pre-Raphaelitism, and numerous lectures and essays, which gave him a place in the world of art similar to that held by Matthew Arnold in the world of letters. In 1869 he was appointed professor of art at Oxford, a position which greatly increased his prestige and influence, not only among students but among a great variety of people who heard his lectures and read his published works. Lectures on art, Aratra Pentelici (Lectures on Sculpture), Ariadne Florentina (Lectures on Engraving), Michelangelo and Tintoret, The Art of England, Val d'Arno (Lectures on Tuscan Art), St. Mark's Rest (A History of Venice), Mornings in Florence (Studies in Christian Art, now much used as a guidebook to the picture galleries of Florence), The Laws of Fiesole (A Treatise on Drawing and Painting for Schools), Academy of Fine Arts in Venice, Pleasures of England. All these works on art show Ruskin's literary industry. And we must also record Love's Miney (a study of birds), Proserpina (a study of flowers), Deucalion (a study of waves and stones), besides various essays on political economy, which indicate that Ruskin, like Arnold, had begun to consider the practical problems of his age. At the height of his fame, in 1860, Ruskin turned for a time from art to consider questions of wealth and labor, terms which were used glibly by the economists of the age without much thought for their fundamental meaning. There is no wealth but life, announced Ruskin, life including all its powers of love, of joy, and of admiration. That country is the richest which nourishes the greatest number of noble and happy human beings. Such a doctrine, proclaimed by Goldsmith in his Deserted Village, was regarded as a pretty sentiment; but coming from one of the greatest leaders and teachers of England, it was like a bombshell. Ruskin wrote 4 essays establishing this doctrine and pleading for a more socialistic form of government in which reform might be possible. The essays were published in the Cornhill magazine, of which Thackeray was editor. They aroused such a storm that the publication was discontinued. Ruskin then published the essays in book form, with the title Unto This Last, in 1862. Munera Pulveris, 1862, was another work in which the principles of capital and labor and the evils of the competitive system were discussed in such a way that the author was denounced as a visionary or a madman. Other works of this practical period are Time and Tide, Fors Clavigera, Sesame and Lilies, and The Crown of Wild Olive. The latter part of Ruskin's life was a time of increasing sadness, due partly to the failure of his plans and partly to public attacks upon his motives or upon his sanity. He grew bitter at first, as his critics ridiculed or denounced his principles, and at times his voice is as querulous as that of Carlyle. We are to remember, however, the conditions under which he struggled. His health had been shattered by successive attacks of disease. He had been disappointed in love. His marriage was unhappy, and his work seemed a failure. He had given nearly all his fortune in charity, and the poor were more numerous than ever before. His famous St. George's Guild was not successful, and the tyranny of the competitive system seemed too deeply rooted to be overthrown. On the death of his mother, he left London and in 1879 retired to Brantwood on Coniston Lake, in the beautiful region beloved by Wordsworth. Here he passed the last quiet years of his life under the care of his cousin, Mrs. Severn, the angel of the house, and wrote, at Professor Norton's suggestion, Praeterita, one of his most interesting books, in which he describes the events of his youth from his own viewpoint. He died quietly in 1900, and was buried, as he wished, without funeral pomp or public ceremony, in the little churchyard at Coniston. Works of Ruskin. There are 3 little books which, in popular favor, stand first on the list of Ruskin's numerous works. Ethics of the Dust, a series of lectures to little housewives, which appeals most to women. Crown of Wild Olive, 3 lectures on work, traffic, and war, which appeals to thoughtful men facing the problems of work and duty. And Sesame and Lilies, which appeals to men and women alike. The last is the most widely known of Ruskin's works, and the best with which to begin our reading. Sesame and Lilies. The first thing we notice in Sesame and Lilies is the symbolical title. Sesame, taken from the story of the robber's cave in the Arabian Nights, means a secret word or talisman which unlocks a treasure house. It was intended, no doubt, to introduce the first part of the work, called Of King's Treasuries, which treats of books and reading. Lilies, taken from Isaiah as a symbol of beauty, purity, and peace, introduces the second lecture, Of Queen's Gardens, which is an exquisite study of woman's life and education. These two lectures properly constitute the book, but a third is added, on The Mystery of Life. The last begins in a monologue upon his own failures in life, and is pervaded by an atmosphere of sadness, sometimes of pessimism, quite different from the spirit of the other two lectures. King's Treasuries. Though the theme of the first lecture is books, Ruskin manages to present to his audience his whole philosophy of life. He gives us, with a wealth of detail, the description of what constitutes a real book. He looks into the meaning of words, and teaches us how to read, using a selection from Milton's Lycidas as an illustration. This study of words gives us the key with which we are to unlock king's treasuries, that is, the books which contain the precious thoughts of the kingly minds of all ages. He shows the real meaning and end of education, the value of labor and of a purpose in life. He treats of nature, science, art, literature, religion. He defines the purpose of government, showing that soul life, not money or trade, is the measure of national greatness. And he criticizes the general injustice of his age, quoting a heart-rending story of toil and suffering from the newspapers to show how close his theory is to daily needs. Here is an astonishing variety in a small compass, but there is no confusion. Ruskin's mind was wonderfully analytical, and one subject develops naturally from the other. Of Queen's Gardens. In the second lecture, Of Queen's Gardens, he considers the question of woman's place and education, which Tennyson had attempted to answer in The Princess. Ruskin's theory is that the purpose of all education is to acquire power to bless and to redeem human society, and that in this noble work woman must always play the leading part. He searches all literature for illustrations, and his description of literary heroines, especially of Shakespeare's perfect women, is unrivaled. Ruskin is always at his best in writing of women or for women, and the lofty idealism of this essay, together with its rare beauty of expression, makes it on the whole the most delightful and inspiring of his works. Unto This Last. Among Ruskin's practical works, the reader will find in Fors Clavigera a series of letters to workingmen, and Unto This Last, 4 essays on the principles of political economy, the substance of his economic teachings. In the latter work, starting with the proposition that our present competitive system centers about the idea of wealth, Ruskin tries to find out what wealth is, and the pith of his teaching is this: that men are of more account than money, that a man's real wealth is found in his soul, not in his pocket, and that the prime object of life and labor is the producing of as many as possible full breathed, bright-eyed, and happy-hearted human creatures. To make this ideal practical, Ruskin makes 4 suggestions. 1, that training schools be established to teach young men and women 3 things: the laws and practice of health, habits of gentleness and justice, and the trade or calling by which they are to live. 2, that the government establish farms and workshops for the production of all the necessaries of life, where only good and honest work shall be tolerated, and where a standard of work and wages shall be maintained. 3, that any person out of employment shall be received at the nearest government school. If ignorant, he shall be educated, and if competent to do any work, he shall have the opportunity to do it. 4, that comfortable homes be provided for the sick and for the aged, and that this be done in justice, not in charity. A laborer serves his country as truly as does a soldier or a statesman, and a pension should be no more disgraceful in one case than in the other. Works on art. Among Ruskin's numerous books treating of art, we recommend The Seven Lamps of Architecture, 1849, Stones of Venice, 1851 1853, and the first two volumes of Modern Painters, 1843 1846. With Ruskin's art theories, which, as Sidney Smith prophesied, worked a complete revolution in the world of taste, we need not concern ourselves here. We simply point out four principles that are manifest in all his work. One, that the object of art, as of every other human endeavor, is to find and to express the truth. Two, that art, in order to be true, must break away from conventionalities and copy nature. Three, that morality is closely allied with art, and that a careful study of any art reveals the moral strength or weakness of the people that produced it. Four, that the main purpose of art is not to delight a few cultured people, but to serve the daily uses of common life. The giving brightness to pictures is much, he says, but the giving brightness to life is more. In this attempt to make art serve the practical ends of life, Ruskin is allied with all the great writers of the period who used literature as the instrument of human progress. General characteristics. One who reads Ruskin is in a state of mind analogous to that of a man who goes through a picture gallery, pausing now to admire a face or a landscape for its own sake, and again to marvel at the technical skill of the artist, without regard to his subject. For Ruskin is a great literary artist and a great ethical teacher, and we admire one page for its style and the next for its message to humanity. The best of his prose, which one may find in the descriptive passages of Praeterita and Modern Painters, is written in a richly ornate style, with a wealth of figures and allusions, and at times a rhythmic, melodious quality, which makes it almost equal to poetry. Ruskin has a rare sensitiveness to beauty in every form, and more, perhaps, than any other writer in our language. He has helped us to see and appreciate the beauty of the world around us. Ethical teaching. As for Ruskin's ethical teaching, it appears in so many forms and in so many different works that any summary must appear inadequate. For a full half century he was the apostle of beauty in England, and the beauty for which he pleaded was never sensuous or pagan, as in the Renaissance, but always spiritual, appealing to the soul of man rather than to his eyes, leading to better work and better living. In his economic essays, Ruskin is even more directly and positively ethical. To mitigate the evils of the unreasonable competitive system under which we labor and sorrow, to bring master and man together in mutual trust and helpfulness, to seek beauty, truth, goodness as the chief ends of life, and having found them, to make our characters correspond. To share the best treasures of art and literature with rich and poor alike. To labor always, and whether we work with hand or head, to do our work in praise of something that we love. This sums up Ruskin's purpose and message. And the best of it is that, like Chaucer's country parson, he practiced his doctrine before he preached it. End of section 61. Section 62 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Matthew Arnold, 1822 1888. In the world of literature, Arnold has occupied for many years an authoritative position as critic and teacher, similar to that held by Ruskin in the world of art. In his literary work, two very different moods are manifest. In his poetry he reflects the doubt of an age which witnessed the conflict between science and revealed religion. Apparently he never passed through any such decisive personal struggle as is recorded in Sartor Resartus, and he has no positive conviction such as is voiced in The Everlasting Yea. He is beset by doubts which he never settles, and his poems generally express sorrow or regret or resignation. In his prose he shows the cavalier spirit, aggressive, light-hearted, self-confident. Like Carlyle, he dislikes shams and protests against what he calls the barbarisms of society. But he writes with a light touch, using satire and banter as the better part of his argument. Carlyle denounces with the zeal of a Hebrew prophet, and lets you know that you are hopelessly lost if you reject his message. Arnold is more like the cultivated Greek. His voice is soft, his speech suave, but he leaves the impression, if you happen to differ with him, that you must be deficient in culture. Both these men, so different in spirit and methods, confronted the same problems, sought the same ends, and were dominated by the same moral sincerity. Life. Arnold was born in Laleham, in the valley of the Thames, in 1822. His father was Dr. Thomas Arnold, headmaster of Rugby, with whom many of us have grown familiar by reading Tom Brown's School Days. After fitting for the university at Winchester and at Rugby, Arnold entered Balliol College, Oxford, where he was distinguished by winning prizes in poetry and by general excellence in the classics. More than any other poet, Arnold reflects the spirit of his university. The Scholar Gypsy and Thyrsis contain many references to Oxford and the surrounding country, but they are more noticeable for their spirit of aloofness, as if Oxford men were too much occupied with classic dreams and ideals to concern themselves with the practical affairs of life. After leaving the university, Arnold first taught the classics at Rugby. Then, in 1847, he became private secretary to Lord Lansdowne, who appointed the young poet to the position of inspector of schools under the government. In this position Arnold worked patiently for the next 35 years, traveling about the country, examining teachers, and correcting endless examination papers. For 10 years, 1857 1867, he was professor of poetry at Oxford, where his famous lectures on translating Homer were given. He made numerous reports on English and foreign schools, and was 3 times sent abroad to study educational methods on the Continent. From this it will be seen that Arnold led a busy, often a laborious life, and we can appreciate his statement that all his best literary work was done late at night after a day of drudgery. It is well to remember that while Carlyle was preaching about labor, Arnold labored daily, that his work was cheerfully and patiently done, and that after the day's work he hurried away like lamb to the Elysian fields of literature. He was happily married, loved his home, and especially loved children, was free from all bitterness and envy, and notwithstanding his cold manner, was at heart sincere, generous, and true. We shall appreciate his work better if we can see the man himself behind all that he has written. Arnold's literary work divides itself into 3 periods, which we may call the poetical, the critical, and the practical. He had written poetry since his school days, and his first volume, The Strayed Reveller and Other Poems, appeared anonymously in 1849. 3 years later he published Empedocles on Etna and Other Poems. But only a few copies of these volumes were sold, and presently both were withdrawn from circulation. In 1853 1855 he published his signed poems, and 12 years later appeared his last volume of poetry. Compared with the early work of Tennyson, these works met with little favor, and Arnold practically abandoned poetry in favor of critical writing. The chief works of his critical period are the lectures On Translating Homer, 1861, and the two volumes of Essays in Criticism, 1865 1888, which made Arnold one of the best known literary men in England. Then, like Ruskin, he turned to practical questions, and his Friendship's Garland, 1871, was intended to satirize and perhaps reform the great middle class of England, whom he called the Philistines. Culture and Anarchy, the most characteristic work of his practical period, appeared in 1869. These were followed by four books on religious subjects: St. Paul and Protestantism, 1870; Literature and Dogma, 1873; God and the Bible, 1875; and Last Essays on Church and Religion, 1877. The Discourses in America, 1885, completes the list of his important works. At the height of his fame and influence he died suddenly in 1888, and was buried in the churchyard at Laleham. The spirit of his whole life is well expressed in a few lines of one of his own early sonnets. One lesson, Nature, let me learn of thee, one lesson which in every wind is blown. One lesson of two duties kept at one, though the loud world proclaim their enmity; of toil unsevered from tranquillity; of labor that in lasting fruit outgrows far noisier schemes, accomplished in repose; too great for haste, too high for rivalry. His poetry. Works of Matthew Arnold. We shall better appreciate Arnold's poetry if we remember two things. First, he had been taught in his home a simple and devout faith in revealed religion, and in college he was thrown into a world of doubt and questioning. He faced these doubts honestly, reverently, in his heart longing to accept the faith of his fathers, but in his head demanding proof and scientific exactness. The same struggle between head and heart, between reason and intuition, goes on today, and that is one reason why Arnold's poetry, which wavers on the borderland between doubt and faith, is a favorite with many readers. Second, Arnold, as shown in his essay on The Study of Poetry, regarded poetry as a criticism of life under the conditions fixed for such criticism by the laws of poetic truth and poetic beauty. Naturally, one who regards poetry as a criticism will write very differently from one who regards poetry as the natural language of the soul. He will write for the head rather than for the heart, and will be cold and critical rather than enthusiastic. According to Arnold, each poem should be a unit, and he protested against the tendency of English poets to use brilliant phrases and figures of speech which only detract attention from the poem as a whole. For his models he went to Greek poetry, which he regarded as the only sure guidance to what is sound and true in poetical art. Arnold is, however, more indebted than he thinks to English masters, especially to Wordsworth and Milton, whose influence is noticeable in a large part of his poetry. Of Arnold's narrative poems, the two best known are Balder Dead, 1855, an incursion into the field of Norse mythology, which is suggestive of Gray, and Sohrab and Rustum, 1853, which takes us into the field of legendary Persian history. The theme of the latter poem is taken from the Shah Namah, Book of Kings, of the Persian poet Firdausi, who lived and wrote in the 11th century. Sohrab and Rustum. Briefly, the story is one of Rustem or Rustum, a Persian Achilles, who fell asleep one day when he had grown weary of hunting. While he slept, a band of robbers stole his favorite horse, Ruksh. In trailing the robbers, Rustum came to the palace of the king of Samengan, where he was royally welcomed, and where he fell in love with the king's daughter Temine, and married her. But he was of a roving, adventurous disposition, and soon went back to fight among his own people, the Persians. While he was gone, his son Sohrab was born, grew to manhood, and became the hero of the Turan army. War arose between the two peoples, and two hostile armies were encamped by the Oxus. Each army chose a champion, and Rustum and Sohrab found themselves matched in mortal combat between the lines. At this point Sohrab, whose chief interest in life was to find his father, demanded to know if his enemy were not Rustum; but the latter was disguised and denied his identity. On the first day of the fight Rustum was overcome, but his life was spared by a trick and by the generosity of Sohrab. On the second day Rustum prevailed and mortally wounded his antagonist. Then he recognized his own son by a gold bracelet which he had long ago given to his wife Temine. The two armies rushing into battle were stopped by the sight of father and son weeping in each other's arms. Sohrab died, the war ceased, and Rustum went home to a life of sorrow and remorse. Using this interesting material, Arnold produced a poem which has the rare and difficult combination of classic reserve and romantic feeling. It is written in blank verse, and one has only to read the first few lines to see that the poet is not a master of his instrument. The lines are seldom harmonious, and we must frequently change the accent of common words or lay stress on unimportant particles to show the rhythm. Arnold frequently copies Milton, especially in his repetition of ideas and phrases, but the poem as a whole is lacking in Milton's wonderful melody. The classic influence on Sohrab and Rustum is especially noticeable in Arnold's use of materials. Fights are short, grief is long. Therefore the poet gives few lines to the combat, but lingers over the son's joy at finding his father, and the father's quenchless sorrow at the death of his son. The last lines especially, with their passionate grief set to solemn music, makes this poem one of the best on the whole that Arnold has written. And the exquisite ending, where the Oxus, unmindful of the trivial strifes of men, flows on sedately to join his luminous home of waters, is most suggestive of the poet's conception of the orderly life of nature in contrast with the doubt and restlessness of human life. Miscellaneous poems. Next in importance to the narrative poems are the elegies, Thyrsis, the Scholar Gypsy, memorial verses, A Southern Night, Obermann, stanzas from the Grande Chartreuse, and Rugby Chapel. All these are worthy of careful reading, but the best is Thyrsis, a lament for the poet Cluth, which is sometimes classed with Milton's Lycidas and Shelley's Adonais. Among the minor poems, the reader will find the best expression of Arnold's ideals and methods in Dover Beach, the love lyrics entitled Switzerland, Requiescat, Shakespeare, The Future, Kensington Gardens, Philomela, Human Life, Calicle's Song, Morality, and Geist's Grave, the last being an exquisite tribute to a little dog, which, like all his kind, had repaid our scant crumbs of affection with a whole life's devotion. Essays in Criticism. The first place among Arnold's prose works must be given to the Essays in Criticism, which raised the author to the front rank of living critics. His fundamental idea of criticism appeals to us strongly. The business of criticism, he says, is neither to find fault nor to display the critic's own learning or influence. It is to know the best which has been thought and said in the world, and by using this knowledge to create a current of fresh and free thought. If a choice must be made among these essays, which are all worthy of study, we would suggest the study of poetry, Wordsworth, Byron, and Emerson. The last named essay, which is found in the Discourses in America, is hardly a satisfactory estimate of Emerson, but its singular charm of manner and its atmosphere of intellectual culture make it perhaps the most characteristic of Arnold's prose writings. Among the works of Arnold's practical period there are two which may be taken as typical of all the rest. Literature and Dogma, 1873, is in general a plea for liberality in religion. Arnold would have us read the Bible, for instance, as we would read any other great work, and apply to it the ordinary standards of literary criticism. Culture and Anarchy. Culture and Anarchy, 1869, contains most of the terms culture, sweetness and light, barbarian, Philistine, Hebraism, and many others, which are now associated with Arnold's work and influence. The term barbarian refers to the aristocratic classes, whom Arnold thought to be essentially crude in soul, notwithstanding their good clothes and superficial graces. Philistine refers to the middle classes, narrow-minded and self-satisfied people, according to Arnold, whom he satirizes with the idea of opening their minds to new ideas. Hebraism is Arnold's term for moral education. Carlyle had emphasized the Hebraic or moral element in life, and Arnold undertook to preach the Hellenic or intellectual element, which welcomes new ideas and delights in the arts that reflect the beauty of the world. The uppermost idea with Hellenism, he says, is to see things as they are. The uppermost idea with Hebraism is conduct and obedience. With great clearness, sometimes with great force, and always with a play of humor and raillery aimed at the Philistines, Arnold pleads for both these elements in life, which together aim at culture, that is, at moral and intellectual perfection. General characteristics. Arnold's influence in our literature may be summed up in a word as intellectual rather than inspirational. One cannot be enthusiastic over his poetry, for the simple reason that he himself lacked enthusiasm. He is, however, a true reflection of a very real mood of the past century, the mood of doubt and sorrow, and a future generation may give him a higher place than he now holds as a poet. Though marked by the elemental note of sadness, all Arnold's poems are distinguished by clearness, simplicity, and the restrained emotion of his classic models. As a prose writer, the cold intellectual quality, which mars his poetry by restraining romantic feeling, is of first importance, since it leads him to approach literature with an open mind and with the single desire to find the best which has been thought and said in the world. We cannot yet speak with confidence of his rank in literature, but by his crystal clear style, his scientific spirit of inquiry and comparison, illumined here and there by the play of humor, and especially by his broad sympathy and intellectual culture, he seems destined to occupy a very high place among the masters of literary criticism. End of section 62. Section 63 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continued. John Henry Newman, 1801-1890. Any record of the prose literature of the Victorian era, which includes the historical essays of Macaulay and the art criticism of Ruskin, should contain also some notice of its spiritual leaders, for there was never a time when the religious ideals that inspire the race were kept more constantly before men's minds through the medium of literature. Among the religious writers of the age, the first place belongs unquestionably to Cardinal Newman. Whether we consider him as a man, with his powerful yet gracious personality, or as a religious reformer who did much to break down old religious prejudices by showing the underlying beauty and consistency of the Roman Church, or as a prose writer whose style is as near perfection as we have ever reached, Newman is one of the most interesting figures of the whole 19th century. Life. Three things stand out clearly in Newman's life. First, his unshaken faith in the divine companionship and guidance. Second, his desire to find and to teach the truth of revealed religion. Third, his quest of an authoritative standard of faith, which should remain steadfast through the changing centuries and amid all sorts and conditions of men. The first led to that rare and beautiful spiritual quality which shines in all his work; the second to his frequent doctrinal and controversial essays; the third to his conversion to the Catholic Church, which he served as priest and teacher for the last 45 years of his life. Perhaps we should add one more characteristic, the practical bent of his religion. For he was never so busy with study or controversy that he neglected to give a large part of his time to gentle ministration among the poor and needy. He was born in London in 1801. His father was an English banker. His mother, a member of a French Huguenot family, was a thoughtful, devout woman who brought up her son in a way which suggests the mother of Ruskin. Of his early training, his reading of doctrinal and argumentative works, and of his isolation from material things in the thought that there were two, and only two, absolute and luminously self-evident beings in the world, himself and his Creator, it is better to read his own record in the Apologia, which is a kind of spiritual biography. At the age of 15, Newman had begun his profound study of theological subjects. For science, literature, art, nature, all the broad interests which attracted other literary men of his age, he cared little, his mind being wholly occupied with the history and doctrines of the Christian Church, to which he had already devoted his life. He was educated first at the school in Ealing, then at Oxford, taking his degree in the latter place in 1820. Though his college career was not more brilliant than that of many unknown men, his unusual ability was recognized, and he was made a fellow of Oriel College, retaining the fellowship and leading a scholarly life for over 20 years. In 1824 he was ordained in the Anglican Church, and 4 years later was chosen vicar of St. Mary's at Oxford, where his sermons made a deep impression on the cultivated audiences that gathered from far and near to hear him. A change is noticeable in Newman's life after his trip to the Mediterranean in 1832. He had begun his life as a Calvinist, but while in Oxford, then the center of religious unrest, he described himself as drifting in the direction of liberalism. Then study and bereavement and an innate mysticism led him to a profound sympathy with the medieval church. He had from the beginning opposed Catholicism, but during his visit to Italy, where he saw the Roman Church at the center of its power and splendor, many of his prejudices were overcome. In this enlargement of his spiritual horizon, Newman was greatly influenced by his friend Hurrell Froude, with whom he made the first part of the journey. His poems of this period, afterwards collected in the Lyra Apostolica, among which is the famous Lead, Kindly Light, are noticeable for their radiant spirituality. But one who reads them carefully sees the beginning of that mental struggle which ended in his leaving the church in which he was born. Thus he writes of the Catholic Church, whose services he had attended, as one who in a foreign land receives the gifts of a good Samaritan. "Oh, that thy creed were sound! For thou dost soothe the heart, thou Church of Rome, by thy unwearied watch and varied round of service in thy Saviour's holy home. I cannot walk the city's sultry streets, but the wide porch invites to still retreats, where passion's thirst is calmed, and care's unthankful gloom. On his return to England in 1833, he entered into the religious struggle known as the Oxford or Tractarian movement. The Oxford movement in religion has many points of resemblance to the pre-Raphaelite movement in art. Both protested against the materialism of the age, and both went back for their models to the Middle Ages. Originally, the movement was intended to bring new life to the Anglican Church by a revival of the doctrine and practices of an earlier period. Recognizing the power of the press, the leaders chose literature for their instrument of reform, and by their tracts for the times they became known as Tractarians. To oppose liberalism and to restore the doctrine and authority of the early church was the center of their teaching. Their belief might be summed up in one great article of the Creed, with all that it implies: I believe in one Catholic and Apostolic Church. The movement began at Oxford, with Keble's famous sermon on National Apostasy in 1833. But Newman was the real leader of the movement, which practically ended when he entered the Catholic Church in 1845. And speedily became its acknowledged leader. Those who wish to follow this attempt at religious reform, which profoundly affected the life of the whole English church, will find it recorded in the Tracts for the Times, 29 of which were written by Newman, and in his Parochial and Plain Sermons, 1837-1843. After 9 years of spiritual conflict, Newman retired to Littlemore, where, with a few followers, he led a life of almost monastic seclusion, still striving to reconcile his changing belief with the doctrines of his own church. 2 years later he resigned his charge at St. Mary's and left the Anglican communion, not bitterly, but with a deep and tender regret. His last sermon at Littlemore, on The Parting of Friends, still moves us profoundly, like the cry of a prophet torn by personal anguish in the face of duty. In 1845 he was received into the Catholic Church, and the following year, at Rome, he joined the community of St. Philip Neri, the saint of gentleness and kindness, as Newman describes him, and was ordained to the Roman priesthood. By his preaching and writing, Newman had exercised a strong influence over his cultivated English hearers, and the effect of his conversion was tremendous. Into the theological controversy of the next 20 years we have no mind to enter. Through it all Newman retained his serenity, and, though a master of irony and satire, kept his literary power always subordinate to his chief aim, which was to establish the truth as he saw it. Whether or not we agree with his conclusions, we must all admire the spirit of the man, which is above praise or criticism. His most widely read work, Apologia pro vita sua (1864), was written in answer to an unfortunate attack by Charles Kingsley, which would long since have been forgotten had it not led to this remarkable book. In 1854 Newman was appointed rector of the Catholic University in Dublin, but after 4 years returned to England and founded a Catholic school at Edgbaston. In 1879 he was made cardinal by Pope Leo XIII. The grace and dignity of his life, quite as much as the sincerity of his apologia, had long since disarmed criticism, and at his death in 1890 the thought of all England might well be expressed by his own lines in The Dream of Gerontius. I had a dream, yes. Some one softly said, "He's gone," and then a sigh went round the room, and then I surely heard a priestly voice cry, "Subvenite," and they knelt in prayer. Apologia pro vita sua. Works of Newman. Readers approach Newman from so many different motives, some for doctrine, some for argument, some for a pure prose style, that it is difficult to recommend the best works for the beginner's use. As an expression of Newman's spiritual struggle, the Apologia pro vita sua is perhaps the most significant. This book is not light reading, and one who opens it should understand clearly the reasons for which it was written. Newman had been accused of insincerity, not only by Kingsley, but by many other men in the public press. His retirement to solitude and meditation at Littlemore had been outrageously misunderstood, and it was openly charged that his conversion was a cunningly devised plot to win a large number of his followers to the Catholic Church. This charge involved others, and it was to defend them, as well as to vindicate himself, that Newman wrote the Apologia. The perfect sincerity with which he traced his religious history, showing that his conversion was only the final step in a course he had been following since boyhood, silenced his critics and revolutionized public opinion concerning himself and the church which he had joined. As the revelation of a soul's history, and as a model of pure, simple, unaffected English, this book, entirely apart from its doctrinal teaching, deserves a high place in our prose literature. Callista. In Newman's doctrinal works, the Via Media, the Grammar of Assent, and in numerous controversial essays, the student of literature will have little interest. Much more significant are his sermons, the unconscious reflection of a rare spiritual nature, of which Professor Sherp said, "His power shows itself clearly in the new and unlooked-for way in which he touched into life old truths, moral or spiritual. And as he spoke, how the old truth became new, and how it came home with a meaning never felt before. He laid his finger, how gently, yet how powerfully, on some inner place in the hearer's heart, and told him things about himself he had never known till then. Subtlest truths, which would have taken philosophers pages of circumlocution and big words to state, were dropped out by the way in a sentence or two of the most transparent Saxon." Of greater interest to the general reader are The Idea of a University, discourses delivered at Dublin, and his two works of fiction, Loss and Gain, treating of a man's conversion to Catholicism, and Callista, which is, in his own words, an attempt to express the feelings and mutual relations of Christians and heathens in the middle of the 3rd century. The latter is, in our judgment, the most readable and interesting of Newman's works. The character of Callista, a beautiful Greek sculptor of idols, is powerfully delineated. The style is clear and transparent as air, and the story of the heroine's conversion and death makes one of the most fascinating chapters in fiction, though it is not the story so much as the author's unconscious revelation of himself that charms us. It would be well to read this novel in connection with Kingsley's Hypatia, which attempts to reconstruct the life and ideals of the same period. Poems. Newman's poems are not so well known as his prose, but the reader who examines the Lyra Apostolica and Verses on Various Occasions will find many short poems that stir a religious nature profoundly by their pure and lofty imagination, and future generations may pronounce one of these poems, The Dream of Gerontius, to be Newman's most enduring work. This poem aims to reproduce the thoughts and feelings of a man whose soul is just quitting the body, and who is just beginning a new and greater life. Both in style and in thought, The Dream is a powerful and original poem, and is worthy of attention not only for itself, but, as a modern critic suggests, as a revelation of that high spiritual purpose which animated Newman's life from beginning to end. Newman's style. Of Newman's style it is as difficult to write as it would be to describe the dress of a gentleman we had met, who was so perfectly dressed that we paid no attention to his clothes. His style is called transparent because at first we are not conscious of his manner, and unobtrusive because we never think of Newman himself, but only of the subject he is discussing. He is like the best French prose writers in expressing his thought with such naturalness and apparent ease that, without thinking of style, we receive exactly the impression which he means to convey. In his sermons and essays he is wonderfully simple and direct; in his controversial writings, gently ironical and satiric, and the satire is pervaded by a delicate humor; but when his feelings are aroused he speaks with poetic images and symbols, and his eloquence is like that of the Old Testament prophets. Like Ruskin's, his style is modeled largely on that of the Bible, but not even Ruskin equals him in the poetic beauty and melody of his sentences. On the whole, he comes nearer than any other of his age to our ideal of a perfect prose writer. Critical writers. Other essayists of the Victorian Age. We have selected the above 5 essayists, Macaulay, Carlyle, Arnold, Newman, and Ruskin, as representative writers of the Victorian Age; but there are many others who well repay our study. Notable among these are John Addington Symonds, author of The Renaissance in Italy, undoubtedly his greatest work, and of many critical essays; Walter Pater, whose Appreciations and numerous other works mark him as one of our best literary critics; and Leslie Stephen, famous for his work on the monumental Dictionary of National Biography, and for his Hours in a Library, a series of impartial and excellent criticisms, brightened by the play of an original and delightful humor. The scientists. Among the most famous writers of the age are the scientists. Lyell, Darwin, Huxley, Spencer, Tyndall, and Wallace, a wonderful group of men whose works, though they hardly belong to our present study, have exercised an incalculable influence on our life and literature. Darwin's Origin of Species, 1859, which apparently established the theory of evolution, was an epoch-making book. It revolutionized not only our conceptions of natural history, but also our methods of thinking on all the problems of human society. Those who would read a summary of the greatest scientific discovery of the age will find it in Wallace's Darwinism, a most interesting book, written by the man who claims, with Darwin, the honor of first announcing the principle of evolution. And from a multitude of scientific works we recommend also to the general reader Huxley's autobiography and his lay sermons, addresses, and reviews, partly because they are excellent expressions of the spirit and methods of science, and partly because Huxley, as a writer, is perhaps the clearest and the most readable of the scientists. The spirit of modern literature. As we reflect on the varied work of the Victorian writers, 3 marked characteristics invite our attention. First, our great literary men, no less than our great scientists, have made truth the supreme object of human endeavor. All these eager poets, novelists, and essayists, questing over so many different ways, are equally intent on discovering the truth of life. Men as far apart as Darwin and Newman are strangely alike in spirit, one seeking truth in the natural, the other in the spiritual history of the race. Second, literature has become the mirror of truth, and the first requirement of every serious novel or essay is to be true to the life or the facts which it represents. Third, literature has become animated by a definite moral purpose. It is not enough for the Victorian writers to create or attempt an artistic work for its own sake. The work must have a definite lesson for humanity. The poets are not only singers, but leaders. They hold up an ideal, and they compel men to recognize and follow it. The novelists tell a story which pictures human life, and at the same time call us to the work of social reform, or drive home a moral lesson. The essayists are nearly all prophets or teachers, and use literature as the chief instrument of progress and education. Among them all we find comparatively little of the exuberant fancy, the romantic ardor, and the boyish gladness of the Elizabethans. They write books not primarily to delight the artistic sense, but to give bread to the hungry and water to the thirsty in soul. Milton's famous sentence, "A good book is the precious lifeblood of a master spirit," might be written across the whole Victorian era. We are still too near these writers to judge how far their work suffers artistically from their practical purpose. But this much is certain, that whether or not they created immortal works, their books have made the present world a better and a happier place to live in. And that is perhaps the best that can be said of the work of any artist or artisan. Summary of the Victorian Age. The year 1830 is generally placed at the beginning of this period, but its limits are very indefinite. In general, we may think of it as covering the reign of Victoria, 1837-1901. Historically, the age is remarkable for the growth of democracy following the Reform Bill of 1832, for the spread of education among all classes, for the rapid development of the arts and sciences, for important mechanical inventions, and for the enormous extension of the bounds of human knowledge by the discoveries of science. At the accession of Victoria, the Romantic movement had spent its force. Wordsworth had written his best work. The other Romantic poets, Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, and Byron, had passed away, and for a time no new development was apparent in English poetry. Though the Victorian Age produced two great poets, Tennyson and Browning, the age as a whole is remarkable for the variety and excellence of its prose. A study of all the great writers of the period reveals four general characteristics. 1. Literature in this age has come very close to daily life, reflecting its practical problems and interests, and is a powerful instrument of human progress. 2. The tendency of literature is strongly ethical. All the great poets, novelists, and essayists of the age are moral teachers. 3. Science in this age exercises an incalculable influence. On the one hand, it emphasizes truth as the sole object of human endeavor. It has established the principle of law throughout the universe, and it has given us an entirely new view of life, as summed up in the word evolution, that is, the principle of growth or development from simple to complex forms. On the other hand, its first effect seems to be to discourage works of the imagination. Though the age produced an incredible number of books, very few of them belong among the great creative works of literature. 4. Though the age is generally characterized as practical and materialistic, it is significant that nearly all the writers whom the nation delights to honor vigorously attack materialism and exalt a purely ideal conception of life. On the whole, we are inclined to call this an idealistic age fundamentally, since love, truth, justice, brotherhood, all great ideals, are emphasized as the chief ends of life, not only by its poets, but also by its novelists and essayists. In our study we have considered 1. The poets, the life and works of Tennyson and Browning, and the chief characteristics of the minor poets, Elizabeth Barrett, Mrs. Browning, Rossetti, Morris, and Swinburne. 2. The novelists, the life and works of Dickens, Thackeray, and George Eliot, and the chief works of Charles Reade, Anthony Trollope, Charlotte Bronte, Bulwer Lytton, Kingsley, Mrs. Gaskell, Blackmore, George Meredith, Hardy, and Stevenson. 3. The essayists, the life and works of Macaulay, Matthew Arnold, Carlyle, Newman, and Ruskin. These were selected from among many essayists and miscellaneous writers as most typical of the Victorian Age. The great scientists, like Lyell, Darwin, Huxley, Wallace, Tyndall, and Spencer hardly belong to our study of literature, though their works are of vast importance, and we omit the works of living writers who belong to the present rather than to the past century. Suggestive questions. Note: the best questions are those which are based upon the books, essays, and poems read by the pupil. As the works chosen for special study vary greatly with different teachers and classes, we insert here only a few questions of general interest. 1. What are the chief characteristics of Victorian literature? Name the chief writers of the period in prose and poetry. What books of this period are in your judgment worthy to be placed among the great works of literature? What effect did the discoveries of science have upon the literature of the age? What poet reflects the new conception of law and evolution? What historical conditions account for the fact that most of the Victorian writers are ethical teachers? 2. Tennyson. Give a brief sketch of Tennyson's life and name his chief works. Why is he, like Chaucer, a national poet? Is your pleasure in reading Tennyson due chiefly to the thought or the melody of expression? Note this figure in The Lotus Eaters: music that gentler on the spirit lies than tired eyelids upon tired eyes. What does this suggest concerning Tennyson's figures of speech in general? Compare Locksley Hall with Locksley Hall 60 years after. What differences do you find in thought, in workmanship, and in poetic enthusiasm? What is Tennyson's idea of faith and immortality as expressed in Memoriam? 3. Browning. In what respects is Browning like Shakespeare? What is meant by the optimism of his poetry? Can you explain why many thoughtful persons prefer him to Tennyson? What is Browning's creed as expressed in Rabbi Ben Ezra? Read Fra Lippo Lippi or Andrea del Sarto, and tell what is meant by a dramatic monologue. In Andrea, what is meant by the lines, "Ah, but a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for?" 4. Dickens. What experiences in Dickens' life are reflected in his novels? What are his favorite types of character? What is meant by the exaggeration of Dickens? What was the serious purpose of his novels? Make a brief analysis of The Tale of Two Cities, having in mind the plot, the characters, and the style as compared with Dickens' other novels. 5. Thackeray. Read Henry Esmond, and explain Thackeray's realism. What is there remarkable in the style of this novel? Compare it with Ivanhoe as a historical novel. What is the general character of Thackeray's satire? What are the chief characteristics of his novels? Describe briefly the works which show his great skill as a critical writer. 6. George Eliot. Read Silas Marner, and make a brief analysis, having in mind the plot, the characters, the style, and the ethical teaching of the novel. Is the moral teaching of George Eliot convincing? That is, does it suggest itself from the story, or is it added for effect? What is the general impression left by her books? How do her characters compare with those of Dickens and Thackeray? 7. Carlyle. Why is Carlyle called a prophet, and why a censor? Read the essay on Burns, and make an analysis, having in mind the style, the idea of criticism, and the picture which this essay presents of the Scotch poet. Is Carlyle chiefly interested in Burns or in his poetry? Does he show any marked appreciation of Burns' power as a lyric poet? What is Carlyle's idea of history as shown in Heroes and Hero Worship? What experiences of his own life are reflected in Sartor Resartus? What was Carlyle's message to his age? What is meant by a Carlylese style? 8. Macaulay. In what respects is Macaulay typical of his age? Compare his view of life with that of Carlyle. Read one of the essays on Milton or Addison, and make an analysis, having in mind the style, the interest, and the accuracy of the essay. What useful purpose does Macaulay's historical knowledge serve in writing his literary essays? What is the general character of Macaulay's History of England? Read a chapter from Macaulay's History, another from Carlyle's French Revolution, and compare the two. How does each writer regard history and historical writing? What differences do you note in their methods? What are the best qualities of each work? Why are both unreliable? 9. Arnold. What elements of Victorian life are reflected in Arnold's poetry? How do you account for the coldness and sadness of his verses? Read Sohrab and Rustum, and write an account of it, having in mind the story, Arnold's use of his material, the style, and the classic elements in the poem. How does it compare in melody with the blank verse of Milton or Tennyson? What marked contrasts do you find between the poetry and the prose of Arnold? 10. Ruskin. In what respects is Ruskin the prophet of modern society? Read the first two lectures in Sesame and Lilies, and then give Ruskin's view of labor, wealth, books, education, woman's sphere, and human society. How does he regard the commercialism of his age? What elements of style do you find in these lectures? Give the chief resemblances and differences between Carlyle and Ruskin. 11. Read Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford, and describe it, having in mind the style, the interest, and the characters of the story. How does it compare as a picture of country life with George Eliot's novels? 12. Read Blackmore's Lorna Doone, and describe it as in the question above. What are the romantic elements in the story? How does it compare with Scott's romances in style, in plot, in interest, and in truthfulness to life? Chronology. 19th century. History. 1830. William IV. 1832. Reform Bill. 1837. Victoria. Death, 1901. 1844. Morse's Telegraph. 1846. Repeal of Corn Laws. 1854. Crimean War. 1857. Indian Mutiny. 1867. Dominion of Canada established. 1870. Government schools established. 1880. Gladstone prime minister. 1887. Queen's Jubilee. 1901. Edward VII. Literature. 1825. Macaulay's Essay on Milton. 1826. Mrs. Browning's Early Poems. 1830. Tennyson's poems, chiefly lyrical. 1833. Browning's Pauline. 1833-1834. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus. 1836-1865. Dickens novels. 1837. Carlyle's French Revolution. 1843. Macaulay's Essays. 1843-1860. Ruskin's Modern Painters. 1847-1859. Thackeray's important novels. 1847-1857. Charlotte Bronte's novels. 1848-1861. Macaulay's History. 1853. Kingsley's Hypatia. Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford. 1853-1855. Matthew Arnold's poems. 1856. Mrs. Browning's Aurora Leigh. 1858-1876. George Eliot's novels. 1859-1888. Tennyson's Idylls of the King. 1859. Darwin's Origin of Species. 1864. Newman's Apologia. Tennyson's Enoch Arden. 1865-1888. Arnold's Essays in Criticism. 1868. Browning's Ring and the Book. 1869. Blackmore's Lorna Doone. 1879. Meredith's The Egoist. 1883. Stevenson's Treasure Island. 1885. Ruskin's Praeterita Begun. 1889. Browning's last work, Assolando. 1892. Death of Tennyson. End of Section 63. End of Chapter 11. End of English Literature, its History, and its Significance for the Life of the English-Speaking World, by William J. Long. Recorded by Tony Oliva, October 17th, 2013.